worry! Be only with Smart Power All 99. Hindi nabitin with 10 gig data plus only Facebook or TikTok and more. Load now!
Who needs to go to a concert when you can own that stage with your friends?
Enjoy a night of impromptu bowling tournament.
Malakas ka ba? Sali na!
Kita Kits
Sa MCC
Season 2.
Hindi aabot ang data! Nice!
Don't worry! Be only with Smart Power All 99. Hindi nabitin with 10 gig data plus only Facebook or TikTok and more. Load now!
Who needs to go to a concert when you can own that stage with your friends?
Enjoy a night of impromptu bowling tournament.
Malakas ka ba? Sali na!
Kita Kits
Sa MCC
Season 2.
worry! Be only with Smart Power All 99. Hindi nabitin with 10 gig data plus only Facebook or TikTok and more. Load now!
go to a concert when you can own that stage with your friends.
Enjoy a night of impromptu bowling tournament.
Malakas ka ba? Sali na!
Kita Kids. Kita Kids. Kita Kids.
Kita Kids
Sa MCC
Season 2.
Hindi aabot ang data! Nice!
Don't worry! Be only with Smart Power All 99. Hindi nabitin with 10 gig data plus only Facebook or TikTok and more. Load now!
Who needs to go to a concert when you can own that stage with your friends?
Enjoy a night of impromptu bowling tournament.
Malakas ka ba? Sali na!
Kita Kids. Kita Kids. Kita Kids.
Kita Kids
Sa MCC
Season 2.
Hindi aabot ang data! Nice!
Don't worry! Be only with Smart Power All 99.
cut us to the top, no ifs, no buts. Winning any game, para to sa PINAS. Di mo matitin ang aming boses sa new level. Nasa kalye man o mobile, you know I become a legend. Open fire, we unite, we winners. Built with pressure, the diamonds are made of. Switch na lane na parang gera, HP racing, may reset up. Built agad ang buhat ni Hill, that full load SS parang Laila. Susundan ko ang iyong bakas, kasama patas, tagumpay natin to. Dahil tayo'y malakas, para sa Pinas. Nasa amin ang alas, hindi tuwa atras. Kinikilala sa taas kasi kami ang malakas, para sa Pinas. Nasa amin ang alas, hindi tuwa atras. Kinikilala sa taas, ganito kami sa Pinas. Wow! Hold on, yeah. Wala ka sa Pinas. We are laging every beat, no surrender, no retreat. Pag nagsama-sama, just imagine what we can achieve. Laging every beat, no surrender, no retreat. Giving 100 all my all, cause we just cannot be defeated. We are unstoppable, immune and invulnerable. Ready ang equipment, lahat frozen, malang crowd control. Pakita ko na jab like pow, beast of the southeast. So matawag proud and loud, cause every enemy we devour. Susundan ko ang iyong bakas, kasama patas, tagumpay natin to. Dahil tayo'y malakas, para sa Pinas. Nasa amin ang alas, hindi tuwa atras. Kinikilala sa taas kasi kami ang malakas, para sa Pinas. Nasa amin ang alas, hindi tuwa atras. Kinikilala sa taas, ganito kami sa Pinas. Wow! Malakas, Pilipinas, malakas. Kahit anong lane, we become the monsters. Malakas, Pilipinas, malakas. Face the golden sun, I'm repping for the 3 stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, we unite, be the stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, we unite, be the stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, we unite, be the stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, we the stars.
Ang lakas ng Pinas, we unite, we the stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, we unite, we the stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, we unite, we the stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, we the stars.
The 15th season of MPL Philippines is brought to you by the following sponsors. Infinix, the MPL official tournament phone. Lakas sa laro with Infinix. Smart, the official telco partner of MPL Philippines. Our partner in Esports, Time Zone. Join the fun at Time Zone. TT Racing, for those who dream, work, and play. TT Racing has your back. Don't miss any MPL action by following our official Facebook and subscribing to our YouTube channel. Follow MPLPH on TikTok for more content. Experience the Lakas ng Pinas of MPLPH Season 15 action live at Green Sun Hotel. Grab your tickets now via official MPLPH website. All the regular season tickets are now available at 200 pesos. MPL Philippines is monitored and supervised by the Games and Amusement Board.
Maligayang pagbabalik dito lamang sa MPL Arena. A good afternoon to all of our super fans. My name is Hans Galeria.
At ako naman ang makakasama nyo ngayon, your very own Odin. Buksan na natin ang ikaliwang linggo ng MPL Philippines.
That's right, Odin. In terms of what we've seen, especially nung week number 1, napakarami na mga intense matchups and surprising results in that previous week.
Tama ka dyan, Hans. At sa ating natuklasan, Aurora Gaming at Team Liquid PH ang nasa tuktok ng ating standings ngayon. Pagkatapos nilang talunin ang kanilang rivals na Onic Philippines at roster ng Team Falcons.
And you know what? Hindi doon nagtapos because we had the Phoenix Army representing TNC Pro Team finally making their way onto the winning column. Iba talaga no pag ang usapan ay lakas ng Pinas. Kaya ano pang hinihintay natin? Irekta na natin sa mga sumusunod na laban.
Kaya sa mga nanonood sa atin ngayon, welcome to
MPL Philippines Season 15!
Who will reign supreme in the new era? We're going to answer that question in this week's opener. Leo, at your service, alongside Brigida and Renmar Santa Cruz. How has the week been so far? Are we ready for another week of MPL?
I don't know if the previous week was enough rest or enough time to digest everything that happened for week number 1, because I believe a lot of those matches were very memorable for us for a number of reasons, and more to come for the next 7 remaining weeks of MPL.
It's a very diplomatic way to put it. But yeah, it was a very interesting week number 1. Good to be back. Although it feels like I've lost a part of myself. I just can't put my head on or hand on what that is actually. But yeah, I'm very excited, especially since we're starting off week 2 with a star match.
It is going to be former world champions Falcons Philippines versus Onic Philippines, who, by the way, is coming from losses, both of these gigantic, colossal teams. So, in just a bit, we will be sharing with you, once again, the lay of the land, the schedule of tonight's matches. It's a back-to-back double banger episode of MPL Philippines. But first, real quick, we'd like to let y'all know that you can play like a pro with Infinix GT20 Pro, the MPL Philippines official tournament phone. Grab yours now and use the voucher code INFIMPL to get 1,000 pesos off. That's right, up to 1,000 pesos off and exclusive freebies sa GT20 Pro. Sigurado ang hashtag lakas sa laro.
Oh, I mean, if there was anything that I could probably recall from last week, it's that it feels like a lot of successful revenge matches, right? So I'm looking forward to see a lot more happen this week. But if ever you do need pro level speed as well, make the smart switch and stay ahead of the game. Get your smart eSIM today for only 99 pesos and experience ultra-fast 5G connectivity on any device. No SIM swapping needed. Available now at smart stores nationwide or online via the Smart Online Store.
There is a current power balance we're building up here in MPL Philippines Season 15. An upper echelon, if you will, and that is currently being held by Aurora, Team Liquid Philippines, and we're thinking who will finish this little triangle of power. And I think there's one more slot left in, you know, that upper bracket of power rankings. It's between Falcons and Onic Philippines. Yeah.
And we're starting off the week with these two, and I wish it was just that they're fighting for, but of course it's also just making a statement of who's able to maintain their particular spot at the top after being considered world champions, the most recent world champions. So I feel like they're very much looking forward to facing each other as well after all this time.
Looking at the standings, currently Team Liquid Philippines undefeated, unscathed, 4-0, followed by Aurora, Onic, and then Falcons. And of course, TNC looking better, fresher than they've ever been in the longest time.
Yeah, TNC's looking really good compared to the finals. The 3 teams you see there on the standings, AP.Bren, Omega, and Twisted Minds, who all of them seem to be undergoing some sort of identity crisis. TNC, they've shown who they are, what they could potentially be at the end of the season, just in the first week. So we're going to be watching out for them tomorrow. But yeah, with Falcons and Onic, it's a statement, not just which one of us deserves to be in the top 3, but also which one of us are actually you know, a little bit better off. People expected 14-0 for Onic PH. Stopped right away by Aurora in week 1. For Team Falcons PH, yeah, you guys are just gonna continue to be Team Liquid Philippines. That didn't happen. So now it's a statement for these two, which one of them can find momentum and strength.
And for those who are reading between the lines, this is the star match. So if we're following the logic of the first week, should we just dash all hopes and expect the unexpected, especially for this world champion versus world champion matchup? Is it going to go not the way we expect?
I want to be surprised in a good way because I'm expecting Onic Philippines to just continue their trend against Team Falcons PH. But you know I'm a Falcons guy, and I want to see Team Falcons sort of come back to their old strength.
And does that mean Aurora, despite being undefeated, currently sitting on 2 points after week 1 alone, will they face an upset? Because again, the scale weighs more to the Northern Lights. Will the former MDL champion suddenly come out just through the gates?
I mean, it's hard to say that after a week they just immediately find the answers to their problems, especially that they've shown a number of them in the first week. But we'll never know. I'm expecting a lot of changes, maybe even in... I've been hearing news here and there. Maybe possibly even in lineups to see, but maybe not for today, but for some other day this week.
You know what? A change in lineups might provide an extra layer of chaos that we're not ready for. Already we're asking too many questions with very little to see in answers. I think it just has to come down to the games. I think that's what allows for us to just have an open mind going into the matchup here today, because there's one more left on the podium, a slot for either Falcons or Onic. Given that last season, it was very similar. We're just missing one big part of the picture. Team Liquid Philippines, they had a rough season 14. But back then, it was Fnatic Onic, and then Aurora, and then just coming up short, the then Falcons AP.Bren.
Yeah, that's why I feel like a lot of the results from week 1 was surprising to many, because going into this, people were expecting it's just going to be same old, same old. It's going to be Onic, Aurora, Falcons AP.Bren / well, now just Team Falcons. So I like that we're already highlighting it earlier in the season. A lot of regular season discussions usually go, just wait for the playoffs. That's when we'll see just how strong they are. But we tend to forget that a lot of what happens in the playoffs, actually, you get to see previews of it in the regular season. That's why regular season matches are so important. Those little brewing rivalries, their record in the regular season has a lot of weight in terms of analyzing and telling the story of matches once we get into the playoffs.
Yep. You gotta live in the now. It doesn't make sense to just say, oh, we'll see in the playoffs.
Exactly.
You didn't get to the playoffs without playing these matches.
Yes.
So far, with Team Liquid in the lead, as well as Aurora, you have these two teams who each suffered a loss and won a sweeping victory. So we're pitting head-to-head here. Idol ng mga kids, Few versus the Monster Mage Super Friends. 11-14 games played. KDA way in favor of Super Friends. You know what? I take it back. All the rest of the stats going over to Super Friends. I think Few only has like one stat ahead of him. And that's season played.
Yeah.
This is probably one of the biggest reasons why a lot of people have considered Super Friends to be one of the most underrated mid laners. Because even despite seeing all these statistics based on the previous season, it almost feels like it took us a while to acknowledge Super Friends. Hey. And what is this staring contest that's happening?
Yeah, it's like the two roamers just said, nah, let's not talk about the mid laners. It's all about us. Why is Brusco licking his lips at the camera? What is that?
We did kissy lips.
Yeah.
All right. What are these icons of mid-laning magic without the rest of their team? You know?
Yeah.
It takes the perfect four to complement a strong mid. So that said, again, you have to take all the stats shown with context. So is it safe to say that for once, and often throughout his career in and out, Few is the underdog, despite having been in the league for a while?
Yeah, I think you could really say that based off of recent performances, we almost always see the monster. The monster within Few that comes out here and there because, to be fair, for Team Falcons, there's, of course, if it's not Few popping off, it's usually Kyle Teasy. A lot of eyes always on Super Marco. Flap Teasy coming out with the surprises. But there's something about a monster performance from Few that just feels so special. Maybe it's because we don't always see it, but Few really is just more of the I'ma stay low-key kind of guy, while Super Friends just goes boom.
Yeah, and I think those particular timings from Few, I nearly combined their
Super Few.
Super Few. But like those timings tend to really come in clutch, or whenever it's a really do or die scenario for Falcons, or then Falcons AP.Bren. So Super Friends is leaning towards the more consistent side, but we'll see which will be more favorable for them this time.
Folks, real quick, after keeping ourselves in the now, how about the future? Who do you think will be representing the country in the next biggest international event after MPL Philippines? Who are the top two? And will they be coming from the following? Team Liquid Philippines, Aurora, Onic PH, and Team Falcons PH. Yes or no? Is it one of these four that's going to the finals? I don't know if I want to say C.
Yeah, I don't know why, but a part of me already leans towards A.
Yeah.
Right? There's just something about the four of them that's like, it has to be them, right?
Yeah.
Like in the top two.
I'm okay with this multiple choice question so long as we're not asked to justify just yet. I still want to observe. No, that's what I tend to avoid during exams.
No,
but
okay.
yeah, so I'm also leaning towards A, but we never know.
Also, it's very strong to say B, because logically speaking, we don't know what the other four teams are cooking just yet. We can't count them out. Again, you mentioned there's 7 more weeks of competition here. So if some way, somehow you can eke out those points, you know, take them all to game 3, and then some way, somehow make it into the playoffs as a monster with a 2-life advantage, you know?
Yeah, there are already people saying anyway that TNC might actually threaten that power balance eventually come the regular season goes in. Yeah, yes, I totally did. My video is available online.
Check it out, the breakdown with Renmar Santa Cruz. Ladies and gentlemen, we're about to get into the match once more, a star match between world champions. Let's check out this video before we have the players walk in.
Frost and Bren Esports just like that. Sabi ni Few, wala akong pake kung meron kayong link, wala akong pake kung meron kayong Yuzong, luto kayo sa akin. There you go!
Ganda ng ultimate na naman ni Paxi, pero pinaan! So, pakinggan nyo ang kanta habang pasok ngayon.
Bago po kasi ako mapunta doon sa team na Aether Main, naging kakampi ko po muna yung mga DDPG. Parang ano po ako doon, 6 month, ganun, na room. So yun, naging nakasama ko sila sa bootcamp. Masasabi kong sobrang mechanically gifted ni Few sa time na yun. Kasi yung mga assassins pa nun, yun nga, kailangan sa pindutan pa yung galaw ng dati ng Season 1. Parang ang hirap niya talagang labanan sa mga comfort heroes niya. Tapos nung Season 2 yun, naging ano na siya, nagkaroon ng mga Selena, ganun. Sobrang masasabi mo talagang idol siya ng mga kids.
So, yung passion ko sa paglalaro, kaya tuloy-tuloy pa rin ako kasi competitive talaga ako eh. Tsaka gusto ko palaging naglalaro, kahit ibang laro eh, parang laging gusto ko maglaro eh, kahit mga casual lang, ganun. Kaya sobrang saya ko na ito na yung naging work ko, kaya ayoko sayangin yung opportunity na hanggang ngayon, kung kaya ko pa, maglalaro pa ako, hanggang may naniniwala sa akin.
At that point pa lang medyo may makita ka na talagang spark sa kanila. So, hindi na din surprising na hanggang ngayon, tuloy-tuloy pa rin talaga yung pag-grow niya. Not just as a player, but I think as a person as well. It's really amazing na panood ko din yung pag-grow niya na as a human being.
Pero ngayon yung Few na nakakakita natin ngayon, iba yung buhat na ginagawa niya. Parang nililid niya yung team ngayon. Kasi as a captain na siya ngayon doon. Parang yung Few ngayon, parang mature na siya na yung parang nag-guide din doon sa mga teammates niya. Kasi para rin sa akin, kaya nandito pa rin siya eh. Kasi yun nga, iba rin siguro yung tiwala ng mga teammates niya ngayon.
As a shot caller po kasi sobrang mautak din po talaga siya sa game eh. So parehas po kami mautak, parang pag naglalabang parang mga utak namin yung gumagana. Hindi naman sabi kong kami lang, pero ayun nga, parang siya yung nag-iisip ng play para sa kanila eh. Tapos sa team captain naman, alam niya yung mga mistakes niya, tapos natanggap niya ganun.
Rule number 5, trust in your teammates and yourself.
Number 6.
Paano kay coach? Trust kay coach.
Sa drafting lang yan.
Uy, grabe!
Tanggal ka na. Next.
It's really fulfilling for me as a person na I can get to watch someone literally transform in front of my eyes year after year. Not just, not just as a player with all their wins and of course their losses, pero like literally blooming into a full-fledged adult. It's pretty amazing. It's an amazing feeling. At the same time, that's something I think a lot of people should really aspire to be. If you really followed Few's growth, it's something na I think a lot of kids talagang kailangan idol siya ng mga kids.
To oversee and uphold the tournament's integrity, guiding us through this match, our marshals, Joshua, Chico, David, and JJ. Flying to the arena for the second week, led by the walking legend, will they reign supreme in this battle of legends? It's Team Falcons! In the EXP lane, the Filipino cannon, Flap TZ! In the jungle, the young phenom, Kyle TZ! In the mid lane, the walking legend, Few! In the roam, Master Ogwen! And the gold laner, bulletproof, Super Marco! Can the Super Family prove their status as legends and champions? Let me hear you shout it out loud, Sonics! It's Sonic time! Onic Philippines! In the EXP lane, the Kirkitect, Kirk! In the jungle, the Beast, King Kong! In the mid lane, the Monster Mage, Super Prince! In the roam, the Bruiser, Brusco! And in the gold lane, the God of the gold lane, Kalra! And welcome their coaches, Coach Trevor and Coach Why Not?
The former world champions 2023 M5 Rizal Memorial Coliseum. These five shook the ground and tore the house down. Team Falcons Philippines.
They said it themselves. Flap TZ even mentioned there are no excuses this time around for Team Falcons. They've gained enough rest, and we've seen glimpses of them once again back in their form against Omega last week, and that is exactly what they need to bring into this match, especially as we are just about to cement this quote-unquote new era that we're in, and they also need to fight for that spot.
Team Falcons Philippines now, though, I am looking at the mid lane. We put a lot of focus onto there. Few has got to show some of that monster out up against Super Prince. If you can be aggressive like Super Prince is sometimes with those flicker forwards while using his ultimates, why not?
Talk to us about Onic Philippines, the super fam. Can they step up to the legacy of Team Falcons Philippines?
Well, Onic PH, they expected a spotless start to their Onic era for Season 15. They didn't get a spotless start, but you can definitely say it is still their time with Super Friends in the mid. But of course, Leo mentioned that you got to take things into context. His partnership with Brusco, still one of the best. The trading of King Kong and Kelra in terms of who takes care of the side lanes, the far lanes, still one of the best. And come on, Kirk, he's still really damn good.
The blueprint set down by the Kirkitect lay down the foundations for what the Super Fam want to do. Where the KK connection, the Beast and the Gold Lane God, Kelra and King Kong, what they're going to do to help the Super Fam achieve victory. Let's talk about the Infinix keys to victory. What do both teams got to do to get the dub?
Well, we mentioned it, Few, you be the monster that you were. You were highlighted by Coach Yelly Hayes himself that during Season 2, those assassin gameplays that demanded peak technical abilities, I know you still got it in you, so show that. Prove that you're the new idol, Super Friends. If you are the monster, show why your sometimes tricky positioning makes you one of the hardest to catch mid laners in the world. Show that shade of veterancy. While for these two teams, stand in the middle. Play around Few. Play around Super Friends' rotations for both of them. Play around your mages.
Bridget, Alexandra, you are at the cusp of these two generations. You've witnessed both the prime of Super Friends and the prime of Few. Where do you stand in this whole thing? Because Few got a 5-minute video to tell us about his legacy, and everybody knows that Super Friends lets his actions speak for himself.
Yep.
What do you think is going to happen here in this matchup?
Well, if Onic Philippines were again able to perform individually as they usually do, and the Falcons are unsuccessful in terms of stopping them, because as far as I remember, in the one moment or one series which we've seen Onic Philippines really not able to play the way they normally would was when they were completely shut down in terms of the early game, or when they were really read out like a book by Aurora last week. And that's an interesting take to it, because I feel like a lot of teams, even after all this time, have already gained enough information and have studied Onic Philippines well enough, but it is only Aurora, which we've seen, were able to carry out and execute those learnings in that match.
And I think that matchup against the Northern Lights really skewed the stats. If you'll see, Onic Philippines have really bad early games, and their turtle take rate, abysmal. Let's see if that'll change here in Game 1. The draft is upon us. It's Team Falcons Philippines versus Onic Philippines, with the Falcons on the play, taking out the Luyi and the Harith, while Onic Philippines ban out the Zushin and the Matilda. Those are such red signature bans here.
Yep, and you can already say they're probably gonna ban the Fanny. If they don't ban the Fanny, which usually happens, then that means Falcons will take it, and then Onic have prepared for it. I feel like that's one of the things we have to consider a lot, especially this week too, if teams on the red side are willing to take that hero out, because the limit of you're always forced to ban Fanny, Jushin, Matilda has made this meta so far very blue-sided in terms of the power pick trading. So for Falcons, are they going to think about one of the jungles? Yeah, they take out Suyo, so now they're telling Onic, hey, don't take it out. Fanny, Joy, that's going to end up in one of our hands.
Falcons playing with fire. And with that, they're also opening up Phoveus. Phoveus is one of the main blue side bans, which allowed for blue to just take one out and then just rest on their laurels. Again, blue is sitting at a whopping 67 to 33% win rate.
Yep, we're seeing changes in as early as day 1, because I think Suyo is the most picked hero for week 1. He's sitting at 15 times picked overall in just a single week.
On both sides.
On both sides.
So, Onic, which one are you going to go for? The Fanny, the Joy? Are you going to open up both? Get one of the other? That means I'd want to see... I think Onic might lean to picking up Moskov as one of the first 3 picks on the red side, but surprise, Onic actually just straight up ban out the Phoveus, so they've really opened up all of the power picks.
All right, we rarely see this. Fanny is coming out to play. If not, then both teams are just dodging the bullet, avoiding the elephant in the room as well. Mind you, Granger's open.
Yeah.
The Harith isn't, though, so that's another priority pick that's still left. that Falcons might really want to consider, but I feel like they themselves, they aren't really sure if they really want to go for the Fanny immediately now,
Yeah.
or...
Because if Falcon picks up the Fanny here, I wouldn't mind if Onic goes Joe. But yeah, no, they say, you know what, respect. You take out the only hero that, excuse me, King Kong has a spotless record with so far in that Joy. So now Onic will hopefully not lean towards the rushing jungle pick right now. They can actually just pick up Joe Moskov if they want to think about taking away the counters against the Fanny, if they want to pick that up.
Was there any time before that Falcons 2 was able to flex the Joy in a different role?
Yeah, that was a long time ago.
That was a long time ago.
Yeah. In the current metagame, we've never seen Joy go anywhere. The last time in memory that the Joy went elsewhere was in the M6 World Championship in the hands of Sunset Lover.
Yeah. And if I'm not mistaken, one game also on Fried Chicken, right? As the Joy EXP. Yeah, that's one of the surprise picks that showed up then.
Only one of them got a win.
Yeah, only one of them got a win, though. So, as we expected, Joe Moskov picked up by Onic. Fanny's probably going to come in here now, while Falcon, they pick up the Badang. Still, we don't know. That might be already a Flap TZ pick. Yep. So, with the roam pick of Ogwen, might want to go for a little bit more invade or stopping power. They can go Tigreal if they want later on. That's something that's going to be on the minds of Onic. So, yeah, first 3 picks of Onic predicted.
There she is. The Fanny making a debut pick in the hands of the Beast. What the Sigma! We didn't expect to see Fanny come out this soon. Yep. It's the only hero left, actually, that allows for him to continue on his rampage in the jungle. He is topping the charts when it comes to gold gain. Regardless if they're winning or losing, even with that 3-game series against Aurora that they lost, King Kong still farmed out of his mind.
Yep. Fortunately for Falcons, they already have at least one hero that can potentially interrupt. But this feels so great for Onic Philippines because they have both the Cho and the Moskov on their side as well. 2 heroes that I think you would want to get against the Fanny if you had the chance.
Ooh, Onic taking away the Ruby, thinking that a counter for the Fanny is going to come in at the Roam for Ogwen, with Falcons taking away the E-Diff. So the high loss is in play, but if ever they can... I'm thinking they need something strong on the EXP. They might actually be thinking of a Hilda at some point coming in later in the draft, just so that you have that presence there that can come in, sweep of the lane, control it, and then just try to annoy the Fanny jungling pattern. But we also have to acknowledge that the best EXP laner in the game today, CC, is also very open.
Yeah.
But so far, all Badangs in MPL Philippines have been EXP.
Yeah.
So I'm like 99% sure that Flap TZ is going to be playing this.
Yeah, so there's still the Tigreal if ever. Falcons might want to consider that. This is Ogwen either way. And we still don't know the mid duos of both sides. I mean, for Onic, there's a chance that it's already the Cho, a very high chance that the Cho will be the Roam.
And the meta game currently sucks for mid laners. None of them can play to counter the Fanny. So we're in uncharted territories right now, wherein few has to worry about a Fanny.
Yeah, I think Falcons would want to lean towards picking up an Aurora in the mid, just so that they have that. If ever King Kong decides to swoop in, fly in, you're just going to trigger the passive instead of killing the Aurora straight up. So they take away the Farsa, meaning that might actually be the case, because you wouldn't want to Eve against this lineup of Onic, so they go ahead and pick up the Valentina just to cover their bases in case somehow, some way Falcon decides to Eve here.
This is
but they shouldn't.
Prince ascends to idol status.
Yeah.
Whoa.
They really go, I am you.
Yeah, anything you can do, I can do better.
Yeah.
So will they get the Aurora here, or
Aurora Hilda.
Is it gonna be a different hero for few?
Are you saying Hilda Roam?
Yes.
I mean,
one of the classic responses to a Fanny or Assassin in the Jungle, you go Hilda Roam.
Or Hylos.
Or Hylos if they want to take like the much safer route. I mean, he's the best guy for either invading or protecting your own jungle, the all-around roamer.
Yeah, and at least you get to set your eyes on.
Oh, of course.
Fanny, okay.
And the Faramis, interesting by Falcons. They decide to commit with just all in. They might not be able to reach the Moskov, but they're just gonna dive and then have the Granger to poke. And of course, Ogwin and Brusco, alongside JP, if I'm not mistaken, they're the players that have a spotless record with the chip so far this season.
Yep.
And across the pond, it's Witty.
Yeah.
If you're watching a draft and the chip is open, watch out for the Witty party incoming. One more for Onic. We still do not have the pick for the Kirkitect. What's left?
I think
the CC. Do you want to do that?
I'd lean towards more Lucas is actually open, yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, better. Yeah, you can actually jump through the wall set up by Flap Easy. So confirmed. These are the drafts that we have for Game 1. Again, Onic Philippines actually left a bitter taste in their mouth last time we saw them here in MPL Philippines because they lost. So I'm guessing that's why their draft is so clean. That's why their draft here is so aggressive. I'm a little iffy on that Faramis, man. Especially in the face of Super Princess Valentina. They have coverage.
Yeah. Part of me likes to think that they just want to play this just as aggressively, or like they just really want to respond and not wait for Onic Philippines to set everything for them. But even, okay, looking at it right now, the entire index favors Onic Philippines lineup so much.
In terms of the colors, I guess, but the numbers look good for Falcons. So I like that just to balance things out, it's a double Purify for the roam and mid. That's one of the ways that they could answer the fact that it is the Faramis that they're playing around with in the mid lane.
Welcome to Game 1. It's a star match of Week 2. Two world champions doing glorious battle in the Land of Dawn. It's Team Falcons Philippines facing off against Onic Philippines. Checking out these early rotations again. I don't even know what to expect from a Fanny now in the current metagame in 2025.
Yeah, whoa, look at the poke damage dished out by Brusca and Super Friends, bringing Few and Ogwin down low in the mid, already forced to pop their regens, while Onic Philippines Roman mid will have theirs. They can continue to just gauge the tempo like this. So with Onic reading the rotations of Kyle TZ, because with how Few and Ogwin are positioning, that's already a tell that that's where Kyle TZ is. That opens up the map even more for King Kong. So far, it's a good start for Onic Philippines.
Yep, I'm starting to wonder if it's not the spotless joy that King Kong actually has in his hands. How efficient is he gonna be with a hero that is very high in mobility? Just the same, it's a Fanny, and even now, we know how King Kong tends to really play, especially if they're not, or if they're the ones able to control the Riverside. But wait, he will be able to spot out Ogwin here near the purple buff. That's a Purify first out from Ogwin.
Yeah, that's a good start there for Onic Philippines. Of course, with King Kong just a little bit faster. Kyle decided to go for the full clear down bot, while King Kong was already able to invade one creep away from Kyle TZ's jungle up top, the Scaled Lizard on the purple side.
Approaching 2-minute mark. Great responses from Falcons despite Onic's early invasion. A quick look on our emblems. Yeah, I don't think anything changed in the Fanny.
Nah, it's still the typical emblem sets that we're seeing from everyone. Right now, I'm really more concerned with looking at the rotations for both, especially with the chip on board. Based on all of the chip performances we saw last week, if it's not snowballing after the first turtle, it will snowball eventually with just how good teams have been able to maximize the shortcuts so far. I think that's one thing that Onic PH really needs to watch out for here. They have that tendency of the 4-1 split. Best way to answer that, do it with the chip. Because usually the 1 split is hard to catch, but what if you have the entire team that you have to be wary against? How are you going to handle the map then?
Short term is force the chip to play defensively. Make the chip doubt where it's going, and that's what they did here. So they caused an early pop on the Purify, which will not be in time for the turtle, which, again, I don't think the shortcut's going to come into play anyway. So at best, Ogwin's just going to clear bushes, punch people. He's not even going to be level 4 just yet. Look, talking about the opposite side of the map, what's that matchup like between the Moskov and the Granger?
Moskov and the Granger. I mean, it's a given that the Granger is really high in terms of priority. So definitely we have to give it to him in terms of managing the laning phase, even in terms of ranged poke and being able to just open up the map a little bit more, even by himself alone. So there kind of is an advantage in terms of, especially the early game when it comes to the Granger, but I'm starting to think of like how the Moskov will eventually come into play or will be activated here as well. Because if I'm not mistaken, last week it was the chip that was really effective against shutting down the cross-map plays from the Moskov.
Yeah. And plus, when you have that chip with you, it's like you have a Moskov with you, except it doesn't need to SOD, it just takes a portal in there. By the way, so stats for King Kong, for your all-time hero stats for Fanny. Of course, Fanny was one of the heroes that he really made a name with last season.
Yep, he's played 13 games on the cable-slinging assassin. Current rank on GP number 2 with an average KDA of 4.33, so decent numbers. He's won 6 games with it, lost 7. So again, very coin flippy, very high chance of RNG when the Fanny doesn't take off. By the way, we are also counting games he's played as the Fanny even before his run with the Super Fam, or even with the Super Fam when they were still, you know, finding their footing.
Yeah.
I'm talking like season 13.
Yeah, probably some of our viewers out there could remember like the Fanny in his hands even when he was back in TNC.
Yeah.
He was like part of them and actually making a reputation for himself by those retribution steals he's able to secure as a jungler.
Yeah, that was his season 12 Fanny performance. I believe that's where he really started getting a lot of eyes on him, a lot of hype around him. Oh, King Kong of TNC, he's so dang good. And then I feel like maybe Onic Philippines saw some of that. I was like, hey, we should get him for season 13. He's a really good jungler.
We're going to see him in action once more as Sent, our Marshal, declares the game once more resumes. Turtle here, less than half health. In comes Brusco, going to try to contest. Oh, Turtle looks like a secure for Falcons.
Oh, that was a quick response or decision from Team Falcons. And I mean, it wasn't like King Kong was on the opposite side of the map taking trades either. It was just him securing his very own purple buff. And it seems like they were able to see ahead of that, but he will still decide to engage, and he will get caught in the fist crack. That's first blood drawn by Falcons.
Trapped by FlapTeasy. Great timing with a fist break, stopping the Fanny right away. And that is not the start the Super Fam wants. Falcons, I can safely say they are in control now. Item check, a Fury Hammer built up there by Kelra. Let's see if he's gonna go a different route or just go straight for the Hunter Strike later on. Excuse me, Super Marco with the Fury Hammer.
We gotta watch out for Requetiano, the SEA Games gold medalist, given that currently in Season 15, he is top in the charts in turret taking and damage dealt the turrets. So if Kelra's not careful and he leaves the lane, oh, Marco's gonna have a great day. A little skirmish in mid, Ogwin, down to half health here. And Few is holding on to a Netherrealm. That's what's so scary about Falcons. Renmar, you talked about how if they force Ogwin to play defensively, they can do that. But oh wait, what a flicker and a kick!
That was a clutch way of the Dragon, but he's saved by the Netherrealm. So Onic Philippines, they just have to run away. Electrifying beats coming in from Kyle TZ, but Kirk is in the front lines. King Kong decides to go in, and they have the Netherrealm of their own. Flap TZ, will he be able to survive the death of Fritz Crack? But he's in the middle of 4 members. Few is the only one left alive, and that's 3 members taken out from Falcons.
It's not how you start, it's how you end. And the Super Fam ended well with 3 kills on the board.
Initially, I thought that was a really good initiation by Falcons, but Onic PH were just able to counter again, showing the strength of what a Lucas can bring at this point in the game, where if you're not careful, his Unleash the Beast will punish you if you don't win the initial trading of a team fight. They told Super Marco, don't come in through the portal anymore. That was the right call, though.
Oh. Yep, oh, another engagement down here. FlapTeasy putting up these walls. The fist breaks are set up very well, especially the one that caught out King Kong about a minute or 2 ago. But second turtle already up, setting up. FlapTeasy and Brusco. River control by Onic. Ogwin looking to clean up.
All right, Kirk is here as well. Decides to use the flicker. So that's another resource down for Onic Philippines as they could try to get some information here in the turtle, but then King Kong, he's too far away.
Oh no, Ogwin down to 4th of his health, another clean secure.
Yeah, the Onic Philippines, they aren't taking into the objective fights heavily. They're acknowledging the fact that they're up against a chip and that they're playing with a Fanny, and they're just giving up objectives. I think now Onic have adjusted and say, let's just play for Kelra.
Okay. Ogwen doesn't decide to commit just yet, but I don't think King Kong was able to get what he wanted in that moment, but Few doesn't survive in the mid lane. SOD doesn't connect to, and that might be the disengage. Onic Philippines might be okay with that.
The most unfortunate of pickoffs. He got the 1, but not the 1-2. Few popped his Purify, but failed to get the Netherrealm in.
Kirk able to recall just in time. That would have been a good call for Ogwen to just pop the shortcut already. Quick item check. Yeah, Hunter Strike was what Super Marco built. Already up to a corrosion site is the Moskov. Well, the first item built up by Few is the Glowing Wand. It's an enchanted talisman for Super Prince, which is why he's really maximizing the pokes he can dish out early on as a Valentina to make sure that every engagement, every sequence where the Ogwen chip has to hold the front, he's actually already brought down kind of low.
There is a ticking time bomb on Team Falcons down bottom. Look at that. The bulletproof is bulldozing through his lane. What I tell you? And it's not even just Kelra or Brusco leaving it. It's just he was so focused. So unless Onic do something about that, Falcons will snowball out of control here despite the kill advantage for the Super Fam.
And honestly, I feel like that was only because of Super Marco and Kelra spending their time in their lanes. There weren't much rotations coming in just yet from either the Super Fam or even Falcons, because we mostly see the mid duos here in the middle lane. They keep poking each other out. But could this be the time for Onic to contest this objective?
Ogwen here, sparring with Kirk. Super Prince in range as well. Bottom side of the map, turtle spawned. Let's see. The pull here coming through. Brusco compromised. Oh, these two teams know that this last turtle is the one that matters.
Yeah, I think we're going to see a full 5v5 now. It doesn't look like King Kong and Onic want to give this up. They want to fight it out. Super Prince got the ultimate of the Faramis. The shortcut still online for Ogwen. Flapteezy already in the pit.
Okay, who is going to start the fight? Because Falcons just immediately secure the objective without allowing Onic Philippines to do anything. Flapteezy Fiskcraft is already used, but that's already enough. And look at where Kyle TZ is. He's already across the map. They're not wasting any time.
Yeah, I think for Falcons Philippines right now, they're just not giving Onic any opportunities to shine with this Fanny. Few has a death on him, but so far we haven't seen a game wherein the Fanny's just tearing through Few and giving Few a difficult time in terms of positioning. So what was initially supposed to be okay, that can be a counter to the Fanny, or the Fanny's a counter to the Faramis. It's actually the time we saw King Kong go in, Few got to save his teammate with the ultimate. So now Onic PH really need to change up their game plan and acknowledge, yeah, they really need to find Few.
Yeah.
Even if it's read out that the Valentina counters the Faramis and the Fanny could counter the Faramis, it looks like Falcons have an ace up their sleeve. A minute from now, the turtle spawns, or rather the Lord spawns lower quarter of the map, and these two teams are just working the long lane here. Look at how many members are committed to top lane. Brusco spots Ogwen. I think Falcons have their eye on this tier 1. If they clear this tier 1, all the more Lord's gonna be safe.
Yep, and Falcons, they're managing their waves so well. Not even the Fanny and Moskov in Onic Philippines lineup can actually efficiently shove up the opposite lanes in their favor. Not until now that they're really trying to get a turret for themselves, but Super Marco, he's not the easiest target to get at this point. Brusco can't even stand all those bullets anymore!
And another!
Super Prince is found! There's Kirk trying to battle it out against 3, but will he be able to sustain all this? There's the free hits coming in from Super Marco.
All the way down bottom, you have Ogwen compromising King Kong's rotations, and just like that, with no casualties, Falcons may have won cross-map.
Yeah, Ogwen has 1 death. That's his only stat line. But the invisible stat line is the chip is messing up Onic PH's rotations. They're overthinking everything. Is the chip here? Is the chip there? What if he uses shortcuts? That's why we're not seeing Onic really make a crazy move. But oh no, King Kong might get caught.
Okay, he's able to use his cables and fly away, but that will mean he will have to reset, and there is a Lord.
Kick!
And he doesn't have a retribution!
Oh, Netherrealm used by both sides, but look at Kyle TG just going into path lines. Kirk is left alone, and he will be able to buy some time, but he might not be able to survive this as Super Marco takes him down.
massive exchange. Onic Philippines more than just back on the board. They are on a roll. Mid lane tier 1 falls, and now Kelra's gonna start stealing buffs and camps away from Falcons.
And just like that, the equilibrium has changed this time, favoring Onic. Great entry by King Kong, and Super Marco was hurting because he already had 3 items. The Hunter Strike, Sky Piercer, and the Malefic Roar. If King Kong didn't take him down there, Super Marco already would have gotten 2 stacks on the Sky Piercer. King Kong shows himself again.
LTZ's low. They might have to buy some time for their jungler. But just the same, Onic Philippines, they won't engage just yet.
Lord here at about a third of its health. Kelra throwing out these basic attacks, threatening a retribution jump in from King Kong. Ogwin looking for one. Flapteezy looking for one as well. This may be the point of no return for the Lord, down to a 5th.
Yeah, it's a 50-50. Hard to call.
All right, who will be securing the Lord? It's Super Marco! King Kong gets caught in the fist break. Bruce goes there as well, trying to look for a setup, but Ogwen falls first. And Brusco will be the trade, but King Kong, he is far behind. Super Marco gets caught by Kelra though, and Phew might be next. But what a counter engage coming in from Falcons. Super Prince gets the last hit, taking down 3 members, but he will fall as well. That's a double kill for Flapteezy.
Brutal. The exchange. Bodies rolling, bloods flowing. Falcons and Onic. Severe losses for both sides.
King Kong looking to invade, but Phew is there to help out Kyle, but King Kong steals the purple buff away.
Oh no! That was such a clutch fist break, fist crack combo, but he was alone. Flapteezy didn't have enough damage.
All right. Despite the exchange in the purple buff, I think cross-map, Falcons still thankful that Marco led in and stole that Lord. Oh, flicker once more.
Oh, they forced it out. And the crazy part of this game is we haven't seen a crazy shortcut yet. Ogwen's just been playing this like a traditional roamer, and there's a shortcut.
There you go. And they find Kirk, but that's enough time for Onic to reposition themselves. King Kong as well threatening the back lines, and they will successfully take down the shortcut without any casualties.
So far, with 1,000 gold up, Falcons are snowballing out of control. The map is blue, and Onic have to find a way once more to, I don't know, compromise Marco? Is that the thing? Like, if they can win a fight with Marco down first without anything else going, then maybe.
Yeah, King Kong has to take the initiative in terms of hunting down Super Marco, because it's shown that Onic has the stronger front to back, because Falcons really just has the ultimate of the Theramis. However, Flapteezy is coming up as a surprise X factor for this lineup of Falcons, wherein if Onic use too much of their resources to take everybody else down, and Flapteezy's alive, and Kalteezy is still alive as well, that's more than enough to turn the post skirmish around.
And that is what King Kong is doing here. He's sitting in these bushes, looking for a way to sandwich Falcons, whether it be Flap he finds, hopefully not Flap, Phew or Super Marco. Best case scenario, the rest of Onic will come crashing, but it's easier said than done, given that Falcons have eyes on the back of their heads, especially since Ogwin can just dash in, run in, all the CC be damned. He has a Purify. Now they're looking to compromise the orange here. Oh, all right, here we go. Falcons have confined King Kong to his side of the map.
Oh,
Kick!
They find one. That's Kyle Teasy, and Kirk gets the final hit. There's the SOD connecting as well, but the NetherRealm is ready, and there it is taken out as well. Flapteezy, will he be able to sustain all this? Because Ogwen is here as well, and upon seeing him, Onic disengage. They know there's an objective.
Free kill for the Super Fam. So in the long and short of it, they got what they wanted, but can they set up for something bigger?
Yeah, because Team Falcons PH does not need to wait for Kyle Teasy. They can just use the shortcut to bring Joy in closer after Kyle Teasy gets his orange buff. That's a timer Onic PH needs to think about. So far though, Onic again, team fighting very well, and Brusco taking the initiative to get picks when he sees them.
All right, he spots out Ogwen here, but he will not use the Way of the Dragon onto him, and instead, that becomes a counter play from from Falcons taking down Brusco. Now they're down by one member. They lost their setter. They lost another front.
Yeah, mistimed approach there by Brusco and Onic Philippines. It looks like they weren't completely ready just yet for him to show up, get info. Again, catching out the Cho, or his Cho getting caught out in the same spot Kirk was caught out last week as a Cho. In terms of the items, Radiant Armor and Anti-Cuirass is a hybrid Fanny build for King Kong, knowing that he can burst anyone down. He just needs to survive long enough to take down Super Marco.
Oh my, they're bursting down the Lord once again, and King Kong won't make it. What a positioning from Falcons as well.
They put up a body of meat wall to go through King Kong, and he could have just dashed in. Like, I think that's what he was setting up for here in this blind bush.
Yeah, it looks like the moment that they saw Ogwen, it was like, nah, I can't do this. Great positioning by Falcons, and of course, with losing your Roman objective takes, even though you are 4, without the information, without holding those key shrubs, it's hard for you to enter the main objective area.
You have an enhanced Lord marching through mid. Falcons have to time this very well, or else a failed push. And it looks like that's what's happening here. The Super Fam know what they're doing. Onic PH will keep their inhibitors up and safe.
Oh wait,
Oh, what?
not unless there's the engage coming in from Flapteasy, and from behind Brusco trying to look in for his setup, but Kellera will be the first to fall, and that is very unfortunate for Onic Philippines. That's the flicker as well used by Kirk just to get away after successfully defending the turrets. But Falcon still wants more. They do not want to end this fight just yet. There's a conceal as well, and they might just really go for it. Kyle TZ dashing in.
Wow.
Onic Philippines trying to avoid everything as much as they can, but they take out 3 inhibitor turrets and a kill as well. Kirk is no longer there to help Onic Philippines.
It's as good as an end angle. 2 are down, 3 left to defend. Falcons are going.
Oh no, they catch King Kong once more, but Kyle TZ falls. But will that be enough? Because it doesn't seem like Falcons wants to prolong this any longer. A double kill for King Kong though, and they might be able to defend this.
The base is still standing. Just 1 left, it's Few, and he's in the base.
Onic, they decided to say it's not over yet as Sony gets tossed out and Few does not stick in the mid. Now it looks bleak for the Falcons that controlled majority of the game.
They've done it again. Onic Philippines have done the impossible. In the face of sure defeat, they've turned it around.
And with more than 10 seconds for the other members, this might be enough time. NetherRealm used here by Few, but will he be able to clear this out? Kyle TZ has already respawned, and Few still makes it out alive!
Not so fast. Team of Falcons flapping like their life depended on it. Defends, and there's still another Lord.
Welcome back once again for another week of MPL Philippines. Just when we thought it was all over, Onic were able to hold on. King Kong went crazy, even maximizing the wall set up by the fist break of a Badang, the same wall that's been messing him up. He went through it, and then he was able to use the cutthroat and spun to take down Super Marco, who was stuck in that wall. What a defense by Onic, but this looks, well, bleak actually for Team Falcons PH, because this leveled everything.
Oh, now Onic pushing the advantage here once more. The wall goes up.
Look at Kirk, and they force out the NetherRealm early on into this team fight, but from behind, Ogwen, he spots Kellera. Few will be the first to fall though, but Kellera out to the backlines too. Looking for a target. Flapteasy will be the one he wants to take down, but he survives instead. Kellera will fall. Super Marco though will be the trade for Falcons, and that might not look nice. This is 3 members taken out of Falcons.
The new TZs are left to defend. Onic can take their sweet time here. Kellera's off the map. There's a Lord standing right there in the lower quarter. Oh, they're going to choose to take it safe.
It took a while for the Fanny of King Kong to pop off, but now he is 7-1-8. He is the main problem on the thorn on the side of Super Marco, who was in a great position to fight in that scenario, but King Kong hunted him down and shut the Granger down.
And it seems like Ogwen's chip, the utility on this once menace of the metagame, has lost all its shine. You saw here in that last engage that he was trying to find that flank in the back, trying to punch somebody into Kingdom Come, but it just wasn't going to happen, not on Onyx's watch. So now what else can they do? How else can they find a flank? They've been finding Kellera consistently, yes, but it seems to not be worth it anymore. It seems to be too expensive.
It actually feels like Kelra went towards those who were looking for him on purpose. Even.
Yeah.
Whereas Falcons, they actually do their best to stick with their damage dealer, to stay by Super Marco's side. So it kind of feels like an opposite approach from both of these teams at this point.
Kelra is able to maximize the Spear of Misery. Oh, 3-1 up top. And catching out this Moskov isn't so clear-cut. It's been Kyle Teasy who's been left with that job.
What's the play here? Is this the blitz? Are they doing the same thing, putting up a wall? But they can't stop it from the pixel brush from the river!
Oh! Finding Kyle Teasy. Will they have enough damage? King Kong goes in, and the NetherRealm won't make it. It won't be timed enough, and there's a Winter Crown from Kyle Teasy. But that will still not be enough. And look at King Kong dancing, but he will be taken out. And Kirk, will he be next? Ogwen, quite a bit late, and he will find himself in the middle of two, and that is very unfortunate. 3 members once again fall for Team Falcons.
Like a flash of lightning, Onic responds. Kelra takes one down. Flap the only one left.
But because the minion waves were crashing into the base, it forced a split. But it might have just delayed the inevitable because it's only Flap against Kelra. 16 seconds before Kaltizi comes back.
They have a wave. They have a single minion alongside them. But will Flap be able to clear it out? It doesn't seem likely. Kelra doesn't mind him anymore and just goes straight for the base to take the win.
Game 1 goes to Onic Philippines, a topsy-turvy roller coaster of a game to open up our star match.
It felt like I was reading a long fantasy epic. Just a lot of build-up and world building for the first 600 pages, and then another 600 pages of non-stop action. What a game by these two, and it all began because Falcons PH broke one of the cardinal rules when you're playing Pro MLBB. Get the heroes down first before you try to end the game.
And I really liked how Onic Philippines felt so patient with that. It was not until they knew that Kelra already had his items, or not until they knew that they could really fight, that they decided to engage. It was all traits for Onic Philippines up until that moment.
On both fronts, Renmar Santa Cruz, you brilliant, handsome man, you got it right. Draft-wise, Falcons PH walked into this draft willingly. They gave over the ult, they gave over the Fanny, and they played like, if we win this under 15, we're fine. And then, in-game, they actually traded so much, too much blood for early game objectives. Yeah, they penetrated the base. Yeah, they left them with a bald inhibitor spot, but very visual. But those all bit them in the behind, and they cost them the game.
I really thought they got it there, though, but it's a Super Marco was also just caught out. And Bulletproof, he was not. It seems like he was susceptible to just getting blasted in this. And one of the reasons is because this guy decided, I have one job. I find Super Marco. I make him not bulletproof.
I love you, King Kong!
It's that guy again. He's back in the arena.
What is that? Where is he from?
Yeah, we can't seem to find the guy who just yells out, I love you, King Kong.
I feel like he's somewhere on my right.
Maybe. I don't know.
This is the Sonic Republic side.
Oh,
yeah, we are on the side of where the Sonics are.
Right.
But yeah, King Kong's been brilliant. Again, the early game, it was like, this isn't Fanny's King Kong game, until it was Fanny's King Kong game. I think one of the main themes here you mentioned, Brigida, is patience. Eventually, Onic just started to get rewarded with King Kong's later entries, with them really buying time. And this is when the Lucas comes in big.
Right.
Because the Lucas does so much for their lineup to hold, to deal damage, so that King Kong can come in and sweep things up.
Yeah.
Him getting Super Marco down in this scenario, plus a double kill for himself as well, that was a big turnaround.
Yeah, it felt like when Onic Philippines were prepared enough, when they had Kirk by their side to either take on even the NetherRealms coming in from Falcons, and just overall sustaining the damage being thrown at them by Falcons, then it was okay for Onic Philippines to take their time. It was okay for all the late entries to come in, and even for Kelra to just go in deep because he knew all the resources that were already taken out. But this was the sequence which really prolonged this game, this clutch cutthroat coming in from King Kong, even despite that well-positioned fist break or so, which we thought coming in from Flapteasy.
Yeah, Super Marco was not in the right position there, and he was only put in that position because he wanted to damage King Kong, who was mid-air. Super Marco thought, I think I can take this guy down. He's already gotten a few hits, but King Kong got to heal, come back, and even take out Super Marco. That was just a little bit of salt onto the wounds of Falcons, and after that, they couldn't recover because they lost control. They lost the momentum that they had, which meant King Kong could just be aggressive alongside Kelra and the rest of Onic Philippines.
I still can't get over how the Monster Mage both managed to be part of the fight and clear waves. That's what caught my eye, because he was rotating, and I could have sworn Valentina was going 720, just trying to clear waves and kill whoever was caught in the wall that Flapteasy so pyrrhically set for his own team. So in this 21-minute bout, our MVP, King Kong, evens the score. It's currently 7-7 now. His all-time Fanny Games career score.
Yeah. I also really want to acknowledge that one of the reasons why King Kong eventually popped up, again, going back to showcasing Super Friends and Few and the roamers popping up, Brusco eventually popped off. His snap kicks, those moments, usually we see Brusco set up for a Way of the Dragon, but there were times they were just like, hey, I see him flicker Way of the Dragon. And he did that twice onto Kyle Teasy in key scenarios, which meant that Falcons had to react and respond to it, which meant that Onic were in a better position.
Yeah, most of the times even felt like it was Ogwin, right? Like it feels like he's going after Ogwin. He's using the Jeet Kundo onto Ogwin, but those are just like moments of him trying to calculate where can he flicker in and use the Way of the Dragon perfectly towards Kyle Teasy. It's always Kyle Teasy, as you've mentioned. So it does work that we mentioned how patient the Onic Philippines really just were, because it applies to every single one of them, like in doing and fulfilling their jobs and their tasks, especially towards the latter portions of the game.
And in many different ways, not in a singular linear form. That's what, again, is one of the main strengths of the Super Fam, Onic Philippines. They are individually, mechanically, and technically geniuses of the game. You make them all sync up and communicate and synergize the way that they do, and you end up with a team that is also powerful, which is why, again, the scales of the MPL Philippines power rankings have been, flipped on its head. That's why they're barely here grasping for third.
And Falcon, I think they were just reminded, and probably this was part of their scouting report, looking back at their previous matchups against Onic Philippines, you really cannot mess up against this team. Everything has to go perfectly. It looked kind of sloppy at first, but then their very sacrificial trading, which is led them to controlling majority of the game. But then again, we acknowledge that at some point, Onyx flipped the script. King Kong, we cannot expect him to snowball, so readjust. Make sure Kelra can farm, try to draw attention to where Kelra is, so that King Kong can once again get farm in himself, for himself, and eventually King Kong and Kelra's farm just like met at the final destination and said, all right, we're both online, let's just go for it.
It's the opposite of see you again.
Yeah.
Instead of going this way, they were going
this way. Yeah. Right, meeting up there at the end.
I would love to dive deep even more in the brilliance of Onic Philippines, but as well, when we come back, we'll talk about what else Team Falcons PH could have done better to maybe equalize in score. But for now, let's go to the All Access, talk about something for the ladies.
Sonics, make some noise! My goodness! Odin, ibang klase yung naging laban in that game number 1. I'm sure all of the fans na nanonood, kahit sa kanila mga bahay, excited doon sa ating naging laban. But we're gonna toss it over to a short while kasi ngayon kasama natin walang iba kundi ang Chief Partnership Officer na walang iba ng CBZN Corporation, Mr. Jobert, User Jobert. Welcome. I'm sure that you've seen all of the happenings, right?
Yeah, so good afternoon everyone. Good afternoon to all the people watching live stream and all the people that are watching here at Green Sun Hotel. Sobrang ganda ng laban, sobrang exciting. Lalo na yung last few moments na nag-back and forth in laban. Sobrang ganda ng match ng Falcons versus Onic.
Ramdam ko yung excitement na meron ngayon si Sir Jobert Hans.
Yeah, I mean, I also want to know, because you are actually the one behind operating one of the newest league that it is especially dedicated para sa mga kababaihan. This is a women's league. Mind introducing that to the rest of the people who are watching right now?
So we're CBCN is organizing the first ever women's Mobile Legends league. It's called Athena League. And right now, actually, it's already ongoing right now. So we have the phase 1, which is the open qualifiers. So we after today, we'll be getting the top 8 teams for the final 8 that will be competing for 4 slots for the next phase, which is the close qualifier. So at the end of this, which will be on around May, the winner will represent the Philippines to go to the MWI, the Mobile Legends Women's Invitational / Esports World Cup.
That's exciting. Everyone, can we hear some appreciation para sa ating Athena League, right? You love to see it. You love to see it, Odin.
Yeah, and it just started, Sir Jobert. What do you think is the impact of these kinds of projects to female MLBB players in the Philippines?
For us, of course, we see the potential growth as being a platform for having a women's league talaga focus on women, and we want to see this grow. Actually, on our side, we want to envision this same as MPL, because MPL for me is the blueprint when it comes to success, when it comes to longevity. We want that to have in Athena League as well.
Yan, excited ako dyan, Sir Jobert, bilang babae at isa din sa mga players ng MLBB. Alam natin na ang MLBB or gaming industry is male-dominated. How important is this initiative in fostering the inclusive ecosystem in MLBB?
For me, first off is parang hopefully this can be a start. This can be a start of other potential women's league or women's competition happening not just here in Metro, but at least the full Philippines. Kasi MPL brought a lot of other competitions, other events happening, and we hope that with this Athena League, we can also have some sort of other organizers can create their own competition as well, so that it can create a good impact. And we've seen this growth with other countries like Indonesia. They have their own league, which is the Women's Star League. So we're hoping to do the same with Athena League.
We're definitely looking forward to that, Sir Jobert, and Athena Cup is happening soon. This is an exclusive MLBB female pro scene and the official qualifiers for MLBB Women's Invitational. It will happen from March 7 to May 27. So everyone, please do support Athena Cup.
Sir Jobert, maraming salamat. Congratulations. Congratulations are already in advance para sa ating mga kababaihan na magpa-participate dyan. And we're gonna keep going up with all of the fun as we throw it back to our casters.
The Athena League brought to you by CBZN. Once more, the road to MWI has begun. That's this year's qualifier for the Philippines slot. Again, we are defending champions, mind you.
Yes.
Well, the women are.
Yeah.
That's Empress.
Yes, Omega Empress. And I've been actually seeing them quite often on social media. They're really consistent in terms of practicing, being together. I think they're one of the female teams who've been together the longest, ever since they were based in Cebu, right?
Are you saying they are the team Falcons of the women's scene?
Oh, it kind of feels like that. I think ever since the first ever MWI,
Back
they
in
were
2022.
Yeah.
2022 was
No,
that?
the first one that
2021?
where they debuted and you were part of.
Yeah, so that was like 2021 or 2021 too, right? So it's been that long, and they were already together even before then. So maybe they are the women team.
Excited to see who will come out of that once more. The Athena League will start very soon, and it will end and culminate in us having a representative to join MWI 2025. Back into the matchup at hand. It's the all-star match between Falcons PH and Onic PH. It's Onic picking blue. Once more, we're going to start skewing the stats again.
Yep. It is always blue-sided, except for the last one, of course. But I wonder if Onic Philippines are gonna try out some interesting draft decisions, similar to what Team Falcons PH did in game number 1, with giving the Fanny priority into the Badang in the first phase, with them taking out the Suyo instead of picking it up themselves. So yeah.
If they do, I can imagine that the Sonics at Marv's Gaming Hub are gonna go wild. Shout out to y'all who couldn't make it here, who are instead hanging out there, out in Concepcion Uno, Marikina City, the River City in the east here in Metro Manila. Shout-outs to y'all. Much love. It's the official offline watch party organized by Onic PH themselves. So holler at y'all. I hope you guys eventually could join us here in the MPL Arena.
Yeah, shout out to Marv's also. I've heard he has a pretty great gaming hub.
It's huge.
It's huge. Huge.
Apparently, it can house the rest of the Sonics who couldn't join us here. So, speaking of the Falcons Nest, when are you guys going to have your watch party? And to everyone else who are in the middle and around, get your tickets now. You can still bag a few for tomorrow's matches, if I'm not mistaken. If not, get in line. Go to Slash, find tickets for week 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 onwards. Hell, prepare to get them for the playoffs. Tomorrow, we do have TNC versus Omega, Twisted Minds versus Falcons PH, Team Liquid Philippines, and AP.Bren. So it's a triple threat happening tomorrow. So back to the matchup at hand. We know Onyx going to take blue. What are we expecting Falcons PH to do in red now? What can they do? Should they be more conservative going into the draft?
I'd like to see. I mean, they naturally have a very deep hero pool, right? So they can like adjust to whatever they are presented with, which in this case seems to be a more normal kind or more usual kind of approach to being in the red side. At least for now in terms of bans, because this is what we really always see being taken out.
With the Harith taken away, I want to see Falcons end up with either, for Super Marco, a Moskov or a Granger. For Flap TZ, either a Hilda or a Lucas. I mean, CC's still going to be on the board, but pardon me.
Focus is there too.
Yeah. Because Onic might rush CC in the first 3 picks. Falcons takes away the Joy. Do they want to end up with the Fanny? Or, oh no, excuse me, the Fanny's gone.
Blue Yo!
Blue Yo, but then...
Among the planes exists
Ooh.
the equilibrium.
Oh, okay. With the Joy and the Fanny gone, they decide to pick up the Eve. But they can go Suyo Granger here.
What?
This is a very Super Friends decision.
Snubbed all game 1, suddenly a first pick for Onic.
Yeah. Interesting take here.
Experience
Wait,
the
so,
euphony
okay,
of suffering.
if they do get the Suyo here...
Yeah, Suyo Granger, right?
But there's no Matilda 2 for Onic Philippines, if ever, so they'll have to show us something else.
I mean, they might end up picking up the Nolan later on if it's available for them. I think they're not thinking about rushing the Suyo. They might be considering something else, like a high loss, but just get the Suyo.
One chose me to
There you go.
the shadow.
I was going to say, what if there was a world where Falcons don't pick the Suyo?
They just go, Jawhead. I mean, I won't knock it. Like, he's great.
Kinda. It's a fast response here from Onic Philippines. Will they still go for the show the XP2 though, since they already revealed the Irithel, as you've mentioned, the early CC pickup, or will they just like save it for later?
Or the high loss here now?
Yeah, CC or high loss look very good here. It rounds out their main idea for their draft, but now they go for the early CC. So, do you pick up the Valentina now or the Farsa? Because you can maximize reach to try and whittle down Keller low. But then at the same time, it would be good to have the Terrify of the Valentina, plus, of course, being able to steal away the ultimate of the Eve.
Yeah. We're not entirely sure as to what the gap closers are going to be for Onic Philippines, if any. Like what Brusco and King Kong will be deciding to pick up. So they go for the safer option. They do pick up range instead. That's a Farsa Granger in their hand. So that's a lot of threat in terms of range.
I was going to say, if they pick the Valentina here, they would be severely outranged. Granger can't do his job alone.
Yeah.
But now, with the CC on the other side, where are you going to pick the EXP that can match his presence? Flapcho isn't the typical thing that they do. They're just going to end up with a Phobius?
That glorious goatee on King Kong's dad. His dad is my dad, too.
He could be all our dads.
So there's the first ban of the second phase still withheld.
Gaze.
Oh, they are cracking down down on the Nolan.
Good read there by Falcons. And Onic cracked down on the Phobius.
Well, what's left at this point? I mean, you wouldn't want to. There's the Lucas again. The Hilda too, but
Edith
like,
is still open too.
the glue?
Yeah, the glue might actually be an option by Falcons, but I'd want something with harder catch. But they also need a strong front because they're... Yeah, it needs to be something like a glue in the EXP lane. They need to have a very tanky front line. Oh, excuse me, the Gata Kacha is still open.
Yeah.
For Rome.
Yeah, I think Falcons can just pick up the Gata Kacha as the 4th pick. And then, if they want to, pick the high loss last so they have a double revitalize.
There's so much that Onic has to ban out, so they're just picking their poison here.
Yeah.
One more ban for Falcons.
Oh, is that the Hanzo?
That's a Hanzo.
Right.
Well,
still winless currently in MPL Philippines.
Flap TZ though.
Look at the reaction by Coach Tony. He smiled when he saw the Hanzo ban.
Yeah.
Oh, they caught us.
Oh no, they did. Okay.
They take out the
So
glue.
what if Flap brings out the Baksha EXP again? Just kidding, no.
No.
I mean, he has a lot of like unusual XP laners, right? But no, not in this scenario. So maybe they're forcing out the either of any great matchup for CC right now, which is most of the matchups that are currently existing in the XP lane.
It's also possible you just let that be a dead lane. Again,
Yeah.
Flap can just come back in like the late game, right?
Oh, they do go Cho.
Justice in the world.
That's a roamer for sure.
Yeah, it's not going to be an EXP Cho, is it? Because, yeah, they don't show that strat a lot. For Onic, knowing that they're up against a Cho now, for the roam of... Khalid, I think, would be good for Onic PH.
Khalid and the what's Hayabusa? Like
Right, Haya is still on the board.
Hayabusa since
Let's fight to our heart's
Oh.
wait.
Hold up.
Wait.
Lucas Jungle. Whoa.
Oh no. I don't know how I feel about this.
So it is going to be like a lot of gap closers.
Yeah. I think you need to have something with a Revitalize here for the EXP laner for Falcons.
But it's also possible that Onic get kited out of their minds, right?
True.
Once the real world manipulation goes and you slow-mo dodge the implosion, Onic's gonna have to chase you and get in there with all honesty. It's just, come here, let me punch you.
Since Falcons decided to go for a pickoff, they're not going to be losing the slow front to back unless this EXP laner is really good. Well, we did mention at Hilda earlier, so, team fighting alone, I'd pick Onic. The easier lineup to pull off in a team fight. But for Falcons, I don't know what they're thinking about with this one. The Cho surprised me. I really thought they'd just meet body for body and go for heavy, meaty dudes in the front.
But if we learned anything from Falcons, if not just from game one, but from the past month, ever since they were acquired by this huge established esports franchise, they're so willing to trade. Is that just me or is that their 2025 identity? Like they're willing to like, all right, we will give bodies, but we won't fight you. We'll try to get turrets, objectives.
Yeah, it's like they're just trying to be crafty with it, with their approach.
Too crafty. I don't think
Yeah.
it's necessary to do that that often.
In the beginning, I'd like to think it kind of worked. It went hand in hand with stopping Onic Philippines too from getting the better rotations. But now that they're in the face of this kind of lineup, which feels like Onic Philippines just wants to, as opposed to what happened in game number 1, keep on fighting, that might not be an easy task to pull off if you were Falcon.
Save for that King Kong Lucas, this looks like the kind of draft they would pull off at the grand finals, the very last match of a best of 7. That's what I'm smelling from Onic here. They're going for the throat. Falcons, again, let's see how many turns and barrel rolls they'll have to take in the skies to take us to game 3. But, ladies and gentlemen, it's match point for the defending champions of MPL Philippines in our star match of week 2.
I think I'm going to double down on the thought of the easier lineup to pull off is most likely going to be the one that wins. Onic PH has the easier lineup to pull off.
Yeah, and I don't see any revitalizes too or anything to match up with the sustain. So it's not
even a
Hilda revitalizes a Hilda sprint.
So it's really wanting to just keep fighting.
All right. Assuming that that's there to like really get into King Kong's face, if that's going to be the matchup we're looking at, because again, CC into a Hilda, like I reckon the CC would just bully the Hilda, right?
Yeah.
Even that's a losing fight because the Lucas eats the Hilda alive.
Yeah, is Flap TZ's job here just gonna be, hey, activate your sprint and just barrel through and just hunt down Super Prince?
Yeah, Super Prince or Kelra, right?
Yeah.
Force the Wind of Nature pop, and then make Onic crumble. Like,
yeah, this might be one of those games where we might actually see like 4 to 6 deaths onto Flap TZ's Hilda.
Yeah, I mean, you can only do that for so long.
Yeah.
But if it works, it works.
Yeah, I mean, but even if you take the Eve down, which is, to be fair, their only source of magic damage.
Oh, yeah.
But yeah, both teams only have like one source of magic damage anyway. So.
It's the Farsa and the Eve.
Yeah, it's just the Farsa and the Eve.
Which, by the way, the Eve deals a deceptive amount of damage early on.
Yeah.
Like you would see games that end in 15, 16 minutes, #1 damage is the Eve.
Yeah, you'd think like, hey, it's going to take a while for her to you feel it. Every time we bring up the damage leaderboard, Eve is there, #1. You're right.
I don't know if like they really have their eyes set on just winning the fight in terms of getting the kills, or just like out-sustaining the opposing team and getting to do a lot more things compared to them. Because as it feels like now, like Onic Philippines lineup just seems so well built for the long fights again.
Yeah.
And they might just be able to keep going, and they don't need to just keep recalling as much or repositioning themselves, if any.
Welcome to Mobile Legends.
That was sent with a conceal, telling us it's time for game #2. It's match point once more for the Super Fam.
Now, one thing you have to watch out for here if you're Falcons is if you don't have the right initiation, you don't have the right fight, and you lose that fight near your buff, Onic PH has a lineup that's very strong on the invade. So, for example, after a turtle, if they're not careful, watch out for Onic PH to just dive and invade.
Oh, wait, is this a first blood? Not just yet. Okay, and Kirk doesn't use the Vengeance either, so he was just really able to keep himself safe.
Kirk knew he wasn't going to die. Again, using to maximum potential, that 15% damage reduction underneath the gold XP shield. Ogwin dashing through, gets knocked up.
Oh, what a precise usage of the Sacred Hammer. And this is what we keep seeing from these two mid-duos in the early minutes.
Renmar, how do you reckon that emblem set on a jungle Lucas goes?
Oh, well, he's going for Assassin, which, well, yeah, you need the damage. If you decide to double down on his tankiness, that's actually where we've seen Lucas Jungle falter. But going for Assassin and then maybe going for a hybrid build might be good for King Kong.
So they also will be able to compensate for whatever we mentioned might be lagging in the early stages in terms of damage just yet. But now this seems like an early game where both teams are just really freely moving and rotating across the map.
Falcons first to the dominant position, taking control of the brushes here. Upper quarter of the map, first turtle spawning, and it's up. Let's see who draws first blood. Still no ults on the big ticket players, roamers and mid laners. Ogwin with the Shunpo. Turtle now down to about half health.
Oh, even the Cyclone Eye is taken here by Falcons, so this has to or probably really will be a team fight. That's the Feathered Airstrike already used here by Few, but there's the counter real world manipulation. Flap TZ though, he's really, really low. But then, even despite that, Onic takes hold of the turtle, and even 3 kills from Falcons.
Great take there by King Kong, dancing around the ultimates, puts himself in a dangerous situation, but he knew he has the dashes built in his kit to be able to sidestep some things, walks away with the turtle, and it meant that Onic PH had the advantage because of the turtle shield buff.
With nothing left for Falcons to take back, even chunking away at mid, Kelra making it all the way down back to get a wave. Onic are swimming in it, about 1,000 and change up, 3 minutes in. Where else can Falcons find a win here?
Yeah, they're going to have to play this a little bit more patient. I think, yeah, they might have to think about going for the counter punch or just basing it off of Ogwin getting a nice kick.
Oh, there's one!
And that's onto Brusco. That's enough damage as well from Falcons to take him down. But that's the roamer of Onic Philippines.
And again, as cool as it is to see the Bruiser go down, you're right, Brigida, it's just a roamer. And he's back just like that. Set and ready for another big ticket fight. While Ogwin's flicker is still off, his is out of cooldown.
Yeah, and look at Kelra, the KK connection not being as threatened, knowing that there isn't a possible setup coming in from Ogwen anymore. So everything just seems to be in favor of Onic Philippines even at this point. All of them almost seem to be leading too up against their laning matchups.
Yeah, I think Onic are going to be looking, once we get into the heavy team fighting scenarios, to just protecting Kelra, because he didn't go into this with a Purify, he went with a Sprint. So if ever he gets caught out by a kick by Ogwin, Brusco needs to be ready, and even Super Friends as well, with their ultimates to counter any potential engagement that Falcons wants to do around the pickoff. And this is where what we're talking about, the deceptive amounts of damage coming from an Eve early in the game, poking out few in the mid.
That's right. Put down to about half health. Now he's just playing with range. Ogwen here spots Brusco and Kirk. Turtle already spawned. King Kong taking his purple first, while Kyle TZ scores an orange. Let's see where this goes. Kelra making his way up top. And he will not be spotted. He's keeping himself scarce.
Yeah, and Flap TZ too, positioning himself onto the back. Oh, they decide to go for Brusco first. Kyle TZ gets the kill, and the turtle too. Kelra though, dancing in the middle of everyone, taking down Few and Kyle TZ. That's a double kill for him.
Oh.
But Falcons won't let him live. That's the kill taken by Super Marco, and they're trying to chase after Onic, but they will decide to disengage.
Man, Super Marco held on. I really thought that Kelra coming in from the perfect angle would just mess up Few and Super Marco. But Super Marco said, I'm all right here. Eventually, Flap and Ogwen are going to come in and help me. And yeah, good sidesteps by Super Marco, able to stay alive. 1-0 and 2 now. And that's what they needed there. Because if he gave a kill to Kelra and ended up with the Airthal having a triple kill, that would have been a nightmare start for the Falcons.
I'd reckon if Kelra did that maybe 2 or 3 minutes from now,
yeah,
it would have worked out. But currently he's sitting on just a Haas clause. That's not enough damage output to make those kinds of dives worth it. So that gives Falcon here a lead now. Kirk down to what, a fifth of his health. He's down!
Evil Queller to finish him off. And they don't allow anyone to fall either. They might just be able to get their hands on the first turret too.
It's a clean pick off on the Kirk attack. This will open up the upper quarter of the map. King Kong holding his ground. I just want to take my purple, man. Leave me alone.
And now Flap is going to mess him up. Oh, King by Ogwin!
Oh no, Kelra, not even with a heavy crossbow, gets to survive. 2 members of Falcons. And how unfortunate is this? You already mentioned it. He was already on a killing spree, but that was immediate shutdown gold for Super Marco, and he gets another.
Across the map, the Super Fam are falling like flies. And all it's taken are these little micro movements from Falcons.
Yeah, Ogwin and Few are controlling the map right now. Few going with Kyle, Ogwin going with Super Marco. That's a good split. They're not just focusing on one thing, except now this is a good time to do it because you can help supplement Super Marco's farm.
Oh, I'm starting to feel the range coming in from Falcons, but then that was a kill onto King Kong. Now Kirk is here to join as well, and that's another kick onto Brusco. Double kill for Super Marco, bulletproof Marco in action once more. There's the curtain call as well. Kelra, that's a triple for Super Marco, and Kyle TZ takes out Kirk on the other side of the map. Super Friends with a flicker just to escape, but they take the mid lane tier 1 as well.
From a dominant start to suddenly playing like a team I've never seen before. Falcons are putting Onic PH in their place. King Kong here, unleashing the beast only to run away.
The beast runs with its tail between its legs. And Falcons.
How do you do that?
Was that a chicken or a...
That was a crying dog.
How do you do that?
That was a great sound effect, Brigida. You could call this run and gun what Falcons are doing. They're literally, all right, let's go here. See what we can win. All right, make sure you're also doing that in another portion of the map. And they're not allowing Onic to find a good pace for themselves because they want to play around their Eve. But going up against Safari, of course, with the wings by wings, you have more freedom to be a little bit more unpredictable with your rotations.
Falcons are forcing Onic to walk and talk. But Onic can only do so much. You're right, Redmar. They're a stationary lineup. And as long as Falcons keep pushing the advantage, there's no way for them to come back. 5,000 gold up almost at 8.5 minutes. Team Falcons have their eyes on this Lord.
Oh, this is so hard. Even before Onic gets to close the gap between them and Falcons, they're already way low. They've been poked enough by both Super Marco and Few. There seems like just no way for Onic Philippines at this point to gain access towards these two damage dealers.
Oh, feathered airstrike put in by Few.
Ouch.
Cancelled after just a couple of salvos. It's enough to put Kellra down to a third of his health. Lord spawning in just a jiffy. You know what? I can't even point out and say, oh, it's the Lucas jungle that's wrong with Onic's lineup.
Yeah.
Falcons just played this draft oh so well.
Yeah, again, we talked about how the Onic lineup is easier to pull off. Falcons said, okay, how about we don't let them pull it off? What if we split open the map? What if we make them force reactions all throughout? And that's what's been happening. And now they're just getting poked down, controlled by Falcons to the point where Onic will just concede the very first Lord of the game.
Yep, they do not want to fight Falcons anymore at this point. Even when the entire idea of their lineup is to fight, they couldn't withstand the damage that Falcons is able to dish out at this point. Look at that. Few again, just confident enough to keep throwing out those feathered airstrikes. And even the chunkiest frontliners of Onic Philippines, they can feel the damage.
You know what? There's only really one chunky frontliner, and that's Brusco. He's the only one who can afford to take these hits and stand as Onyx Vanguard, because that aside, Kirk has to fight, King Kong has to fight. Their chunkiness and their lifesteal is defined by their capability to strike back, but Falcons are going so fast, they're not allowing for that.
Yeah.
Run and gun, and it's working out so well for the Falcons. Just don't let Onic play their game. Who knew it would be that simple? I never thought it's actually that easy.
Yeah, I actually can't think of a way for Brusco to use the implosion at a perfect timing right now. And Falcons might just get their hands on their first inhibitor turret away from Onic Philippines. But they successfully defend either way, but at least for the Holy Shields, they will not be intact anymore.
That's right. A minor objective, you could call it. A free wave clear. No longer there for Onic Philippines. Falcons continuing this onslaught of attacks. Concealed play here from Brusco. What are they looking for? They spot Ogwin, and best case scenario, they kill him. But again, that's just a roamer. Falcons will continue barreling forth across the map.
This is almost a 10k gold lead, and
oh god, 576 stacks
and 40 on the Sky Piercer.
At 11 minutes.
Oh, conceal.
Now this time, that might just be Falcons looking for a fight. Kirk barely surviving the feathered airstrike. There's the counter railroad manipulation. And they defend that base turret for just a moment. And those are two members from Falcons caught in the implosion. Silver Hammer, but they still survive. There's not enough damage just yet.
Shockwave blast almost taken out members of Falcons, but they stand tall. They will get their objective here. Top lane penetrated. It's slowing down, but Falcons still definitely in control.
A 9k gold lead. Looking at the items, I want to look at the mages. A lantern and the glowing wand for the Eve. And look, this is how active Few has been on the map. He's chasing Super Friends on XP and even gold. Super Friends has the lead on those two departments. That's how active Few has been all throughout this game. He hasn't been farming creeps, he's been farming bodies.
And it's coming at a cost. Across the board, it's Prince who's actually up on his lane mate, Few. But that makes sense, because again, Few is clearing out these avenues. Few is going in with the pre-fire to clear out Onic PH's rotation, so that's what's allowing this run and gun.
Yeah, to put it another way, instead of managing minion waves, Few is managing Onic, using the feathered airstrike to clear Onic's health.
Oh, Marco spots that shady bush, and look at that, Kellra forced to back off.
They're running.
Early ult!
Touches the Jeet Kunjo from Ogwen, and that's a clutch implosion just to save his teammates. But King Kong will be down, and so will be Brusco. They lose two crucial members, but they get to defend and protect Kellra.
All for the cost of a roamer. And yes, Kelra does survive, but can they hold on much longer? 3v1, Kirk!
Oh no, he just really wanted to manage the wave. That's a vengeance, but he is up against 3. Will he be able to escape this? Not even the sidesteps will allow him to. 3 members are taken out from Onic.
They delayed the inevitable. Falcons all throughout this debacle also scores a Lord. The second one of the game. It's definitely gonna start crashing down, jumping through. Bottom lane up next.
Okay, they only have 1 base turret left. And Falcons, they're knocking at the base. Oh, look at the damage coming in from Few and Super Marco.
It's too much. I think at this point, consider ringing the bell. But you do still have a Tigreal and Eve on you. You still have Kelra, who got to sidestep that Jeet Kune Do entry by Ogwin, which is why Ogwin got punished, and Kelra walked away scot-free in that sequence in the top lane. But with the Lord marching in and Falcons having all the item advantages, especially a 4K gold lead for their Granger compared to the Irithyll, this could be it.
All waves synced. Mid, bottom, and top, alongside a Lord. Can Onic defend?
Oh no, there goes Busco with the counter implosion set once more. But all other members of Onic are busy with their defense. They need to take out the Lord. Owen will fall, but Flapteasy gains access on the base, but it becomes a double kill for Kelra. Super Marco, though, legendary and a triple. But then, it's still bulletproof Marco, and Falcons taking game number 2.
Falcons are here, and we're going to game 3.
It felt like Super Marco in that game just went, oh, Renmar said, I'm not bulletproof, and he took that personally. He went deathless in that game and got the initial salvo there, or the final salvo that solidified the Falcons win. Marco was nuts.
Bro, I'm about to anger the thousands, the hundreds of thousands of Kelra fans, but the way Marco played here, he made Kelra look like the dude in the gold lane.
It was so hard, even on the Irithyll.
Stay hydrated. Look at that. You see, he didn't even know that a camera was on. He was like, oh, game's over.
This guy, Super Marco, even when the early game sequence just worked so well from him. I mean, that was an early shutdown gold, which he got from Kelra, and then he just kept going from that point onwards. He maintained it so well.
Yeah, and again, when you play around your mid laner, which is one of the keys to victory, and you control the center of the map, the happiest person in your team is your gold laner. Because that means no one's messing me up so much in my farm here. I'm okay. It's me against this other dude who they say is a god, but I'm making him, as Leo said, look like a dude in the gold lane, showing him why I am bulletproof. It seems like not even the bullets or the arrows of a god can pierce through Super Marco's bulletproofness in that game too.
Bulletproofness, that's an actual stat that we've been running here in the MPL for the past couple of years.
Yep.
And he did not, did he die once?
Nope.
No, not at all. Not at all. So we're back to prime Riquetiano, ladies and gentlemen.
Yep.
Safe to say, he is the MVP. I don't know if anyone else can grab the bag here. Can they?
Nah, it has to be him. 12, okay. So guys, if you look at it, the reason why we call him Bulletproof Marco is the guy like rarely dies. Yeah, it didn't go well in game number 1, but 12-0-4, 1,022 GPM, and yes, we're lowering our voices because Super Marco just said to quiet down a bit. He said. That's what he said. That's what Super Marco's saying to us. But yeah, crazy game here, considering that Ogwin and Few controlled the map for Team Falcons.
12-0-4.
When you whisper, I can barely hear it.
Okay, 12-0.
We can talk normal, I guess.
Yeah, we can talk normally now.
He's fine. He won't take it. He won't be so bothered with it.
Yeah, see, he's okay with it. We got a double thumbs up.
This time around, it felt like Ogwin was the one who wanted to show off with all those beautiful Way of the Dragon setups towards Onic Philippines. Every single time, it didn't feel like the easier to pull off lineup, quote unquote, even in terms of just the matchups, the laning matchups generally worked for Onic Philippines. I think even when you look at the XP lane, wherein it's a CC up against the Hilda, even if you look in the gold lane, where come mid to late game, you would find it harder as a Granger to target your bullets towards an Irithyll, it didn't feel that way at all for Onic Philippines.
Yeah.
Let me get real scientific here. You know what makes power, you know what makes something hurt when it comes at you? it's not the size of the thing, nor is it what it's made of. It's the speed. And that's what Falcons have brought here in the draft for Game 2. The speed of which they execute their lineup compared to Onic, who, have to go step by step. Kirk has to be able to sit in front of you, throw the yo-yo at you repeatedly, swipe away from Super Friends. The perfect implosion setting up for all of this. And King, not to mention King Kong, man. He has to be able to get you with a DOT that a Lucas brings. So all those put together, yeah, it's easier to do, but Falcons would always just run away from it.
Yeah, eventually Falcon showed that, okay, as long as we don't put Onic or allow Onic to have their set team fight, there's not much that this lineup can do. This is why I was thinking Onic would want to pick up the Khalid for the roam, because you needed to match the rotational speed that Falcons will have in that scenario. At that point, they already showed the Farsa and Cho, so you're already thinking that, wait, shouldn't they rotate faster? But then they decided, you know what, let's go for the counter punch in the team fighting and then just set things up for Kellera, who, despite everything, went 6-4-2, still an impressive stat line for this scenario. But Brusco is who got punished a lot here by Team Falcons PH. The moment Ogwen would see Brusco, it's like, I got you, and Fuse got you too.
It felt like such a slow-paced approach from Onic Philippines towards what was needed of them, or as opposed to what was needed of them. So it was a clear downfall for Onic Philippines when they weren't able to fulfill what could have at least kept them in the game against Falcons. And when Falcons was just able to secure that near-perfect way to turn things around in less than 5 minutes into the game.
Yeah, you can't make this up. The way Falcons play this game is amazing. You got double Marcos, double Flaps, 102 something, 102 something, and then what was Flap? Oh, right, Flap was playing the Hilda. He put the run in gun.
Yeah, again, I was really doubting this Hilda pickoff, but then eventually, since Few and Ogwen got to control the map, Flap TZ could just like, all right, let me press sprint and just run towards them. And at that point, because there was like a 4K, 5K goal lead for Team Falcons PH, Onic, every time they saw Flap TZ, was like, oh no, it's the Hilda! Break formation! And then eventually, Falcons would just collapse on them.
Yeah, matchups be damned. Technicalities of the heroes' kits and their damage outputs thrown out the window. Falcons were just going way too fast for Onic to answer to what was coming at them, which made sense. I think we mentioned this some way pre-game in the draft, is this lineup has the potential for Onic to go, let me just hit you, stay in place, please.
Yeah.
But Falcons never let that happen.
That was almost 100,000 damage taken by Flap TZ. I think one of the most high mobility heroes which denied that wish from Onic Philippines to just stay in place. He was always constantly on the move, and there was no one who could stop him. I think you would argue that the implosion was a nice, or was a great way to stop all that, but you wouldn't want to use it on Flap TZ. You want to use it on key targets, which were most of the time far away from everyone. So it was a very difficult situation for Onic Philippines here. Even during those clutch implosion plays towards the end.
Yeah. Well, one thing I wish I saw more of though from Onic in that scenario was if Kirk and Brusco got to talk and say, Brusco, why don't you back up a bit? Let me be the frontliner here. Make it a sacrificial CC so that if ever Brusco decides to go for a kick, or excuse me, Ogwen decides to go for a kick, Brusco can just counter set, but we barely saw the counter set up until the end.
We saw it maybe once or twice when they were losing bad. So maybe if they somehow find a way to get in that position, again, if it is necessary in Game 3, we see the Super Fam win. Ladies and gentlemen, let's go into an all access before we resume the match.
Thank you, casters. Alam kong sobrang heated ng ating match sa loob ng Land of Dawn. Kaya naman, magpalamig muna tayo dito sa loob ng venue kasama ang ating on-ground streamer na si Ajax.
Ayan, what's up mga tol?
Wow! Gusto ko yung energy niya, Hans.
Oo. Sige, Ajax. Akin na muna yan.
Kamusta, Ajax? Ajax,
sige.
bilang part ng Munton Talent Search, ngayon ikaw ay isang on-ground streamer. Kumusta naman ang pakiramdam?
Siyempre, sobrang excited akong mag-restream for Munton, and nakakagaan ng pakiramdam kapag kasama mo yung mga audience dito sa mismong venue ng MPL para mag-restream.
Ano bang feeling? Kasi, di ba, kadalasan, pag audience ka, doon ka nakaharap eh. Di ba? Dito ka nakaharap mismo sa laptop. So like, does that give a significant amount of difference or parehas pa rin given na nandito ka naman?
Yung feeling, yung vibe ng crowd, naramdam mo yung arena, yung sigawan nila, same pa rin kahit na nandito ka sa harap ng laptop. It just gives a different approach kasi yung mga audience online yung kasama natin.
Ayan.
And you know what? I think isa rin siya sa naging produkto nung caster search or talent search.
Correct.
Right? You've been a part of that as well.
Yeah, nauna akong batch sa kanya. And Ajax, alam natin na caster ka and ngayon streamer ka. Ano yung feeling na nandito ngayon sa MPL Arena na hindi ka caster? Ano yung ginagawa mo dyan?
Still feels like home
Wow.
na nandito ako ngayon as a streamer. Kasi parang pareho lang din naman yung ginagawa ko. Nagbibigay ng kwento and parang nagkakas lang din.
Ayan, nakikita ko nga si Ajax kanina dito sa tabi natin, Hans, para siyang nagka-cast. Ngayon, invite mo naman ang ating mga fans to watch dito sa venue.
Ayan, sa mga MPL super fans natin, I invite you guys to go here sa Green Sun Hotel sa Makati para manood sa MPL Philippines Season 15.
You know what? I also want to know because I think there are a lot of people who are probably familiar with who you are. Where else can we find you? And kamusta ba yung naging ruta ever since that talent search happened?
Mapapanood nyo ako guys sa mga collegiate MLBB tournaments. And marami tayong mga liga pero I think hindi natin pwedeng banggitin. Pero yun, sa...
Malapit na yan.
Marami guys, mga collegiate MLBB tournaments. And sa Facebook as well, makikita nyo ako sa Ajax Cast TV.
Ayan.
There finally have it.
Makikita natin si Ajax sa kanyang mga socials. I-follow nyo na si Ajax. At pumunta kayo dito sa MPL venue para sa mga streamers natin dyan. Excited kaming makasama kayo dito sa MPL Arena. Kaya naman pumunta na tayo sa Game 3 kasama ang ating casters.
Great hearing from Christian, Claudine, and Artanyan. Back at the desk, it's Renmar Santa Cruz, Brigida, and Leo at your service. Right at the cusp of game number 3, the finisher, the rubber match in our star match of the week. Anything goes now. We've seen Onic PH put Falcons in their place, and then we've seen Falcons clap back, punch up to the sky, and make gods bleed. Now what are we expecting here?
I'm wondering how the world is watching this match too, but if we're expecting anything, it's of course for these two world champions to give it their best to show us why they were once world champions.
Give us a good match.
Give us a good match.
Wait, was that a Savage in the end?
Was it? Did it count?
I saw a ping as a maniac, but I was honestly, that last one was so wild. I was having a hard time counting.
Yeah.
I counted 4.
Because if I'm not mistaken, Marco was shooting. I mean, it's a Granger.
It was Kelra,
At the Kelra or at the base? Was Kelra under the base?
I was able to get Kelra.
Remember, because Few was here.
Yeah.
And then Kelra was over here.
Yeah, then he eventually ended up at the base. I thought Kelra was 4th, not the 5th
Yeah,
kill.
I thought he was the...
Okay, so we're going to follow that. It's a Savage for Super Marco. Let's go.
That is the season's first Savage.
Yeah, the first Savage of the season.
On the Savage.
Yeah.
Whoa.
Cool. A Savage on the Savage by Super Marco. That is a surprise. I really thought it was just a maniac.
Again, more things coming up for this series that none of us expected. Ladies and gentlemen, going into Game 3, Falcons pick blue side. So, again, all of the expectations through the window. Red has been winning more in this series.
It feels like the blue side teams or at least for game 1, when Falcons was on blue side, they were trying things out. It didn't work for them as much. Onic in game number 2 were just going with the usual drafting patterns that they were known to do in the past few months, but it didn't work out too. So.
Okay, I have a theory. Is the play for Team Falcons BH just compromise King Kong?
Yeah, it could be. It's compromised King Kong by also just looking at the center of the map. They've opened up the low Yi this time around. Onic, are they going to rush first 2 picks out on the red side? That's one of the questions. No Suyo or Joy, so it's going to be very different picks here for King Kong and, well, even for Kyle Teasy.
Yeah, so the Louis is available, as you mentioned, but they decide to go for Granger instead as their first pick. So will Onic decide to pick it up? there's a Cho as well. It's been on a pretty good record for this entire series at least.
You go Cho Yi for Onic?
That or
How often do you get those two heroes open, right?
yeah.
There we go, right away, of course. Signature of Super Friends. Reads the map differently. Yeah, if they go for Cho Lo Yi here, that's so much vision on the map already for them, and it solves their problem from the last game, which was they had no control around the center of it. If ever the chip might be open for Falcons later on, they can go first 3 picks chip.
Oh.
Lo Yi Badang. Oh, that's similar to the chip Badang that we saw last time around.
Okay.
Which lost.
Which lost.
So at least there's some sort of AoE too, just in case.
Yeah, the utility of the Lo Yi sticks a little longer and better than a chip.
Yep.
So Onic has that going for them. Falcons, though, did they pick up a jungler here for Kyle? Because they made their bed. They got to sleep in it, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
What does Kyle want to go for, though?
You can't go Haya here. You can't go Alpha. But he has to go Assassin.
Is this the kind of lineup you try to do what they did in SPS with? Like the Barats?
Yeah.
What? No, well, they still go for
Nah.
the Nolan. And they get the Cho.
That's still a Cho!
Okay.
I'm
So-
smelling run and gun again.
Yeah. They just go fast, and yeah, they have strong burst in terms of the physical. They need strong poke mid. I think they might just end up with a Farce again later on. But if they don't want to be stationary...
Unless Onic ban it.
Yeah, unless Onic banned it too.
They should.
I think we might not see the jungle until later. I wonder if Onic will consider a Martis later in the draft.
Yeah.
Or a Hanzo, who is open.
Which, by the way, Coach Treb of Team Falcons saw coming.
Yeah.
Because Coach Tony's like, oh, they know. Hayes, you see that? They know.
There was
They
a
took away our
smile.
Hanzo, man.
Coach Why Not was smiling earlier. Okay, so they don't reveal theirs just yet, too. So there's a lot to take into consideration for both of these teams. It's I mean, for the Cho, it feels more of like something Ogon would use. So I wouldn't think of the chip being banned out anymore.
Yeah.
So maybe the there's a draw head for. Oh, no, they don't tend to use that though.
There's another uncharacteristic hero left out is the Phoveus.
Yeah.
So Farsa and Phoveus are hot topic bans.
Yeah, and Farza Phoveus could be okay for Falcons. Phoveus we probably will not see already since we're on it. So they take away the glue, considering that the damage profile that they have actually won't be enough to solve the glue, and it would have been a big problem for them to deal with. Kirk in the EXP, the roam for Brusco. Are they just gonna end up picking a Tigreal again? Oh, this time, okay, yeah, of course. Take out the chip.
What if you goes Faramis again? Or
Yeah, that could be a possibility.
It's a soft counter to the diversion.
Yeah.
Because you're able to answer from any angle as long as you have eyes on it.
But then there's a Farsa too, so like it depends on what they want to.
I guess it's a catch-22 for Falcons then, you know? Like they have both options, whichever's left out. Because Onyx gonna ban one more unless they don't care.
Yeah. As of now, it's the glue that the Onic Philippines took out. So
The falling stars brought us here.
No Faria.
Is Onic PH
wait, this reminds me of the Celine.
denying the double poke combo first seen in M6 brought out by Team Liquid ID?
Yeah, and of course the Novaria as one of the potential answers to Aloyi, with you being able to spot out where they could be or where they are not, so that you know which rubs to avoid.
And there's no room for a savior anymore, too expensive of a draft.
Bro, at this point, Onyx, just go Martis. Not even kidding, just go Martis now.
Pull a page out of your Indonesian brothers, huh? Why not?
Yeah.
I'm really starting to think of the Selena if Falcons will be considering that, but it hasn't had a great record.
Winless so far, Brita.
It is winless so far.
It's as bad as the Uranus from Snapdragon Pro Series.
Yeah.
Maybe worse, because at least did the Uranus win at least once?
No,
There
it
you go.
didn't.
They're the same.
They're on the exact same page. Right?
Dumpster fire picks until they're not.
So Okay, the Farsa Faramis possibility, we mentioned it.
So they go Lucas or Tilda here. And then Farsa or Faramis is what we're considering, right? You wouldn't want to go Valentina against his Phobias.
Nope. There's nothing to steal over there.
Yep. They leak the Khalid and they go Veil. They're taking a page out of Onic's book with those picks, man.
Oh my goodness, what could be Super Prince's reaction to like this Veil pickup from Few? It's his versatility once again being shown to us. What is the response from Brusco, I assume? Or
no, it has to be
it's
King Kong. We don't have the King Kong pick yet.
Oh yeah.
So what's left? Hayabusa, Hanzo, Martis, right?
Martis.
And will whatever comes through here be enough to answer to another run and gun style of play from Falcons? Because that's what this is.
Yeah.
You got a Sandwalker, you got the Windwalker.
If they go Assassin here, it's going to be so hard unless King Kong... Oh, they go Barrats!
You got a Dimension Hopper. Is that a Rome Barrats or are you switching over to the Badang?
It's
a Rome Badang.
There it is.
Yeah.
What? Oh yeah, you're right.
It's okay.
Where is the damage coming from here?
Why does this kind of remind me of their previous lineup? Kind of.
Yeah. No, it really looked like Falcons eventually took control of the draft, and Onic were just reacting and reacting.
This is prime Trevor. The last time we saw him in this much control, creative control that is, was in M4.
That's a killer draft by Falcons.
Yeah.
I need to make a video out of this draft.
This is what they were. This is what they were cooking up to, ladies and gentlemen. They had to go through Snapdragon Pro Series and all the questionable picks there to get to this point. Look at that.
Run and gun. The Khalid and Veil together. The lineup rating, though, interestingly enough, leans a little bit towards Onic. But just thinking about the Khalid, Cho, Nolan together, if Few and Ogwen get to replicate how they control the map in Game 2, it's just going to be a repeat result of Game number 2.
The index does not take into consideration the speed and velocity of a lineup, plus the mechanical preferences of these players in execution. So that might be something we might have to consider before we say, oh, for sure, this lineup counters the other. Folks, please bear with us as we set up and prepare the Land of Dawn for glorious combat, given that this is the decider for this match.
Yep. This could be kind of a different way to playing the Barrats compared to what we've probably seen from it in the previous days. It isn't a flicker Barrats. It's a jungle Barrats. So like
it's a slow Barrats.
It's a slow Barrats.
Same for the Lo Yi. It's another stationary draft.
Yeah. This goes against like Onyx speed. They're going to be relying on the Lo Yi to get them around the map faster. The Barrats is going to be lumbering around. It's like, all right, guys, wait up for me. I'm going to get there eventually, y'all. I'm going to get there eventually.
Real quick, a shout out to Charles Roches Nugget. He's a Falcon fan. He wants them to win. And of course, they're going to go all the way against Onic, a rough translation.
Yeah, I like how both of the fandoms are acknowledging the other and just how much of a fight they will have to put up to be able to secure the win in this series. It's nice to see that in as early as, I don't think it's early, it's 6 p.m. in the Philippines, but it's a fully packed arena.
On a Friday.
On a Friday. Well, Fridays, right, are the busiest.
That's right. So these fans here, members of the Super Fam of the Sonic Republic, and of course the Nest of the Green Falcons, they put life and limb out to be able to be here with us tonight. Thank you all so much, especially those watching online. Welcome to game number 3, the decider in our star match of the week. Falcons versus Onic.
Oh my. Even in jungling, you could already see the difference, the pacing, which is slightly favorable for Falcons.
Whoa, 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 whoa.
It's a flap, Cho. And it's a Rome Khalid. This means they control the map even better.
How do you move as Onic Philippines, knowing that this Khalid, this guy Ogwen just keeps looking for you?
Yeah, the duel though against Phobius for Flap TZ might not be so easy for him though, because all the dashes that he has will allow Phoveus to get his enhanced basic attack quicker, which means lane dueling is going to be a bit tougher. So Flapteasy went for double boots, Wilderness Blessing and agility so he can walk faster.
Whoa, wait. Does Owen survive this? He still gets away. And there's a quick sand guard too, which allows him to get back faster in the fight.
The master refuses to go home. He's like, I'm going to take some of these green pellets over here, quick sand guard, and continue rotating.
Oh my goodness. Now we're seeing Kyle TZ2 potentially looking for someone in the mid lane. But Super Prince will stay and keep safe.
Lane per lane, it seems like the only real losing lane for Falcons is top. It is that aforementioned Cho versus Phoveus lineup. So if they figure that out and they play that well, maybe even these turtles should look good. Ooh, Kurt gets bursted down.
And that's something King Kong might not be able to do without the help of his teammates. And speaking of, he will be together with Brusco right here, but they're being zoned out really, really well. There's almost no way for Onic to find their way in the turtle pit, and Flapteasy will serve as a sacrifice, but that's a turtle for Falcons.
Yeah, let's look back at history. Oh! No looking back, they found Brusco, and he blasts him.
Never mind, nothing is free.
Oh, my goodness. And again, this is what we're talking about in the draft. At some point, Onic, they're just going to base it off of counter punches. Did Ogun steal it? No, he didn't. He didn't. Okay, so the Barrett still got it in the end, but had to use his retribution.
Yeah, and look at King Kong. He's behind by a level.
He's just not used to playing this kind of jungler.
We're not used to seeing this too.
Again, that's what we were talking about here. King Kong's is going to be like, all right, guys, just wait for me. Give me a moment. I will get there. And the moment he gets there, they're already somewhere else.
The beast is used to being the hunter, not the hunted.
Yeah.
So here he's a big lumbering piece of meat.
It'll take some time. It'll take some time for Onic Philippines to group up and be confident enough to engage in a fight against Falcons, because as it's looking right now, Falcons, even without the other members, they can decide to at least take on a fight, a skirmish, then just immediately get out of it alive. And I don't think that's something Onic Philippines with their lineup can do, especially if they immediately decide to use the diversion.
What we might see here is sort of like a replay of game number 1, where, except this time, Team Falcons PH don't need to sacrifice so much.
Yeah.
They don't need to sacrifice anything to take control of the map. Naturally, they will take control of the map, but then Onic can just wait and say, let's allow Irithel to farm up. We don't need farm on the Barretts, we just need the Barretts to eventually catch someone. What we need is our Irithel to be able to get to the point to deal damage. What we need is Super Prince to be able to pull off some great diversion plays to get past enemy lines and surprise Team Falcons. So that's what Team Falcons needs to work with here. The thought that at some point, Onic might just blow up in their faces. They gotta watch out for that.
Again, easier said than done. This is assuming that Falcons will take it lying down, and lying down is the total opposite of what they're doing. Is they're constantly on the move. Their most stationary member would be the Granger.
Yeah.
So I'd say best case scenario for Onic is that they can find Super Marco. Bob's your uncle. We're cooking here, but unless you don't, if you can't, then again, contrary, I think we're back to game 2 situation.
More for you, it's a little bit more like game 2.
Yeah, you're going off of momentum here. It's literally what, almost half the lineup looks like run and gun.
Yeah.
Well, most of the lineup actually.
Yep. So it's really deciding to time these engages well. I think Onic Philippines might have a way to work around with it. Especially as you've mentioned, if they do get to buy some time for Kelra, there's the diversion, there's the setups. It's not just the Daytona's welcome. I think King Kong this time around might be really more of a utility, just soaking in the damage. It's not the typical King of the Jungle gameplay which we're so used to seeing from him.
Yeah,
but
this is just straight up Kong.
it's just Kong.
Just Cyric.
Oh,
Yeah.
there you go.
Sen says it's go time, and indeed it is. Once more, elapsed in game time, 3 minutes. Team Falcons PH up by about 800 gold.
Yeah, at the level gap, Kalti's is still always in the lead compared to King Kong's Barretts. Let's see is he gonna rush the cursed helmet? Because the last time I think we saw that it did.
He can. He's on the way.
Yeah.
He got the cloak.
here.
Wait. Could they actually look for an engage right here?
Uh-oh. Does Marco know? I think Ogwen sees it. I think Ogwen saw it.
Yeah, they read it well because the moment Ogwen got the information that, okay, they're using their diversion, Super Marco decided to hug his tower just a little bit closer and got closer to the wall so that it wouldn't be easy for Onic to dive him. And then Ogwen, well, we saw him coming up, and then he was like, no, I'm not going to pass through here.
Again, the cost of running Barats in the jungle. If you were a flicker Barats, you can maybe catch Marco, spit him out the other way.
Yep. Yeah.
But since you're honest about it, he can just hide.
Yeah, and since Falcons just always keeps Onic within sight, just being able to damage them at least once always reveals to you wherever they're headed using the diversion. So that was very unfortunate for Onic Philippines. But could they actually attempt to contest this objective?
All right, Orange secured here. Another diversion set up by Onic, sending King Kong through that pixel brush. Kelra blasted down to half health. Ogwen slashing away.
Ogwen was right there. He was ready to finish off the kill, but Flapteezy uses the Way of the Dragon onto Kirk. That will be the first casualty of this fight, but Kyle Teasy will secure the objective. Will there be a counter engage from Onic Philippines? Because it seems like Falcons are just chasing after them, and there will be none.
It's all Falcons in that engagement. They're not even done! Prince, down to about 2 HP, walks away.
Raw physical burst, it's just damage and loads of it coming from Falcons. And yeah, Onic has to accept they're not going to be winning any major engagement easily up until maybe the 13th, 14th minute of this game. Falcons can just continue to control as long as they don't mess up.
Yep. I don't think he immediately went for the cursed helmet though, so he's just really building up some defense items.
Too expensive to commit that much gold into an item that needs time and the rest of your team to build up on. Another diversion here being set up by Prince. Short rotation down bottom. Again, Marco reads the map so well. Marco knows something was up. There was shenanigans afoot, so he hides once more behind his turret. About 2,500 gold. Falcons here are just taking their time. They're setting up for this next turtle. They know that they don't have to rush it. They don't have to go too fast because Onic is literally on a rail.
Yeah, and it feels so hard for Onic and their positioning reliant heroes to actually look for a or the best position whenever there is going to be a team fight. I think even recently or previously, Few was able to reserve the Windstorm so much that Onic Philippines were just so cautious of it.
Yeah. And in the last time we saw Few use his ultimate, he read where Kelra would eventually enter and follow up. So this is just familiarity by Falcons, and might be on the way to seeing them get their revenge. But every time I say that, it gets cursed somehow.
We got 10 seconds until the turtle spawns. That's the curse of the champion, you know what I mean? Like, eyes on you all the time. Flapteezy here gets caught by a wall. Fist break set up by Brusco. Quick diversion.
Whoa,
no one home. Oh my god, this whole time Ogwen was keeping tabs on everyone.
Yeah. He just knew.
The master knows.
He felt it. He was like, something is wrong with the sands.
Oh my
Dude,
goodness.
I will not go here.
And look at where he stands. He's always right there. So whenever someone actually gets low, he's ready.
Whoa!
He's ready for it. But it seems like Onic Philippines are the much more ready team. They go in for the engage and start the fight, but they don't know where Kyle Teasy is! And Kyle Teasy steals away the objective. Also will be taking a kill with it, but it goes to Ogwen. Flapteezy on towards the backlines. Kelra might just be able to go for the trade, but he won't be able to dance away from all this. That's Super Marco on a killing spree.
Where's Prince going in the middle? Taking down Few. Looking for one more. Can Kyle survive? Prince finds at least one in the exchange. Grand Theft Turtle, Kyle Teasy.
Too easy for a Teasy. And it could be another kill.
Oh,
wow! And bulletproof, Marco is still 4-0-3.
No one can get to touch the bulletproof Marco. This is looking scary.
Can't touch this.
So he's 2K ahead of Kelra.
He's doing it again. He's making him look like a dude in the gold lane.
If he goes back-to-back bulletproof here, you could definitely say Super Marco is back. And Team Falcons PH, tremendous draft. run and gun, except this time it's just running, but they're fighting!
Oh, phew, he's way, way low. He will be the first to fall. Super Prince will be traded as well. That's 2 mid laners down. But there is the quick sand guard cancelled out by Onic Philippines. Kelra still looking for the free hits. Kaltizi though goes in for him and takes him down just before he's about to do anything. Gets a double kill as well. And Super Marco once more unstoppable on the Granger.
And the Barats, left to his own devices, just smashes through a turret. I bet at a pace that King Kong's not used to. He was playing the Barats like he would a Suyo or a Fanny.
Yeah, if he wasn't a different hero, you'd see King Kong show up there, clean up house, and then turn things around for Onic. But then all he could do is get a kill on the turret.
Yeah, this entire scenario between Super Marco and Kelra, it reminds us of how it has always been, even last season. It seems like in terms of performance, comparing these two gold laners, Super Marco getting the advantage almost every single time tends to go unnoticed.
In a vacuum, yes, Kelra does have an edge over Marco. But you look at their career all across the board, you would be looking at Marco and saying, yeah, we have to reconsider if this is as even a fight as we once thought. Lord Spawn down bottom. This is the first Lord of the game. What? Oh, I can't believe the words coming out. It's the first Lord?
Yeah, so much has happened.
We're at 12 and 5, not even 10 minutes in.
And he's still level 11, whereas Kyle is 15.
Approaching the 8-minute mark.
7.3, around that K gold lead for Falcons too.
The 8K gold lead, rather.
This is...
I've lost it. What?
I cannot believe what I'm seeing as well. But it still
Locked
feels
in.
like Onic wants to contest this. Regardless of that gap, regardless of this lead.
They have to. They have to try. But Falcons, they are in a really good position right now. They shift 3 into the middle side brush. Oh, okay. They've sort of let go from the objective a little bit because they saw so many members of Onic. They sent Kyle TZ up top with Ogwin shadowing him just in case. And that baits the diversion? No, it doesn't.
And they can afford to do this. They rotate much faster. They find one!
Super Marco nearly knew it, but their target was Flap TZ. They will successfully take out the XP laner for Falcons, but that's the Raging Sandstorm. They get to target Kirk, and they will be traded too. Both XP laners are gone.
So if the math checks out, about 8,000 gold is equal to a hero. They traded Flap just for the firepower enough in Onic to not be a valid game changer anymore.
Yeah, and Falcons are continuing the trend of letting go of the Lord. Okay, we're not going to get anything there since Flap's down. They're slow pushing up top, which Onic has to think about. They're going to lose that tower, but they're willing to give it. And Superfriend's still looking for angles for diversion, which you have to watch out for the shrubs in the lower part of the jungle of Falcons, but Falcons are rushing this Lord.
Oh no, will they be able to make it? There's the rush by Falcons, and they get a clutch way of the jungle of the Superfriends as well. Takes him out of the diversion and takes him out of the game as well. There's the Daytona welcome onto Super Marco, and they will be traded out. But will that be enough for the Super Fam? Because they lose 3 in the process, and they're just trying to minimize the damage. Kirk decides to go in, saving Bruce at the expense of his life. And now 4 members are down. There's still a Lord marching up top.
Idol na mga kids survived that whole debacle. A soft veil in the middle of 3 chunky boys walks away like nothing happened.
And now Onic look like they're gonna crumble. Minion waves are still gonna be coming in. They are tanky, they can hold. The Phoveus takes a while to go down, but they still do not have the damage. 8,000 is the gold lead for Team Falcons, and priceless is the control that they have on the map.
If Onic were happy with one thing, it was that they were probably able to shut down Super Marco in that most recent sequence. The stats onto the Sky Piercer also slightly minimized, but that's just that.
Wherever the gold went, it went to the wrong person. If some way, somehow it went to Kelra or maybe Prince, it would have been worth it. But if I'm not mistaken, it went to Brusco or Kirk, one of them. So the goal difference, the way that they shrank or, you know, stopped the bleeding when it comes to economy, it wasn't worth it. It wasn't all that.
With the lead that Falcons has, though, there's a thought scratching in my head. If ever Onic can still hold out a little bit longer, will their lineup actually be way too tanky for Falcons to handle eventually and just have Super Prince and Kelra and even Kirk be such a massive nuisance for Falcons to deal with that they can't respond anymore?
Not tough enough to protect them from the inevitable damage that Marco and Few are dealing. It's the perfect mix. It's great range. It's a great profile. There's a good amount of burst and DPS. And they're across magic and physical.
Yeah,
I don't think all of Onic can do that.
And if they do decide to pull or put in all of their resources into a single team fight, that'll most likely be them grouped up together, which few would really want to happen.
Not to mention Kyle. I didn't even make Kyle part of the formula. He hasn't died yet either. He's sitting at 6-0 and 5. He's a burst machine.
Yeah, and he's at that point where he could deal bursts in quick succession. It's not just, okay, I've used my fracture, I'm done here. It's, I've used my fracture, I can still hurt you even without it.
And he doesn't even have the sad sword yet. He's on the way.
He's about to complete his item builds, where Marco, he's already completed his. So this is like an additional layer that Onic Philippines has to consider, the wind of nature for Super Marco.
Uh-oh.
Oh, but wait.
This could be massive.
They're positioned really well.
Onic waits.
Oh, wait. Kyle.
They can sense it, though.
They have a...
Oh!
Oh!
The use of the buff!
All right, that's a quick response with a concealed play. Oh, they catch 2 members, though! But there's the counter Raging Sandstorm, but look at the damage coming in from Kelra, and they will be bursting down Flap TZ first and foremost. They lose their XP laner right before the Lord.
For the first time in about 15 minutes, Onic actually find a winning trade for free. Nothing paid for. Flap TZ just drops.
Onic PH. Not gonna lie, I think we might be getting closer to my fears, but they're chasing King Kong!
Oh, the Cyclone Ice saves him from the windstorm!
And he even uses his Detonus Welcome really quickly to dash right away!
And he lives!
Oh, the jungler for Onic Philippines survives for this Lord take. And Falcons, they lost Flap TZ earlier. So they're making extra effort just to look for the openings, but Kirk gets bursted down just as I mentioned it. And who will be able to get hold of this objective? It's going to be King Kong at the expense of Brusco. There's Raging Sandstorm, but he doesn't have the flicker to go in anymore. King Kong being chased by 3. Super Prince and Kevra running away because King Kong can no longer survive.
A Barats like that ain't walking away from the type of damage Falcon is outputting. Yes, they took the Lord, but it will be in vain. Onic PH still staring down the barrel of a loaded gun.
Kirk 6 seconds from coming back. It will be 5 versus 3. It's going to be a tough defense, but doable for Onic. Bruce goes back in 7.
Ogun goes in, tanks in some of the turret shots. Flap TZ doesn't have the way of the dragon just yet, but they will be able to take down all the base turrets. And they might be contented with just that.
Bottom and mid, permanent damage dealt to Onyx base. Top lane, their only shelter, the last bastion of Onyx comeback. Looking at the items, I'm wondering, right? You saw the damage that Falcons can output. Again, Kyle TZ is still sitting with 0 deaths. Do you start building like a Twilight armor?
Yeah, at some point you're going to really need some anti-burst.
Can you afford it?
If you're Onic, I think they can. They have to get Twilight armors onto them. Especially their tanky frontliners. Again, they have the lineup that can thrive in long scenarios. If you survive that burst, you should be able to turn things around. Good itemization, by the way, by Flap TZ. His 3rd item is the Blade Armor. So if he gets picked off and Keller decides to hurt him, he's going to be dishing out just a little bit more hurt back towards Keller as well.
Oh, you're right. The only person who could hurt him is Friends.
Yep.
Oh no, at this point, and speaking of Friends, he needs to use the diversion very precisely. It's been a common trend for Falcons to always check the brushes and sense whenever there is a diversion play coming in from Super Friends. And it just so happened that luckily for Onic, even despite them being spotted out by Falcons, they were able to be the ones taking the Okay, that hurt.
Phew.
Goodness.
That's some crazy damage. Look at the damage dealt. Top 3, all members of Team Falcons PH, Super Marco, Kyle TZ, and the Few.
How often do you see a triple core setup work like this?
It's rare. It's greedy, some people would say. But again, with the speed that Falcons played this, it worked.
Yeah.
BFB there for King Kong's Barretts. And I think we've gotten to the point that despite an 8K gold lead, Falcons will have more resources for the buy and sell. But Onic PH are within grasp now to turn it around from one sequence. Falcons have to be very careful because if they're not, Onic PH might just pounce and take advantage.
Just a handful of seconds before an enhanced, nay, an evolved Lord spawns in the lower quarter. Again, 20 kills to 8 in favor of Falcons. We don't get to this point very often in Filipino matchups, but if you get a triple core setup like this, you get heroes like Falcons have, it does happen. Oh, triple core setup. The cores of Onic were sent into that fence brush. I wonder if Falcons know.
They weren't even able to take down that tier 1 turret up top. The minions weren't enough, and now Falcons are most likely fully aware that Onic Philippines are already complete towards the bottom side of this map.
Looking at the items, already a Twilight Armor there that we mentioned earlier, built up for Kirk. Only one on the side of Onic PH. Immortality already built up for Flapteasy's Cho, as he is the most susceptible to getting picked off.
Yep.
And he is the one getting frontline vision. So this is what we were talking about earlier in game number 2, is Flapteasy getting vision for Ogwin.
Yeah, and Super Prince also has the Winter Crown, just in case there are some clutch plays that might come in.
Yeah.
So
it's so even right now. Again, this is what we were talking about earlier. Falcons have acknowledged it, that Onic have caught up in terms of the resources. Flapteasy with the potion. It's going to be a lot of damage dished out by this Nolan.
And they're keeping him scarce. Like, he would show up just now, but then hide again. Diversion. Lower quarter catches Few.
They find Few and force out the Windstorm too.
The
But it seems like Kirk, he's found his target. He's on to Super Marco, forcing out the Wind of Nature, and he will fall. But they zoned out Falcons really, really well. Even forced out the flicker from Master Ogwen, and now they're in full control of this Lord. But will Kyle Teasy make something happen? Will he actually get to close in onto the members of Onic Philippines? There goes the Detona's welcome, and on the other side of the map, it's gonna be Brusco traded too. It's a double kill for Super Marco as well, and it seems like they're chasing after Onic.
And they're not done. They can actually finish this. Friends gets compromised.
No!
There's the Winter Crown used, but a second too late. It's only Kelra, the gold standard, left alone. And in the battle of the world champions, Falcons shall prevail.
Falcons are here, and they take the series 2-1.
What a series showed up. Falcons sent down to the lower bracket in MPL Philippines Season 14 playoffs by the team that they just beat, by the team that just won the World Championship SPS, and I'm pretty sure a couple more in between there somehow, some way. The Falcons are soaring higher than ever.
Back-to-back losses for the defending champions. This is a position we haven't seen them be in at least the past 6 months.
Yep.
What is going on?
The theme of revenge is still intact.
Yeah.
Even up until week number 2. So many turnarounds, upsets even for some, if you would consider it to be one. This is just such a surprising turn of events, and I think Onic Philippines themselves, they know it. They also have to do something because of all of the teams, they're just keeping up.
Super Fam takes their bow as they take the next. Well, when is their next? They don't have next tomorrow.
Yeah, they don't have.
So they can take tomorrow off and figure out what's going on.
Their next is next week.
Yeah.
An L to Aurora, an L to Falcons.
And the next team they face is Team Liquid Philippines in week 3.
Currently top dog in Season 15. You said that RORA, Onic was a new era. What about now?
We really can't define it just yet.
I can. It is welcome to the toughest region to play MLBB in.
Ladies and gentlemen, once more a victory by Team Falcons PH. We'll be throwing over the stage with Hans and Odin for our winners interview.
What a way to start week 2. Your winners, Team Falcons!
Everybody give it up for Team Falcons!
Boys, congratulations. This is, I believe, a really good win at rinig na rinig nyo ang lahat ng sumusuporta sa inyo. Pero ikaw muna, Marco. Alam mo ba yung na-achieve mo today? aware ka ba sa nangyari today?
Opo.
Opo.
Okay.
O sige.
Okay, Super Marco, you just achieved the first savage of the season in Game 2. At hindi lang yan, Hans.
First savage of Season 15.
Hindi lang yan.
Ano yun?
20th savage in MPL PH history. Marco!
Na-excite si Flap.
Ano nararamdaman mo ngayon, Super Marco?
Ano daw nararamdaman mo?
Sobrang saya.
Yun na
Dati
yan.
masaya lang eh. Ngayon,
Yan na yung
sobrang saya na.
saya ni Super Marco. Yan na
Diba?
yun.
Improvement. Now, I want to toss it over to Few this time. Maraming salamat, Mr. Man of a few words. Few, this roster na meron kayo, this marks your very first victory against Onic Philippines since Season 14. Alright, so para kayo natanggalan ng malaking tinik. Does that say a lot about this team? Ano sa pakiramdam nyo yung nagpanalo sa inyo para sa seryeng ito?
Kung ano yung siguro yung gigil namin sa pagbawi sa kanila. Kasi nga, gaya ng sabi mo, since nabuo yung roster nila, di pa kami nananalo sa kanila eh. Tapos gusto talaga namin makabawi man lang sa kanila, kahit ngayong regular season man lang. Pero alam naman natin na may second round pa, tsaka may playoffs.
And with that being said, maybe we can talk about the game. Kasi game number 1, sinubukan yung tapusin yung laro, but it didn't happen. Game number 2, we had the same scenario, pero natapos nyo. What was the mindset going on between the team or between the players? Kung ano ba yung pinag-uusapan nyo during the break?
Nung after nung game 1, pinag-usapan namin na wag namin madaliin kung sakaling may chance na ganun. Kasi nga, tulad nun, nakita namin nagpasok lahat ng minion, pero hindi naman pala kaya paluin. Pero nag-call kami na kaya i-tower lock, tapos naubos kami.
But you were still able to finish it pagdating ng game number 2. Congratulations.
Napakaganda ng pinakita nyo. That was a reverse sweep. Ngayon gusto kong tanungin ikaw, Kyle TZ. Dahil nandito ka na rin naman, ang laban na to ay tinatawag na Battle for Supremacy since pareho kayong world champions ng Onic Philippines. Tingin nyo ba dahil natalo nyo sila ngayong match, bumabalik na ba kayo on top?
Sa tingin ko, hindi pa po kasi marami pa pong teams na kakalabanin namin.
So, hindi ka pa kampante sa lagay nyo ngayon. Pero grabe pa rin yung victory, no? It makes a big statement for week 2, Hans.
Yup, and I actually wanna leave it for Flap TZ this time. Flap, ibibigay ko to sa'yo because again, I felt like you've been with these guys for so long. Matagal na kayong magkakasama. Ano bang meron sa team na to? Ano bang meron? Kasi I'm sure you guys have a lot of offers, right? Pero bakit kayo pa rin? Bakit kayo pa rin ang pinipili nyo? Pinipili nyo pa rin ang isa't isa?
Kasi kaya namin pinipili na kami pa rin yung magkakasama kasi lahat madaling pakisamahan eh. Kumbaga walang makunat sa amin
Walang makunat?
Tsaka mahal na mahal ko na rin sila eh. Kaya...
Yakapin mo nga isa-isa. Yakapin mo na isa-isa.
Group hug!
Obviously, mahal na mahal nila ang isa't isa. Pero Flap, there are a lot of people supporting you. Tama ba? Maraming sumusuporta. A lot of people came out to show some support today. Pasalamatan mo naman sila at yung lahat ng mga nanonood.
Thank you, guys! Thank you! Mahal ko rin kayo.
And there we finally have it. All love for your winners, Team Falcons Philippines. You may now take your walk of victory.
That was a reverse sweep na hatid sa atin ng Team Falcons, Hans.
And with that being said, you may now take your bow. Gaya ng sinabi mo, Odin, may nagsabi sa akin or narinig ko from before na yung mga ganong klase ng serye, panalo tayong lahat doon.
Siyempre, busog na busog ang mata natin dahil sinagad nila yung serye at talaga namang nagpakita ang both teams ng kanilang lakas. And mind you, start pa lang ng week 2.
Now I wonder kung ano ba ang sasabihin ng ating mga casters with this intense of a series as we toss it over right back to them.
Thank you so much, Hans and Odin. Once more words from that series, Victor. Team of Falcons PH. It's time for us to break down Game 3 and I guess the whole series in general. Again, none of us saw it going this far or with this at least result going the way it did.
Yep. It's a reverse sweep and for the second time around, I think we'll be giving the MVP title to Super Marco.
Oh, yeah. Okay, so this Granger did really good. He wasn't bulletproof, but one death, I guess you could count that. 12 kills, 9 assists, and similar to game number 2, it was just set up for him really well, man. Of course he's gonna excel. It's the easiest game for a Granger, even though you got a Phoveus jumping after you. You had all the burst in the world to deal with it.
The Phoveus, there were moments, I don't know if you'll catch it in the highlights, but you could have sworn he wishes you could aim the Infernal Pursuit.
Yeah.
I think the one time I saw Kirk really gain access towards Super Marco was right before they were able to close out the game. It was him being able to force out the wind of nature, but even then, just Kirk alone couldn't take him out.
Which is symptomatic of the whole draft for Onic, is they had no real way to catch anybody that mattered in Falcons draft.
Yeah, and again, for these 3 series, for these 3 games, excuse me, Falcons have, if I'm not mistaken, they've controlled a good amount of the games that we've seen. And then now, again, with run and gun as the key themes for games 2 and game number 3, Onic just couldn't catch up. Again, they were drafted into the corner. They decide to play it very safe, and they pick up a Barretts. They just thought about, let's just make sure King Kong doesn't get taken down, and if ever we have a very chunky jungler, they'll be difficult to deal with. But Falcons just ran away with it to the point where King Kong could not get to a comfortable spot for himself.
Green means go, and at best, Onic was playing with an orange light. You're looking at a dive comp, if I'm not mistaken. This is as dive as you can get, right?
Yeah.
Trying to make sense of where in the spectrum of drafting this falls. It's not that strong even, because Kelra is also kind of compromised. He has to survive to a certain level for the rest of Falcons to fall. So that's the story of this. We'll see it in the stats exactly how much Kelra was able to put out.
Yep, and I think Onic started or began to realize just how much of a problem Few was, especially prior to that last objective. I think they had their eyes set on trying to take him out before they proceeded with getting the Lord, but it was unsuccessful. And even when it favored them so much, the timings of the windstorms are just so precise. It can be used either before the team fight even happens to block off areas, or even to respond to, at one time, the Detona's welcome even. So like, no one could even aid King Kong, go near him. It was just so hard for Onic to position themselves in this entire lineup.
Yeah, King Kong's pose right now, that's what he felt the entire game.
Womp womp.
It's just, it's sad. There's not much you can do. Again, you're up against a Khalid and a Cho that, yeah, you're thinking as a Barretts, oh, they're not going to kill me, but they will mess up your rotation. They will read your rotation. They will send the info to the rest of Falcons, and you're just going to be red all throughout. There's no surprise factor. You mentioned earlier, Leo, this is an honest Barretts. You know what you're going to get from this lineup. It's just them throwing bodies, making space for Kelra. Kirk's gonna die just doing what he's supposed to be doing in this lineup. And then Falcons are just gonna be like, we have the damage, you guys don't.
And what you get out of that honest Barretts might not even be worth it most times.
Yeah.
I'm trying to recall, did he ever get a honest-to-God Detona's welcome on the right target nonetheless?
I think once onto Super Marco, but everyone else went down after that too, so...
Yeah. It's like, even though he would get a catch, Falcons would just always have the raw firepower to deal with it. It's a tough game for Onic. I gotta say, though, my shining light for this game, other than Kirk being such a nuisance to deal with for Falcons, it was also Brusco.
That's right.
Brusco was checking key entries for the follow-ups for Falcons. He was stopping Kyle Teasy in that one time. Onic got the Lord, but Falcons just dealt with it eventually. Brusco was still on point with that Badang, but again, he could only do so much.
He is just but one element in a huge situation for Onic to deal with. We do have a mic check coming at you in just a bit, so a little bit more of a deeper dive into what exactly happened behind the scenes between these players in their conquest to victory. Because again, call it what you will, it's just a regular season match, right?
Yeah.
But Falcons did what so many teams around the world couldn't. They beat Onic Philippines. Let's all enjoy this mic check and listen in. We might pick up a few things more about this matchup. This is where it should have played, right?
Yeah.
But I guess we'll hear it in just a bit. We'll hear it later.
Was I supposed to press a button? Was it my fault?
Was it you?
I don't know.
Brigida starts the game. So if it pauses and then you wait, it's Brigida who says go. But I think this was yours.
Yeah.
No, there is no button.
I wonder what they
It's
said.
not on
though.
me.
Is it mine?
Maybe it's still Brigida. Brigida.
You know what?
Play the video.
We'll figure out where the mic check comes in, but I guess I have to say it now. There's a question looming around the MLBB universe, the Sonic Republic, and everyone who watches MPL Philippines. Even my baby sister. It's her birthday. Happy birthday. She messaged me, what's going on with Onic? 2 back-to-back Game 3 losses. What's going on?
So
It's the drafts. They're getting checked in the drafts.
It's the drafts. She messaged me. Yeah, even she knows it's the drafts.
Yeah. It's the drafts plus the something else.
Okay, we'll dig deep into this. Rem, are you ready to press the button?
Yeah.
All right, let's play that mic check right now.
I will press it now.
Idol na mga kids and the master at work. That's what I saw. That's what I heard.
Yeah.
It's them who's saying, all right, we got range. We're good. We're good. Go, 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 go.
he was so vocal there.
Yeah, just a lot of goes in there. Right there in the end, you got to hear just a little glimpse of, oh, wow, we're so good. But in Filipino, galing natin ah, which is, we're so good.
That does put an end to our star match, our first bout of the day. Coming up next, it's the MDL champions, now MPL contenders, AP.Bren, facing off against Aurora, who is on a win streak. Brigida, are you excited?
Oh yes, I'm excited to see the MDL quote-unquote graduates try to bounce back, but that might be quite difficult knowing Aurora has been on a really good record, 2 consecutive wins just back in week number 1.
I am nervous for AP.Bren. I'm going to say that now. My heart will always have a special spot for AP.Bren in there, and I'm nervous for them because Aurora look really strong right now.
If you're nervous for them, and if y'all watching saw how they played last week, all the more the nerves are going to end up tangling up. But folks, please do stay with us. It's one more match to close off tonight's broadcast. Again, you're watching day 1 of week 2 of MPL Philippines season 15. Wouldn't have you any other way. His name is Remo Santa Cruz. This right here is Brigida. My name is Leo, at your service. Thank you all so much for joining us. We'll be right back after this short break.
worry. The Only with Smart Power All 99. Hindi nabitin with 10 gig data plus only Facebook or TikTok and more. Load now!
Who needs to go to a concert when you can own that stage with your friends?
Enjoy a night of impromptu bowling tournament.
Malakas ka ba? Sali na!
Kita Kids sa MCC Season 2.
Worry! The only with Smart Power All 99. Hindi nabitin with 10 gig data plus only Facebook or TikTok and more. Load now!
Who needs to go to a concert when you can own that stage with your friends?
Enjoy a night of impromptu bowling tournament.
Malakas ka ba? Sali na!
Kita Kids sa MCC Season 2.
Worry! The only with Smart Power All 99. Hindi nabitin with 10 gig data plus only Facebook or TikTok and more. Load now!
Who needs to go to a concert when you can own that stage with your friends?
Enjoy a night of impromptu bowling tournament.
Malakas ka ba? Sali na!
Kids. Kita Kids. Kita Kids.
Kita Kids.
Sa MCC Season 2.
Worry, be only with Smart Power All 99. Hindi nabitin with 10 gig data plus only Facebook or TikTok and more. Load now!
Who needs to go to a concert when you can own that stage with your friends?
Enjoy a night of impromptu bowling tournament.
Malakas ka ba? Sali na!
Kita Kids. Kita Kids. Kita Kids.
Kita Kids.
Sa MCC Season 2.
Worry, be only with Smart Power All 99. Hindi nabitin with 10 gig data plus only Facebook or TikTok and more. Load now!
Who needs to go to a concert when you can own that stage with your friends?
Enjoy a night of impromptu bowling tournament.
Malakas ka ba? Sali na!
Kita Kids. Kita Kids. Kita Kids.
Kita Kids.
Sa MCC Season 2.
worry! Be only with Smart Power All 99. Hindi nabitin with 10 gig data plus only Facebook or TikTok and more. Load now!
Who needs to go to a concert when you can own that stage with your friends?
Enjoy a night of impromptu bowling tournament.
Malakas ka ba? Sali na!
Kita Kids. Kita Kids. Kita Kids.
Kita Kids.
Sa MCC Season 2.
Worry! Be only with Smart Power All 99. Hindi nabitin with 10 gig data plus only Facebook or TikTok and more. Load now!
Who needs to go to a concert when you can own that stage with your friends?
Enjoy a night of impromptu bowling tournament.
Malakas ka ba? Sali na!
Kita Kids. Kita Kids. Kita Kids.
Kita Kids.
Sa MCC Season 2.
worry! Be only with Smart Power All 99. Hindi nabitin with 10 gig data plus only Facebook or TikTok and more. Load now!
to go to a concert when you can own that stage with your friends?
Enjoy a night of impromptu bowling tournament.
Malakas ka ba? Sali na!
Kita Kids. Kita Kids. Kita Kids.
Kita Kids.
Sa MCC Season 2.
Worry! Be only with Smart Power All 99. Hindi nabitin with 10 gig data plus only Facebook or TikTok and more. Load now!
Who needs to go to a concert when you can own that stage with your friends?
Enjoy a night of impromptu bowling tournament.
Malakas ka ba? Sali na!
Kita Kids. Kita Kids. Kita Kids.
Kita Kids.
Sa MCC Season 2.
Worry! Be only with Smart Power All 99. Hindi nabitin with 10 gig data plus only Facebook or TikTok and more. Load now!
Who needs to go to a concert when you can own that stage with your friends?
Enjoy a night of impromptu bowling tournament.
Malakas ka ba? Sali na!
Kita Kids. Kita Kids. Kita Kids.
Kita Kids.
Sa MCC Season 2.
Worry! The Only with Smart Power All 99. Hindi nabitin with 10 gig data.
Malakas, Pilipinas, malakas kahit anong lane, we become the monsters. Malakas, Pilipinas, malakas face the golden sun and ribbon for the 3 stars. Look at us to the top, no ifs, no buts, winning any game para to sa yes. Di mo matitin ang aming boses on your level. Nasa kalye man o mobile, you know I become a legend. Open fire, we unite, we winners. Built with pressure, the diamonds are made of. Switch in a lane na parang gera, HP racing may reset up. Built na kitang buhat, we heal that full load SS parang Lyra. Susundan ko ang iyong bakas, kasama patas, tagumpay natin to dahil tayo'y malakas. Para sa Pinas, nasa amin ang alas, hindi tuwa atras, kinikilala sa taas kasi kami ang malakas. Para sa Pinas, nasa amin ang alas, hindi tuwa atras, kinikilala sa taas, ganito kami sa Pinas. Wow! Laging MVP, no surrender, no retreat. Pag nagsama-sama, just imagine what we can achieve. Laging MVP, no surrender, no retreat. Giving 100 all my all, cause we just cannot be defeated. We are unstoppable, immune and invulnerable. Ready ang equipment, lahat frozen, malang crowd control. Pakita ko na jab like pow, east to the southeast. Takas sa watawat, proud and loud, cause every enemy we devour. Susundan ko ang iyong bakas, kasama patas, tagumpay natin to dahil tayo'y malakas. Para sa Pinas, sa taas kasi kami ang malakas para sa Pinas. Nasa amin ang alas, hindi dito atras. Kinikilala sa taas, ganito kami sa Pinas. Malakas, Pilipinas, malakas. Kahit anong lane, we become the monsters. Malakas, Pilipinas, malakas. Face the golden sun and repping for the 3 stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, we unite, be the stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, we unite, be the stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, we unite, be the stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, we the stars.
Ang lakas ng Pinas, we unite, we the stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, we unite, we the stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, we unite, we the stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, we the stars.
These two teams know what it's like to be the new kids on the block. AP.Bren and Aurora Gaming in a best of 3. At your service, my name is Leo, here with Brigida and Renmar Santa Cruz, bringing you tonight's closer. Are we over the first series? Are we good?
I'm not sure if I am, but I need to get myself prepared for this next matchup for sure.
Yeah. I'm okay. I'm all right already. I've accepted it. And again, the Falcons fan in me is happy with the result. But the analyst in me is really just going, oh man, what's happening with Onic? But,
What's
that's that.
on? Shake it off, folks. Shake it off. All right? Shake it off. This next match is going to be a banger because, again, former MDL champions graduating into the MPL versus, again, Season 14 Grand Finalists. Time Zone has an exclusive promo just for you. Quick reminder, they're our partner in esports this season. Get 400 pesos power load for only 200. That's value. All you have to do is register on the Time Zone Fun app, insert the promo code TZXMPL, that's TZXMPL, and redeem the voucher at any of your favorite Time Zone venues. Don't miss out on this amazing deal.
Also get a chance to get a 2,000 peso discount on your next purchase by using the TT Racing X MPL Philippines exclusive voucher code. That's MPL 2000 over onto their website at ttracing.ph.
Plus, don't miss out on exciting TT Racing gaming share giveaways during MPL Philippines. Can we win? Can we win?
I want a chair.
Stay tuned for more info. Just remember, for those who dream, work, and play, TT Racing's got your back. Now, back to the match at hand. These are the new kids on the block joining a age-old franchise in AP.Bren, facing off against Aurora, who is currently on a winning streak.
Yep. I think the last time we saw AP.Bren, we mentioned how ideally that scenario was perfect for them to really gauge and perform heading into the season for their first match ever. That was against TNC in week 1, but that didn't seem to be the case for AP.Bren. Evidently, for majority of the newcomers here in Season 15, they've struggled for their first series. But on the bright side, they get to have an idea of what they need to address and what they need to fix.
Yeah, I feel like though for AP.Bren facing up against Aurora, that's not the bright side. It's like things just got darker when you're going up against the Lights, who have looked, again, really good so far this season.
They's getting blinded. And this is already talking about them being the new team here. Again, doesn't matter what you achieved outside of MPL.
Yeah.
Coming in, you have to prove yourself. And so far, we're seeing a lot of nerves. I'm going to tell you now, watching at home last weekend, I saw a lot of nerves coming from AP.Bren. Real quick, the standings after our first match of the night. Falcons shoots up to 3rd, scoring another point. So we're looking at a top 3 now, definitively, with a chance for Aurora to push through to number 1 after tonight's bout.
Yep. Luckily for those teams who are on the lower half, especially for Omega and AP.Bren, they've only had 1 series for the season, so they have much more chances to actually climb up the ranks. But again, earlier on, we mentioned that battle between Falcons and Onic was somewhat a way for them to cement being in the top 3 spot. I know it's a bit too early, but it says a lot given how much growth all of the teams in MPL have shown us.
For this one especially, AP.Bren has to show a lot of growth. It's like, come on, you're going to be going up against the Kite brothers now in Aurora. Demon Kite and Domin Kite have been on point so far in the series that they've played. AP.Bren really needs to show more than just shades of their MDL form. They need to bring that and more.
It's a different league you've stepped into. Again, a few of them have stepped foot in the MPL. You got Kekedat, you got Der, who knows what they're doing. Pakbet has been here, won an international championship as well, but it's a different time now, especially unpredictable times, again, given what's been going on. So, again, standing in their way, Aurora Gaming, the Kite brothers. Name a more dominant duo in Season 15. In the 2 weeks elapsed, I mean, it's a short sample size, but name a more dominant duo. One comes to mind, KO. Cartesian Oheb.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah. Well, that's one of the new ones.
I like that.
It's new, because there's already some disarray in the KK connection with King Kong and Kelra, so KO is the next best thing.
Yeah, in terms of the positions. There's one, though, another one from TL that I would like to point out. But they're my personal favorite duo right now. Sanpi. You know what? Let's go for JG. JP and Sanji have been really good in the mid there for TL PH. I just realized what I... yeah. JP and Sanji are also really good, but yeah, that's it.
Actually, Sanpi works out because more on that later. We'll talk about the Kite brother, right? Why are they so dominant? They're dealing about 91k, call it 92 average damage dealt, an average goal of 24.9, and they're ranked 4th in damage dealt per gold as a duo. And they're unique, given that they deal about more than half of their team's damage just amongst the both of them.
Yep, I think we're so used to seeing these duos being highlighted. One being the quote-unquote core, whatever you designate it to be, either jungler or gold lane, and another being the one assisting that quote-unquote core, be it the roam. It's often been the roam jungle, roam gold lane type of matchup, but these two, they're really showing up together.
Yeah, and you also really see it in the heroes that they've won games with are pretty much Aurora, it's Suyo Granger, Suyo Harith. They had one where it's Suyo Carry, Alpha Granger. So really, they're prioritizing getting big chunks of damage for the Kite brothers.
And they're facing off against these two here, Shizo in the gold lane and James Panks in the jungle. Both known as the Silent Kid and the Man with a Million Moves, respectively. All right? Again, small sample size. I personally wouldn't take all their stats from MDL, given that it is a very different atmosphere. It is global band pick over there. So there are these stats over here, you know, ranked first in MDLPH all-time total kills 418. How many seasons does this young man spend in developmental?
He's been there since season 1 or 2.
Yeah, under different teams.
Teams?
So he's gone around, right?
Yeah. He's been around.
Shizo too, at least twice.
Yeah. I know Shizo's been there since season 1.
Yeah. I remember Euphoria era.
Yeah.
Before,
Has he always had a killer throw?
That's what I wanna see from
Are those
him,
natural?
That I don't know. Just have a bump in here. Although my obsessive compulsiveness was peaking in that last... They could not decide whether they wanted a burger, a heart, and a thumbs up.
You want to just give them both so it would be over.
Yeah, it's like, hopefully we don't see that kind of disconnect in game.
No, because they're up against the Kite brothers.
Oh, yeah.
So
all this while, Demon Kite was flexing that new Aurora hand sign. It's so clean.
Yeah.
I think they did it last week, right? When they were...
No.
Wait, this is a P.
A piece, and then...
All right.
There it is.
That's cold.
All right, it's your turn to join the discussion. Go ahead and let us know who is your favorite dynamic duo. We got a lot of options for y'all. So in an unprecedented occasion here in the community poll segment, we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 options for y'all going all the way from A to H. Is it Yuji and Ribo from the good old days? Zabra and Pakbet from about the same generation. Kilowash and Jeff Cutie Forever in, I'd say, you know, the silver age. Renzo and Kel VJ, I'm looking at what? Season 5, 6 onwards.
yeah.
The TZ brothers, this is where Renmark cried. Is it?
Yeah.
That's M2.
That's my vote.
And then Royal Duo, starting season 4, they've been, together. And then Chakra. Is that the actual name?
Yes.
I think I just realized today that it is.
Yeah, we've been using Chakra ever since
Okay,
for those two.
that started season 7. And then comment down below any other favorite duo you have in mind and in your heart. Are your answers here?
I'm so torn as to whether or not I want F or G, either the Royal Duo or... it's because it's around the time where I began to be really involved and part of it, right? So it's either the TZ brothers or the Royal Duo. But you guys, it's your turn to share with us who your favorite duos are. If ever they're not there, just type them down below.
Let us know. And real quick, a shout out to the Auroras hanging out at the KMC Armstrong Cafe. They've been doing this since 2024, fam. It's happening tonight once more. This is a cafe in Makati City. All the lights are up as they support their squad going up against AP.Bren. So again, shout outs to all the folks in KMC Armstrong Cafe.
Yeah, imagine if you weren't able to secure a ticket here, since up to this point on a Friday night we're still jam-packed here in the arena. You can join in the other RORAs right there at Makati. It's still within Makati, so I think it will be that hard to travel from here and there.
That's right. So let's prepare to let the MPL Arena erupt as we welcome our squads. Once more, it's AP.Bren and Aurora.
To oversee and uphold the tournament's integrity, guiding us through this match, our marshals, Joshua, Juven, Patrick, and JJ. It's a different game here at the MPL, and this is the Hive's time to step it up. It's AP.Bren. In the EXP lane, it's there. In the jungle, the man with a million moves, James Punks. In the mid lane, Joe Skirt. In the roam, it's Kekadon. And in the gold lane, the silent kid, Shizu. They're sitting high on top as one of the top 2 teams so far this season. Let's welcome Aurora! In the EXP lane, Mr. Consistent, it's Edward! In the jungle, the last raider, Demon Kai! In the mid lane, I know who it is, in the roam, the Hitman, Renegade! And in the gold lane, the next standard, Domenkai! And welcome their coaches, Coach Master of the Basics and Coach Buckbet. It's a matchup between AP.Bren and Aurora. MPL Arena, make some noise!
I'll tell you, from about that far away, I couldn't tell if it was Coach CJ or Coach Buckbet. Either way, it's one of them, and all this while, both of them leading AP.Bren into this match.
Yep, this situation is no easier than where we've seen them last week, but this is all the more reason for AP.Bren, the new members of the Hive, to step up and show us what they're capable of as they enter this new battlefield. They weren't able to show as much in the last time we've seen them play, but this time around there is probably a little bit more element of flexibility, probably a little bit of changes here and there in terms of what they want to prioritize and use in the drafts. I mean, for one, we haven't seen Chopskirt on his most signature hero picks play just yet in this season or in the past week, which we've seen them play.
Yeah, hopefully I finally get to feel what I've felt for the longest time watching AP.Bren, that roster in the MDL. Man, they deserve to be in the MPL. Hopefully they can show that, but again, it's looking bleak. They're going up against the lights. Edward, Demon Kite, Yue, Renegade, Domin Kite. They're just also on point with the series that they showed last week against Twisted Minds and especially against Onic Philippines. Renegade and Edward have really stepped up to the plate. Domin Kite has really cleaned up his game. I mean, Demon Kite's always there, man. It's a personal favorite. But there's something special right now with how Renegade, Edward, and Yue have been moving around the map, have been covering their bases and sequences that make Aurora so terrifying.
And it's those players you can say have a quiet calm to them that regardless if the team is winning by a landslide or is winning by, what, a light year, they will get the performance done. They will get the job that they signed up for. All this while, you're looking at AP.Bren, who, by the way, lives within a small part of the spider chart that Aurora is playing with. What's the X factor that AP.Bren is playing with? Because, again, a lot of people may be watching this squad for the first time. All this while, there might be people who know them from the MDL, but it's clear, night and day, their performance is very different. Like, I personally have to tell you now, who is the X factor? Who do we look for? Is it really James Banks and Shizo?
Yeah, my eyes are on those two, really.
Yeah,
Safe to say, it's down to them if they want to take down Aurora and end that win streak. Let's check out this pink test brought to you by...
Kain nga ba rin ba? Uli. Eto na, Jay. Ay, Peter! Wala, meron ba isa? Meron ba isang check? Okay.
Nice way! Food trip ka, tol. It's showtime! Sheesh! Okay na?
And if you want to know who that pink test was brought to you by, well, give us a call. By the way, was that James Banks who said, it's showtime?
Yes.
It better be, because I think that's what we're looking for. Again, put on a show, perform, and prove you belong to the league and get these keys to victory checked off.
Well, AP.Bren, poke the kite. Whether it's going to be Doming or Damon Kite, although I'm pretty sure this means Doming Kite, make sure that you can reach him and make it difficult for him to pop off in team fights. Get those poke heroes that can safely just roll down the gold laner. Silence the kid, Aurora. Well, he's already a pretty silent kid, but make sure he cannot play the game that he wants to play if you really want to shut down AP.Bren. And of course, for these two, make sure you supplement your junglers well, because we know it's a domino effect. If you're supplementing your junglers, that means you're setting up the center of the map really well. And when you're setting up the center of the map really well, that means you're helping out your gold laners and they're very happy with you.
Yep. I'm watching out for how they're able to match up with the speed and the kind of gameplay that the Kite Brothers have been showing us, because I know we've mentioned earlier about how Renegade, Edward, these guys, and a bunch of others from Aurora have really stepped up. You mentioned something along the lines of calm, yet aggressive, that's still being there. And it's something I really want to see coming in from Shizu as well. He's the silent kid, yeah, but he can become a really huge threat, a silent killer, if you may, too. There's that particular kind of aura within him that I would want to see him bring into the MPL stage, because it's one of the things that really made a mark whenever we look at this lineup of AP.Bren, then Lazy Esports, or under whichever team he was part of before. It did come along with him being activated by the mid-duos, whether it was Chopskirt, Kekedot, or even back then when it was still Ryujin, and Yoshinu, which is also in MPL right now, but it's a different task at hand right now for Shizu and James Banks. I really do hope that the showtime begins right now.
I'm hoping and praying that the whole silent kid thing isn't taken literally. Because going up against Aurora, a well-oiled machine, And again, we've had moments before where when we heard their comms, you're going to have to speak up. Shizu has to communicate with all of AP.Bren, not just James Banks, to be able to get through that early to mid ramp up. Because if I know anything about Dominic is he's been able to step up with the best of the best. With the god in the gold lane, Kelra, some would say he's a deadlock on his best days.
Yeah, it really seems like the philosophy of Aurora so far this season has been make sure we just get burst. Burst in the jungle, burst in the gold, because you know that Edward and Renegade are going to be holding down the front line. You know Yu is always going to be really tough to catch for any team going up against Aurora. So when you have all of those pieces set up, literally the jungle and the gold laner just needs to show up, press buttons, win.
And can they do that? And what kind of resistance will AP.Bren bring to the table? Folks, just to paint a picture of how dire this is for AP.Bren and how much the odds are stacked against them, they're going to have to pray and hope to play like they were in Malaysia. Because that's the one thing that Aurora can't do. They seem to struggle to play in Malaysia. So if somehow they can get into a psychological space to put Aurora in that time frame, in that atmosphere, then maybe we see this go the long way. Game 1, the draft is upon us. Once more, it's AP.Bren versus Aurora, and if I'm not mistaken, it's AP.Bren choosing blue.
Yeah, I think there have been some changes, at least within a week or just within a week of us not being able to see these teams perform. Back then, it was almost always the Selena either being in the bans or in the picks, and AP.Bren is one of those teams who decided to go with Selena for 2 games straight, the last time which they played. But now we can see that there has been a difference, that teams have been learning from all the previous games in which Selena has been participating. And so I am leaning towards the possibility that AP.Bren, in this match, they come in with a different mindset, with a different game plan.
Yeah, and hopefully that game plan means they're not picking up Selena. I think that's a good place to start. And maybe see a different roamer for Kakidot other than the high loss. And make sure that it's tough. They have so many things that they want to do or that they need to do up against Aurora. But hopefully they prioritize the matchup here for Der especially. Because nothing good is going to go in the map if the EXP lane is going to get shut down hard. And Der needs a very favorable matchup against Edward. If it's possible for AP.Bren, pick up CC as one of the first 3 picks in their draft.
Would you go as far as saying blue 1 CC because Suyo and Joy are open?
Not blue 1 at all. Blue 2 to 3. Suyo and Joy definitely as one of your first picks here.
One or the other, James Banks.
Yep, James Banks. I don't know if I'm feeling that he's much more comfortable with the Suyo rather than the Joy, or at least basing it off from last week's series in which we've seen him play. So they will be deciding to pick up the Suyo instead of the Joy. Now, Aurora, on the other hand, the Harith Granger is still available too. They can decide to pick whichever they want.
Do you go Joy Granger? There's no way you go Joy Harith.
Yeah.
You're asking for it.
Yeah, it's just going to be one or the other. I'd want to see the Joy pick up the 3rd and then...
oh yeah, there's no rush.
Yeah.
But again, teams have done that. Teams don't care.
True. They're more okay with it now because they'd rather see other matchups. I think they should save the Renegade picks for later in the draft. So maybe pick up a Flex Edward pick like a Gatot. Because you can also put that in the hands of Renegade. And then for the another power pick maybe. But they go Joy Granger instead. They just go for the pure... Well, this is what we were talking about earlier, Burst. Aurora wants Burst, so they got the 2 burstiest heroes in the jungle and in the gold.
The Kite Brothers are flying, man.
Yeah.
The Badang's still open too, since you've mentioned something along the lines of Flex. But then AP.Bren for now will be getting the Suyo Harith duo. I think that's look at how we're seeing the jungler gold duos immediately.
Yeah.
Do you go CC here?
Yeah, I'd want to see them pick up the CC, but I think they have to watch out for Cho for Renegade, and AP.Bren might be considering actually taking that away already, because Kakidot has shown to be proficient with the Cho in the past.
Yeah, and I don't like the CC into the Granger or the Joy together, not like this.
Oh, so it's the Badang instead.
Which we don't know for sure where it's going.
Yeah, I mean, it is a flex, but most Badang so far have been EXP.
So they're putting this much on there right now.
Yeah, which is so... kind of weird for me. Because like,
that
the CC's is still there.
That is the that is the MDL Season 4 Grand Finals MVP.
True.
And one of the more veteran players of AP.Bren. Again, he's been here since Season 6? Season 7? So, a veteran in many ways. I think they're just saying, yeah, just give it to me, man. Just give it to me.
Oh, there you go.
RORA closing up their first phase with a Cho.
Yeah.
All right, the Hitman's cooking.
Yeah. 70% win rate for Cho for this season so far, by the way. Cho's been flying as well.
75?
And that's with just 70%. And that's with different roles. It's been Roam and it's been EXP.
Yeah, so now we are yet to see the mid lane choices for both of these teams, but there has been a lot of attention put into, for Aurora at least, some of the options for 12 Skirt. So now they take out, what else could be interrupting and denying this lineup so far for Aurora? Something that, I mean, they have the Badang, but like...
Kekedat might just end up playing the high loss again, which I would not be a fan of here. But in terms of like the safest pick possible, I think they would just think about that. But then that makes the mid lane pick all the more important. You're not going to play an Eve anymore if you're 12 Skirt. So you might end up with something along the lines of Vixana if it's available for him. Or if it,
For Sa, if you want to outrange the Granger, hit him at least.
The Farsa too.
Yep.
Yep. Although you will be playing that into the Cho and the Joy.
Yeah. And if you're a high loss, you can only poke like one dude.
Where are the Vixanas of the world these days?
Yeah.
What happened?
Where are the Auroras of the world?
Yeah.
Aurora, I get. She's such a specific utility pick that naturally the world just, pushed her out. But Vixana, though, Vixana was one of Aurora's favorites.
Yeah, and even for like Few, for instance, he was one of the players to really use the Vixana every single time or as much as possible back in SPS, but entering MPL, right?
Yeah.
He's been using different heroes, even the Veil earlier.
I just realized AP.Bren can actually lean into a Sicilian pick if they want to. But then they need a really big control roam here.
Like a big wall is the hunk of meat.
Oh, they banned out the Valentina though.
You know what? I would not be so remiss for a Ruby pickup for AP.Bren. You can go for a Ruby roam, but then their mid laner, Sicilian, yeah, but then that's when you'd think about the Farsa already for AP.Bren, even though they're playing it into a Joy and a Cho.
Yeah. So just to have a little bit more ways to stop, like an additional stopper. There's the Badang already though, but the Ruby would help a lot, I mean, in buying some time and letting just Shizu do his thing later on. But will they really opt to go for that kind of roamer though? I mean, it works well against the Cho too, so...
Yeah. RORA might consider Edith and the Vixana like, as their last two picks.
Edith's still one of Edward's best picks in the game. Aurora with a steal. There's the Farsa. Now what you gonna do? AP.Bren are outranged.
Yeah. The Ruby reminds me of the Kufra too, like in theory, the bouncing ball and how it's able to stop all that.
No, but
Kufra.
Why not Kufra, right?
Yeah, so...
Against the Cho, the Joy, the Farsa. I wouldn't mind a Kufra for AP.Bren.
Even the Granger, if you can catch him, he's stuck.
Yeah,
so if they're thinking of Rom, where's Kufra would be great.
Yeah.
And then Vixana, just pair it up with the Vixana.
I mean, that's a lot of ways to... oh, okay.
Okay, they go for the Jawhead Suyo combo, but...
Which, by the way, is fun and good, but...
Hope will find a way.
It's...
Even when all is
so it's a Vixana.
We were looking for the Vex.
Yeah.
Okay.
Edith.
Paint me skeptical. I just don't know how to read AP.Bren's draft right now, especially in the order that it got revealed to us.
I think like they can make a lot of things happen, even with just the Vixana Jawhead, the Vixana Badang, or either of these heroes combined. But
yeah, they go for the solid wall instead. I mean, Edith could have been that.
Excuse me, is that a flex?
It's an EXP high loss.
EX?
Yeah,
they didn't.
They're keeping the Roam Cho because they're just anchoring one lane and then they're just going to be aggro to go to the gold lane. They're going to pressure Shizo. One thing I'm going to say about AP.Bren, you know what their lineup reminds me of? That is the lineup of an RG bully 5-man. It's like you and your friends getting together, just picking up heroes that would mess up anyone that you're going to go up against. That's what you get, but it's it's not disconnected.
Yeah,
But it's like a one-for-all type of deal. Like, every one of them can shine, but how they meld that together into like a working 5-man lineup is the biggest question.
Especially that last pick, Jawhead. That was one of those.
Yeah.
I've done this several times, folks. We're in. Can we bully them? Yeah, let's just end quickly. Pick the Jawhead. So it comes down to this. One more look at the draft and their index. And yeah, again, numbers-wise, AP.Bren are ticking off the right boxes. But in execution, can they get one over Aurora, end that streak? Game 1 is upon us. Let's get into the Land of Dawn. Once more, the closer for day 1, week 2. It's AP.Bren versus Aurora Gaming.
Yeah, I wonder what the idea for AP.Bren is, even prior to heading into this match. Is it like trying to also go in for the team fights up against Aurora, or trying to focus on being a team fight-centric kind of team, or more on the objective kind of focus? Because for Aurora, at least, that seems like they're the objective type of team so far, especially when they went up against Onic.
Yeah, so far James Banks will be able to get the first litho of the game. Demon Kite started purple, going for a topside rotation in terms of the emblems. Nothing too fancy, although triple ruptures on the side of Aurora. So
Penetrasi.
Yeah. They get the Penetrasi, and that means that they balance out the potential snowball, end the game fast mentality of AP.Bren with their Jawhead roam, with their own surprise sources of early burst with penetration.
Yep.
Which again, I think is more reliable. Oh dear Lord! Talk about proving me wrong right at the second. The Hitman just got hit.
Yeah, he finds himself against the Jawhead Suyo combo, which you mentioned, and on top of that, it's the Vexana there too. So like, it's so hard to fight back against these three. If they focus on this 3-man rotation consistently, they might be able to just pressure and keep taking control of the map.
Yeah, you get really introspective against a lineup like that. If you do definitely find yourself.
All right, turtle spawned, upper quarter. First of the scene is AP.Bren. It looks like Aurora are just letting it happen. Look, they're just checking.
Those are a lot of well-timed deathly grabs coming in from Chov's Kurt. And the Aurora don't get to contest. Oh, wait, oh! Down bottom bombing kite nearly falls up against Shizu.
The Silent Kid clapping back. Aurora. Oh, Renji again!
Oh, for the second time in a row, they find a kill on Renji.
And an uncharacteristic approach to the post-turtle take.
Yeah.
Aurora have nothing on the board. They're playing like a team I've never met.
Yeah, right now it's just Demon Kite farming around the map. Aurora might be waiting for their timers, but look again, the aggression, the 3-man rotation of the Jawhead, Suyo, and the Vexana together. They're just being aggressive, setting the tempo, and I think Aurora might have actually sort of folded in the early game just somewhat. They're acknowledging the fact that AP.Bren can snowball and run away with this if they're not careful. So now they're just like, all right, I think we're just going to wait for our timers. We'll try to get some things, but Aurora might just be looking at 6-8 minutes into the game before they really start fighting back.
Yeah, the 3-man rotations were already interesting enough, but even when it came to the gold lane, Shizu was able to take or get an advantage against Dominkite. So it was a very unusual turn of events for Aurora.
So across the map, you can say it's all AP.Bren, up by 1,000 gold, 3.5 minutes in. One more go, the second turtle, all right? This is going to be the tell whether Aurora is willing to go toe-to-toe, forget the first 2 minutes, or if it definitely is just them hunkering down saying, yeah, we definitely dropped the ball.
Yeah.
After clearing out this mid lane minion wave, I'd want to see Chov's Kurt actually go closer to where Kekadot is right now. But they've sort of adjusted. They're sticking the mid laner and the EXP laner together. It's the Badang and the Vexana. That's a deadly duo. We saw TNC Pro Team shine with that against AP.Bren. So they might be taking a page out of TNC Pro Team's book.
Yeah, and whoever decides to pass through this area has to be extra careful, and it's going to be Edward receiving the ejector and the deathly grasp. There is there to try and zone away the damage dealers, but that's a successful way of the dragon, but it might just be a punish. Renegade gets taken out, and so will Edward. Demon Kite trying to overturn, and he looks and gets James Paxson there. Kite is here as well to join the party, and it's a double kill for him.
Alas, the prestige. The magicians of Aurora reveal their grand plan. A trade of Edward for 4, and suddenly the Northern Lights take flight.
There is the clapback around the joy. Didn't take 6 to 8 minutes. It only just took the second turtle. And I will have to correct myself. AP.Bren drafted the exact same lineup that they went up against. This is TNC's lineup in their game 1 against AP.Bren. When Aurora are actually running a lineup similar to the one that they played in that game 1 against TNC Pro Team. So literally they took a page from TNC Pro Team's book, but then this time they didn't get what, in that scenario, TNC Pro Team was getting knockups and crowd control onto Demon Kite. They weren't able to to disrupt Demon Kite's rotation as well. So come the second turtle, Aurora was more encouraged to actually be aggressive, fight it out, and that's exactly what they did.
Let me take that beat and just switch it up a little. Release the same song. Now suddenly Aurora's up 2,000 gold, and across the map, the last raider ruining things. Demon Kite gets sandwiched by 2.
But there's a trade for Demon Kite up top. He will take a turret, but that is very unfortunate for Aurora. So we still see, in some ways, how AP.Bren can really work around with their hero synergies. They can make a lot of things happen regardless of who they decide to pair up all across the map.
Yeah, if Aurora wants lineups with Burst, well, AP.Bren also has a lineup with hella Burst. Except this time around, AP.Bren aren't able to stop the jungler of Aurora. And they're going to need to start timing their ejector tosses, fist breaks into fist cracks, plus the Eternal Guard of the Vexana. Because if you time those very well, you really conserve it, you mess up any joy entry that wants to happen.
All right, if of those 3, I think it's down to Dare. Dare has the best way to stop Demon Kite on this rampage. Chovskirt has to put himself in danger. Keket has to go through all the meat that Renegade and Edward can present. So if it's really just to take down Demon Kite, we gotta watch out for Dare. And currently, Dare has been... the fights have been walking up to him. He hasn't been looking for them himself.
Yeah, and we saw a glimpse of that when he was able to create an opening for AP.Bren, nearly punishing and winning the first team fight, which we saw happen. But Renegade gets to find James Pax, but still James Pax with the retribution secures the turtle. There will be the first to fall instead. Kekedot and Tizu as well. 3 members are down for AP.Bren. No, make that 4.
A better trade than they found in the last turtle. It's 4 for none. Sure, take the major objective. We'll run through the map. Aurora now up by almost 3,000. And they'll take permanent objectives on the map. They're bullying James Banks!
Oh, Edward just stood up in front of it and brought out the A. It's obvious now what the problem is for AP.Bren. Again, it's Demon Kite. It's the joy. It's the late entry.
He's literally a wall at this point. Just standing in front of the faces of AP.Bren. And in just a blink of an eye, they've already taken down all Tier 1 turrets away from AP.Bren, even slowly starting to work their way to the Tier 2s.
My God, Demon Kite's about to build the Holy Crystal already.
Oh no.
Oh, he just got it.
At under 8 minutes, there it is. Ye of little faith, me included. Aurora was just biding their time for the perfect moment, setting up for Demon Kite. 1/2 of the Kite brothers. Hell, Demon Kite's having a good match himself.
Yeah, all of the kills we saw onto Renegade were just like them accepting the fact that the early probably wasn't as precise as they could have gotten it to be, but it didn't mean that they let go of the game entirely.
That's what I love about Renegade amongst 3 million other things. The hitman can take a hit. He knows when it's the right play to make, and he's ran this through the team. He's ran it through their manager. He's ran it through their 2 coaches, their life coach, even Boss Rada. Hey, boss, I'm gonna take the hits the first two times, and then we're gonna give it to DK. Then we're gonna give it over to the other DK. Well, 3 times actually. So far, that's what earned them this almost 5K gold lead.
Yeah. Again, AP.Bren already, with this lineup, they have all the tools they can to counter-engage of Aurora. They really just need to hold on it a little bit better and focus, change their mindset to guys, number one, can we conserve to take down Demon Kite? Number two, get out of the feathered airstrike of the Farsa.
Yep. And now they have to find a way to position themselves, even despite Aurora already almost taking control of the entire area. I mean, look at where Renegade is.
That's right. They can rotate almost with impunity. Just 2 turrets left for AP.Bren out of their base. Tier 2 bottom, Tier 2 mid. And so far, I said this before, I'll say it again. This is a really bad situation for a Jawhead when you're on the defense.
Yeah. All potential early snowball gone already. Well, top and bottom minion waves also not favorable for AP.Bren. No one's managing it. They're just standing around. They need to be sending more bodies, showing themselves, clearing out those minion waves to somehow get more information out of Aurora.
They find Dare. Dare's the only man so far trying to get some information. So is Kekedot though, but he's trying to reserve his skills a little bit more. His abilities, which are very crucial. We've seen him use the ejector to throw away an unwanted target. But at least he has the flicker to go near, and that's exactly what I mentioned. He goes in and picks off Renegade.
But I don't know if it's worth it. That is a pickoff on a roamer. They trade up for one. Glorious Pathway set down by Edward.
And the roamer on the other side will be the trade too. Dare trying to buy some time. He gets to throw away the members of Aurora. But that doesn't stop them from picking off 2 members.
Not just 2 kills, even 2 flickers away from AP.Bren.
And they have to concede this with no frontliners. They back off, and Aurora gets the first Lord of the game.
Another one. Renegade says, do it, do it, do it. I can take it.
It's fine, it's fine. It's all part of the plan. It's the clapback, it's the counter, and the MPL veterancy right now of Aurora just shining over AP.Bren.
Now they might have to say goodbye to their Tier 2 turrets. Aurora will definitely work their way. There goes the feathered airstrike.
Yikes.
Edward and Renegade, enforcers, bodyguards pushing away any sort of resistance from Aurora. They will take down Tier 2, so there's just 1 left in mid.
Yeah, I know you mentioned something about getting out of the feathered airstrike first, but what if it's so well positioned and that it isn't necessarily there to engage in a fight? They're just getting what they want to get away! And look at that damage! Dom and Kite!
That's why we call him the next standard. Well, one of the reasons.
Oh my goodness. How does AP.Bren defend this? They still have the Holy Shields in their mid and bottom lane turrets, but the Hitman's about to look for a target. They get to zone away there, and James Banks as well, slowly gaining access towards the base. But these are 5 members that they will potentially go up against, so they decide to stay disciplined and disengage.
2 big demolition projects for Aurora. Top and mid inhibitors have fallen. 8K gold up 12 minutes in. AP.Bren are in shambles. Where does the comeback come from? They can't even hide in their own base. There's no bushes there.
Yeah, they're going to have to just show up. Kekedot has to take the Renegade mentality of, all right, I can take it, but actually just try to take it.
Glorious Pathway to the way of the dragon, and there's a beautiful counter and set from there! James Banks actually takes out Demon Kite and Yue, but Demon Kite unstoppable gets shut down by James Banks, the man with a million moves!
My goodness, Dare! Coming up big with the flicker, fist break into the fist cracked, and this game is cracked open for AP.Bren.
It's like he was born again. The man without fear, the daredevil, buys back possibly the game for AP.Bren.
They might just be able to take down all the mid lane turrets. Dom and Kite has 6 seconds to respond. Yue will be there too, but in just a blink of an eye, they got to actually almost equalize the map.
The man with no fear helped set it up for the man with a million moves to clear it up.
Let's see that again, all right? It could have been an end angle. They come in almost perfect everything. Even started up with a kick, and then look at there. Oh!
That's what we're talking about. The Badang Vixana combo. Chovskirt was looking at it, and exactly, Kekedot was like, I can take this. I will try to take this. And Dare said, let me make sure that your sacrifice doesn't go in vain. My God!
I don't think Yue and Dom and Kite will stick together after that.
Oh, yeah, for sure.
Anymore.
Not like that. Not in the same way. So suddenly, AP.Bren pulling out one from behind, from under the sleeve, from in your ear. A trick that nobody expected. They shrank that goalie down to 1,000, and I'll be damned. Maybe this is a contestable Lord.
Yeah, they had Aurora looking over here when they should have been looking over there.
When Dare has the flicker, I think you need to play it extra safe. But speaking of, they spot out Dare and take him out first.
Oh, Dare God. No,
Oh.
he's getting back.
But Shizu from behind. This seems like no Silent Kid. He's dancing around the members of Aurora.
What?
Demon Kite.
No!
Wow!
Edward goes next. That's 2 for 1.
What is happening? AP.Bren. Damn!
Shizu should have been squished, but he survived that sandwich.
He danced and he was making Aurora dance to his tune. Now AP.Bren gets the second Lord of the game.
Like a kid.
Unless.
Renegade with a sacrifice, but Demon Kite was a bit too late.
Like a kid hopped up on Nesquik. He couldn't be stopped. He was just dashing over and over again. And it's all falling apart for Aurora. What's going on?
I can't believe we're starting the week like this. Oh my goodness, now the Lord is in AP.Bren's hands.
I mean, I'm getting what I asked for AP.Bren to show why they were so hyped up heading into the MPL. Aurora, they're one of the top 2 teams after week 1, and now Aurora are in the red, but AP.Bren barely have any minion waves in the sides. It's only the mid.
This is an evolved enhanced Lord coming in.
Okay, Dot misses the flicker ejector play, but Edward, can he sustain all this?
That's bad.
The damage being soaked up by Edward, but he sustains everything, and Aurora now goes for the counter play. Oh, the quick interruption, fist break from Dare, but the Death Sonatas are reaching him, but he's still too fast. They can't chase after him. Oh no, Dare, will he be caught by the Hitman?
All right, the Hitman lets off. You survive for now. Suddenly Aurora are back in it. Despite that mid-lane siege, AP.Bren couldn't finish the job. Aurora back on the offense.
AP.Bren should not have forced that. Kekedot missed his flicker ejector. He was trying to reach Domicat, but that was way too risky.
Oh no, now there goes the Feather Dare Strike once more. Renegade forcing James Panks to move away. That's the glorious pathway already expended by Aurora too.
Habun Jingjing a little too feisty. There was no one to catch there. Reminds me of that very first glorious pathway he's cast this game. All right, so far I think the key for both teams is to collect yourselves, regroup, because the past, 2 or 3 minutes have been high-octane, intense, back-to-back brawls.
Not gonna lie, at this point I was already expecting to do the post-game analysis. I'm glad we're not at that point, that we're just seeing action. Again, Kekedot tried to go after Dominkite. The moment he missed that, that was already worst-case scenario for AP.Bren. Well, to be fair, worst-case scenario was them getting wiped out and losing the game. That didn't happen, but that's where you see the lack of MPL experience, I guess, because they had nothing in the side lanes. They really thought that they could force and end it with just that push alone. Yes, they were able to actually bring the base down to like 60% health, but again, that's a way too risky. Think about your side lanes first.
Yep, and James Panks just swapped items too. He had a Winter Crown earlier, but now he's on the Queen's Wings. So it's just oh, there you go. He picks it up again.
He can start juggling.
He's
juggling items
juggling now.
Just keeps up the economy and then just buys what's necessary.
Yeah.
So far, that's what AP.Bren are doing, Renmar. I think they're listening to you. They're trying to get some side lane push in, so it's not just all about the all-in. But I get it. From where AP.Bren is standing, that's the first time in 15 minutes that they were actually on the offense.
Yeah.
So they needed to really just get it in there, because, again, Kekedot needs to be in the driver's seat. He needs to set up.
Yeah, I mean, we're approaching 18. We're nearing the 20-minute mark, so the death timers are aren't going to be that short anymore. They're actually going to be very, very long.
That's a Mega Lordmon right now.
Yeah.
I wonder who's going to be the first to check that Shrubber on the mid. If AP.Bren can find Yue, that's best case scenario.
Oh, concealed by Kekedot, setting up the ejector on Edward.
Okay, they decide to go for Edward, but he is going to be tanky. That's the glorious pathway too, slowing down some of the members of AP.Bren.
Yeah.
So, resources here and there being burned.
An episode of hesitation from both.
Oh! But this doesn't feel like any sort of hesitation from Kekizat. Edward this time around doesn't have the glorious pathway, but there's a counter setup from Renegade. They pick off Dare in exchange of Edward. 2 XP laners once again.
But the minion waves, Demon Cat clearing in the mid. That was a great bait play by AP.Bren. They baited out the glorious pathway and feathered airstrike. Then they repositioned. Then Kekidot went forward. He didn't use the unstoppable force in the last scenario. He just used the conceal, showed himself, used the ejector, and nothing else. That's why AP.Bren find themselves in this situation.
Wait, Demon Kite, he isn't here yet. But that's a successful zone from Aurora, unless...
They're still holding on this Lord. Now the third of its health, they pop the immortality on Kekidot!
Okay, Shizu now, this is his time to shine. But is this too much to dance in the front of 2 members? He has to outplay everyone! James Pack secures the objective as well, and Renegade is just running for his life!
Run, Renegade, run! The silent kid has become a silent killer!
And in the mid lane is the man with a million moves with him as well!
So we were talking about the Jungle Gold duos, and it seems like this time around they want to be the ones to shine. Edward alone successfully takes down the minion guard, but we have another wave incoming, and James Pax together with Shizu, they take game number 1.
AP.Bren's first game win in the big leagues. Welcome to MPL Game 1.
And that was an emphatic win at that. Losing majority of the game, turning it around. The silent kid popping off in 2 key moments. There, saving it in that siege where we thought Aurora would end it. The man with a million moves with a crazy KDA and Kekidot popping off alongside Chove's skirt. This is why this team was hyped up.
All right, let's not forget that we would not even be here if it were not for that million-peso fist break combo by the Daredevil Dare. The man without fear. Because the game would have ended right then and there.
Yes, but it didn't, and it just kept going back and forth between these 2 teams. But it seems like every single decision made was something that the other always took advantage of.
Wow. Just wow.
Wow.
Oh, I am speechless. The man with a million moves. That's the MVP of the game. I believe he only had 1 or 2 deaths in this one. His final KD 7-1-7. My God.
Last name Panks, first name James. It was a normal Suyo game until he was just checking all the boxes. Again, for them to have come back this game, it was a grocery list of things to do. And he checked out, I'd say, 95% of that.
Oh my goodness.
I get it now why he said it's showtime.
Yeah, it's showtime! Showtime, James Panks! And he really showed up when they needed him to. It's not the highlight man with a million moves gameplay that we're used to seeing him pull off in the MDL, but it was like the James Panks, can you please show up when we need you to? And he just said, okay, I will. A lot of people are going to look into the performance of Shizo, Dare, maybe even Choveskirt here because he got to come in the clutch with some key Eternal Guards and Deathly Grasp Terrifies as well. But this was the main turnaround.
Yep.
Once they baited that out, it really looked like AP.Bren were ready for that play to get called. Kekidot was showing himself first. Dare didn't respond right away. He looked for the follow-up, and Choveskirt was also just there waiting. It's like, all right, waiting for the Badang set. Okay, there it is. And James Banks helped clean it up, and it just became rinse and repeat. This is the start of Shizo just showing why he's hyped up in the gold lane as well. And he got 2 of those kind of plays.
Yeah, I think so long as they are aware that Renegade isn't there, or if it's not, his ultimate isn't available, even just for Edward, that he has no reason to be afraid anymore of Aurora. And this is exactly what we've been seeing, this sequence of them taking trades 1-for-1, but in terms of like the longer team fights, the longer sustained damage output coming in from Shizo, once he gets to close in on his opponents, it's almost as if it's over.
Kudos to AP.Bren here. Starting strong, holding out, turning it around, and getting the dub. I guess it's time for us to pay the piper and get down to brass tacks. A lot of disconnects from Aurora.
Yeah, eventually. I think it's... they started to feel what they... Yeah, honestly, at this point, that's all I can do. Is like, they just started to feel what they should have felt in the early game. But AP.Bren couldn't pull it off, right? He couldn't get it. And so then Aurora was just like... Eventually, they were surprised, like, wait, I thought we were past this point of Kekadot, Choveskirt, and Shizo being a worry for us. What's happening here? And then once they started to feel what should have been the early game for AP.Bren in the late game where they have hella items and even crazier amounts of burst, they were just left,
Like, 2 minutes ago, you couldn't even get out of your own base.
Yeah.
Why am I stuck in mine?
It just felt like they always were trying to make ways to show us why their lineup works so well, the synergies that are within their lineup, and a lot of it were led by either James Pax or Kekadot, really. Like, if it weren't the ejector plays, it was really the way they are able to cut off Aurora from trying to take advantage of the unsuccessful burst downs or pickoffs from AP.Bren because of there.
Yeah, and speaking of the cutoffs, again, in the very final play where we saw AP.Bren win in that Lord fight, it was Choveskirt who, yes, he was kicked by Renegade. James Panks decided, I'm going to leave you there because I'm just going to cover the other entry. James Panks went elsewhere. But the moment he was out of the crowd control lock animation, he dropped down on an Eternal Guard and Cursed Blast that actually blasted down Dominkite and, if I'm not mistaken, Demonkite as well. There was two members of Aurora that Choveskirt got the catch before eventually, after he got stun locked. So Choveskirt, again, coming in the clutch in that one.
Yeah, this feels like a way more comfortable game for Choveskirt compared to where we saw him last week. It seems like they're able to work together. That's more. I think a lot more. I think that's what's important right now from AP.Bren. They are able to build a lineup which allows them to work together, unlike last time, which felt a little bit more individualistic in terms of approach of doing certain things by yourself without entirely relying or waiting for your other teammates.
Something tells me you just gotta push AP.Bren to the limit. Like, you just make him feel like you're about to lose. Do or die, get something done right now, or else we're going to game 2. And that's what happened, right?
Yeah.
And their coach is the guy who's done that for majority of his career. It's Coach Bakbet. It's the mentality of the, again, old Omega timers, the old version of execration. It's like he's just taken over like what worked for him in the past with the new younger squad.
One hell of a lesson to share on over to the next generation. Play like the old execration squad. Play as if it was your last game and then turn it around and prove the haters wrong. What a game 1 for AP.Bren. It's not over just yet. It's match point for them, but Aurora can still turn it around. Before we get on with the rest of the match, let's go on over to an All Access.
To MPL Playgrounds. At makikita nyo dito ngayon ang lahat ng booths na pwede nyo puntahan. Hans, ano bang meron tayo dito?
You know what? I'm curious as well. Tara, silipin natin.
Let's go!
Alright, so we have here one of the games na naglalaro na pala actually. 3-0 na nga yung score eh. So these are some of the kits na pwede nyong malaro dito. Teka lang, wala, inisahan ako eh. But yes, kung sisilipin nyo, right? If you're gonna come a little bit closer, you're gonna take a look at some of the games. Ito yung isa sa mga classics na madalas nilalaro natin sa cellphone but you actually get to experience it here, right?
Nako, Hans.
Ito na pala, ako na pala ulit. Okay, sige. Pero easy mode lang to.
Easy kasi to.
Easy mode lang to.
So,
diba?
pwede kayong mamili kung normal or
diba?
hard.
Okay
easy
na
pa
yun.
lang, talo na agad ako ni Hans.
At least naka-point ako. We also have another one. This one is a classic foosball table na madalas yung mapapansin. I'm looking at where the actual ball is. Sinisilip ko lang kung nasan siya. But you know what? Maraming salamat, Kuya Alexis. Si Kuya Alexis pala isa sa mga time zone representatives natin. So you go that side, Odin. You go that side.
Paano din ba to?
Okay?
Hindi rin ako marunong nito, Hans.
Yeah, para siyang football technically. Tapos ang ipipress mo lang, lahat ng mga nandun. Yan. So sisipain mo yan.
Okay.
You know what? Kayo nang bahala kung paano nyo lalaroin to.
Sa lahat
Okay?
ng marunong
Kaya nyo na.
Kaya nyo na yan.
Kaya nyo na. Pero hindi lang yun. Kasi di ba parang Odin meron pang
Meron
ganap
pa.
doon?
Dahil nga nandito tayo sa time zone sa
Correct.
MPL Playground, hindi mawawala. Isa sa mga paborito ko.
Okay. Ano ba ang isa sa mga favorites mo? If we're gonna take a look at it right now.
Makikita nyo dito ang ating photo booth. Pwede kayo mag-take ng photos dito and have your photos printed bago kayo umalis.
Fun starts here. Of course, courtesy of Time Zone.
Wow, nakaka-fresh pala.
Ganun pala yun.
Ang
Ganun
time
pala.
zone photo booth.
Tapos pwede nyo siyang i-share direkta na sa social media applications nyo. So, in case na hindi nyo siya makuha dito, okay lang din naman kasi meron kayong sarili nyo. And of course, last but not the least, yung isa sa mga freebies na pinapakita nila. You know what? I'd like to at least call on one of our representatives, Sir Alexis. Hello po. Hello. Kwento mo naman sa amin, ano ba yung buy one, get one free na pay 350, get 700 na power load?
Magda-download lang po kayo, sir, ng fan app po namin sa Play Store po. Then, magre-register lang po kayo sa fan app po.
Yan. So, gusto ko lang tanungin, Kuya Alexis, lahat ba to for free?
Yes po, for free.
Wow! So lahat ng pwede nyo ma-experience dito sa MPL Playgrounds, especially here sa Time Zone, are for free. Hands?
There we have it. Maraming salamat, Boss Alexis. And Odin, it seems like we have a lot of store in terms of this and in terms of the games as well.
Alright, balik na muna tayo sa loob ng Land of Dawn. Back to you guys.
Lex and I need to talk. I need to get in on that Time Zone promo. Welcome back. We are at match point once more. AP.Bren steals a game from underneath Aurora's nose after a 20-minute bout. Once more, my name is Leo at your service. We're with Brigida and Renmar Santa Cruz. What is going on with Aurora? Prior it was Onic. What's going on with Onic? But now, how does Aurora turn this around?
Yeah, I think we've mentioned it even early on, where in the first few minutes didn't feel like Aurora were as coordinated with what they wanted to do. It did seem like it was part of the plan eventually when they were able to bounce back, but I think if they could avoid those early kills onto Renegade, then it could have been really better.
All right, more on Aurora's comeback, if possible, after this. Get together at the MPL Arena. Watch your favorite MPL pros live. Tickets are selling fast. They're running out. So what are you waiting for? There are still available tickets for Sunday and next week. That's right, week 2, the tail end, and week 3.
And did you know that if you buy 5 tickets, you'll get the opportunity to win exclusive prizes? Note that only one account needs to purchase those 5 tickets to qualify for all these prizes that we're mentioning.
Again, tomorrow we have TNC versus Omega featuring the Rome head-to-head between Yawi and Jacknu. So, if you don't want to miss that, either watch online, watch on site, just get tickets, y'all.
I'm excited. Once more, that's a matchup happening tomorrow. Get your tickets now. Back to the action here in the arena, the major burning topic at hand. What does Aurora do now?
It felt like they were so comfortable in the lead and the system that they found themselves in that when they eventually faced the chaos of what AP.Bren could do, that's when everything started to crumble. It's like, wait, this isn't usually how things happen. Why is this Badang flickering forward like crazy? The Vexana actually stood in front of us and we didn't see the combo with the Badang coming up. It's like, let's bring it back to Season 7, Season 8. In the high points of the rivalry between Execration and Blacklist International, didn't we always used to say that the Execration style of like, what the heck are you doing? Oh, damn, that works, was like one of the biggest foils to the very systematized type of movement and rotations that the Royal Duo brought in with Blacklist International in then Season 7. Again, calling back to the past of our league, it feels like I'm watching a younger, newer version of the old Execration squad.
How would you know what I'm about to do and I don't know what I'm about to do?
Exactly.
That seems to be AP.Bren's key to victory. How does Aurora get a beat on that? Well, number 1 is by taking control of the draft. They're in blue this time around. And Coach Master the Basics and Coach Dexstar take out the Loyi and the Eve, while Coach Pakbet and Coach CJ on the other side take out the Zushin.
3 mid lane heroes out. Or they're the first 3 heroes that are banned out in this draft for game number 2. So we'll probably be seeing the Fanny still taken out here. Will they still open both junglers again this time around, both the Tsuyo and the Joy? Because if Aurora had a choice, would Demon Kite secure the Tsuyo instead of the Joy?
Depends on what the ban is.
So the Phobius is still there too. The Mathilda is available as well. There are a lot of heroes still open actually.
There's the joy. So if AP.Bren don't ban out the Suyo, then that's something they're willing to trade out for.
Yeah,
They better though.
That's why I really like the joy ban here by Aurora. It makes AP.Bren think, okay, are you really going to ban the Matilda? Or are you going to ban out the Suyo, but then we can pick up the Matilda ourselves too? Do you really want to give that to Aurora? Because then the Alpha Matilda combo will be online for them.
Not to mention the whole Granger-Harith trade.
That too.
Whichever you want, the favorable end of that to be your choice. All right, look at that. Coach Pakbet talking through all the possibilities.
If I'm AP.Bren, I think I'd just take out the Matilda.
Uh-huh.
You play around the trades, around the Suyo, Harith, Granger.
Look at this full circle. This man used to draft against Bren and dropped them in the playoffs. Now he's wearing that very same colors. There's the Matilda, all right. So, do you go Blue-Yo? Yes, you do.
All right. This is Suyo. So the Joy... No, there's no Joy. So the Granger, Harith...
Whichever they like.
Whichever they like.
Yeah.
Can be picked up here. Possibly, do they want to consider the Cho as well?
Yeah, I think if I'm AP.Bren here, consider the Cho and just pick either the Suyo, the Harith or the Granger. Be willing to give up one of the other to Aurora. Don't take the Aurora route and just going for big ticket damage right away with a Granger Joy first 2 picks in the first game. So if it's Harith Granger, that's a little bit too greedy for my taste, at least.
What if they... No, they won't. Okay.
They probably will now. Yeah, because
So-
I just said the magic words. Don't do it. Of course they'll do it.
I
What
don't know
do
why
I
that
know?
always happens.
Just like, oh, okay, they didn't do it. Good for them. Yeah,
Okay.
see? Yeah, exactly. That's the right call. You go got that gacha, you block a potential early Farsa pickup. Aurora can go CC here, actually, as one of the next picks. And then they can go Cho CC, or actually, will they consider Moss?
Granger.
Granger, yeah. Granger CC, Granger Cho.
They want to reserve one for later, but it's likely going to get banned out if you're AP.Bren. So, it's a Phobius instead of a CC, right? There's a Harith. Now they can take out, or unless AP.Bren wants to get the CC, but isn't it like, doesn't it show too much? Or it doesn't really matter at this point?
I think they don't need to rush the CC. They're going to be thinking about their mid laner or their jungler already. So you're off the board, they're going to have to go assassin. But you don't see your mid laner yet. So it's a tough call.
Here's the thing. If they don't pick a jungler here, AP.Bren might be putting into play one of their main strengths that's specifically unique to them. James Pack's unique hero pool. That's a Lucas. We don't know where that's going.
Hopefully that's not part of the unique hero pool of James Pax.
Too soon.
Yeah.
We just saw the King Kong Lucas falter, and the beast was never the same. All right. So going into the second phase, AP.Bren batting first. Do they lock down mid? Do they block off US picks? Farsa still at large.
Yeah, if I'm AP.Bren.
Valentina still at large. Oh, dear Lord.
They should ban out the Valentina and then consider picking up the Farsa for themselves.
Yep.
I reckon.
Yeah.
So it's sort of them also having range within their lineup, because the way it's looking right now, they might be a bit lacking in terms of that, and they get to pick first after this, right? So they might want to go with that, the Farsa, now that they take out the Valentina.
Yeah, because even if Aurora take out the Farsa here, AP.Bren can just go Aurora as one of your responses to the Phobius and whatever the roamer might be here for Aurora. Right, I was wondering, it's like, why am I about to say Aurora again? I was referring to two different Auroras. And then at the same time, you don't need any more magic damage if you're AP.Bren. What you need is a little bit more crowd control.
Crowd. Oh, they take out the glue though. So
I wasn't even thinking of
it's
that.
like part of Aurora thinking that there isn't an XP laner yet from the first 3 picks of AP.Bren.
What if AP.Bren surprise and they actually go full dive? What if they go Faramis? By the way, that's Brent, one of the most loyal members of the Hive.
It doesn't matter who's playing, as long as it's black and yellow, he's there.
Yeah. Like I thought he shifted over to the Falcons nest,
Green
like
Falcons,
like a lot of the Hive members did, but Brent stayed loyal one that one.
Yeah. Still here. Okay, so they really kept banning out XP laners.
That's right.
So part of them is thinking that Lucas isn't XP, Gatot isn't XP.
They're closing up these gaps. Like, they're not sure. Nolan is still out there. Hayabusa's still out there. Hanzo's still out there if you're looking for a more...
That's why pick your mid laner now and then pick the jungle pick for later, so you show what the Lucas actually is at the end of the draft,
You
not
don't
now.
have to. Yeah, you don't have to.
Yeah. Pick your mid.
More traditional approach to this, unless the jig is up this soon.
What if AP.Bren's just gonna go Faramis?
It's Faramis or Farsa.
Yeah, that's the thing, is if they Faramis now, Aurora might still find an answer in the 2 picks they have.
Yeah. Okay, so they go Vex.
They'll just play it safe here. Give Chove what he was playing with game 1.
Yeah, he was doing really well with that. And whoa, Vexana's undefeated so far this season.
Wow.
Oh, I mean, the follow-ups from Chove's skirt earlier were just so perfect. Regardless of which roamer Kekedot decides to use here, we aren't entirely sure if it's going to be a full-on initiator just yet, or is it going to be the Gatot?
Kekedot's playing with the Gatot. There's the high loss. Hitman special, especially from week 1. What does Yue rock?
Ooh!
Oh! This I actually like. The economy is on point for Aurora.
Yeah, it's so well distributed, and we've seen a lot of aggressive Sicilian mid laners even in the early game too. So what does AP.Bren respond with?
And so far, nobody from AP.Bren can actually find Yue for free. Even Kekedot has to commit.
Yeah. So if we're thinking of junglers, is it gonna be an assassin for James Panks?
Hayabusa?
Yeah, I'm thinking the Haya too, but...
Or do you force the Hans?
What are we already... Oh, the Hanzo?
It's open.
Okay, oh, Barrett's? What? So it's a Lucas jungle and a Barrett's EXP, right?
Oh my god, let's double down on traumatic heroes from tonight.
Well, it's not in the same role. Oh wait, it is!
It doesn't matter, bring it up. They just switched it up. Yeah, they're both here.
And they're both in the same lineup now.
Why would they do this? What are they trying to bite down on? Why the -1? Why the committal? Why the full committal on this?
Okay.
Is it a good matchup against the high loss?
I'm already thinking the Sicilian is the happiest out of everyone in this draft.
Sure.
Because it's just like, all right, cool, you get a Barrett's, but I'm going to just be here and hit you from a distance.
You know what Sicilian's worst enemy here in this matchup is?
What?
His mana.
Yeah. His mana, and if somehow Ewan messes up the distancing. To be fair, we have to acknowledge that the lineup rating for AP.Bren, it does favor them. They're very beefy, very meaty, and of course, actually, one thing I learned, the Harith actually skews a lot of the
His numbers.
lineup stats.
Yeah,
with how good Harith is actually.
He provides
right
so much to a lineup, but just the same, the concept is there. The math checks out. Despite the Sicilian's dead zone right in front of him, we're foreseeing this to be a great and easy game for Yue and the rest of Aurora. Game number 2, match point for the new kids on the block in AP.Bren. One more. This game win and they take the series.
It's almost a full melee lineup for AP.Bren.
Yeah, full dive again. That's why we were thinking that they might even consider the Faramis, but at least they get a little bit more burst this time around, and burst that you can hit from a safe distance. Good control. And Kekedot actually is going to be the main point of this lineup alongside Dare, because they need to really time their entries and make sure that they can reach Dominkite or Yue later on.
All right, this might be a little safer, a little better for the Barats, because it is a flicker Barat. So he can position himself in a weird angle, and Detna's welcome, flicker, and then, you know, get the confirmed -1. So it makes sense.
Kind of the same with the way they play the Jawhead and the Badang. So there are still multiple ways for them to engage. The same kind of follow-up coming in from Chov's skirt. It's just that James Panks this time might want to join a bit more when they try to start the fights instead of like coming in late or being the main source of damage. It's still the same for the others mostly. It's just that James Panks kind of switched it up a bit.
The last time we saw a Barrett's EXP lane, what happened there was the Barrett's just kept leaving the EXP lane as much as he could. That was Lord JM, and committing into rotations into the mid lane so that they can get an easy 4-man advantage, surprising their opponents. And so far, it looks like that's what they're planning right now. They actually want to give a little bit more farm to Dare through the mid lane alongside Joveskirt.
Double laning on an XP laner. That's definitely going to get him to level 4, trying to secure this first turtle spawning upper quarter of the map. Aurora first to the scene. Kekadot getting pushed back by Edward.
Yue has poked down the members of AP.Bren so well, but they still find their way towards Edward using the Vengeance, and there's the Detona's welcome, but he gets burst down by the Evil Queller. Now that's a 1-for-1 trade so far. Kekadot's really low, and Demon Kite secures the turtle, but they still want more. Renegade is going in, and Kekadot gets found by Yue.
Oh, down bottom, Demon Kite versus Shizo. Shizo's leaning hard into his early game advantage, especially underneath a Zaman force, and he's bullying the next standard right out the lane.
2 games that he did this now with this Harith against that Granger.
Oh, here comes Yue. Can he find him? Looking for the bite down. Doesn't find Shizo.
All right, the Sanguine Claws didn't connect, but that was a close call for Shizu. Props to him for being mindful enough, though. He's been doing this again, you mentioned it, 2 games in a row, but it's still not to the point wherein he gets too careless of his positioning and unaware of the map.
Yeah, you see though, especially in the last sequence, how much Edward pulls attention away from Demon Kite. Because of him diving onto James Panks, it actually forced Dare to just look at where Edward was so that he can use his ultimate on the Phoveus, which meant the turtle was free for Aurora to take.
So far, Aurora stepping on the gas, finds one, choke skirt, forced out underneath that glorious pathway, revitalized by Kekadot, and a charged up Quella taking down Chove.
Yue has been on point with those Sanguine Claws every single time prior an objective. It's either he catches 2 and then gets to bring them down to half HP or less than whatever damage he dealt. That already means a lot to Aurora, and now it was just so... It's such perfect timing for them.
I mean, we did say earlier that Yue would be the happiest guy in this lineup right now.
Oh no, but they spot out Shizo. The flicker's already forced out, but Renegade is right there to block his path. Kekadot trying to defend this turret as well, but that's 4 members of Aurora, and they might just get almost all of the energy shields from that tier 1 bottom.
The Hitman making like the Wheelman, setting up the escape route for Aurora as they rotate toward the turtle.
Another Sanguine Claws connecting onto Dare, and Kekadot is really low, uses the AOG to escape, but now Aurora, they're chasing after Demon Kite secures the turtle, and now they're looking for blood. Shizu uses the Zaman Force to escape, but gets caught by the Sanguine Claws, misses the second skill from Edward. But still, that's dominance from Aurora.
He ain't there anymore. He's gone alongside James Panks, who has to constantly put himself in the way of harm. Because that's the nature of this hero. Until he has the items to tank up, he's going to keep going down like Shizo underneath his own tier 1.
Aurora now stepping on the pedal of aggression. Renegade on point with the rotations. Yue again!
Kekadot doesn't feel too tanky, forces out the Revitalize, and they get to punish Edward. Unleash the beast coming in from James Panks. But still, Yue survives, but not for long. There's Chop Skirt with the Cursed Blast, and that's a 2-for-1 trade, but they lost James Panks.
All right. Under regular circumstances, that would have been a very messy push for Aurora, but they're able to get away with so much given how much they have been taking down AP.Bren in the past minute. They're up by almost 4,000 gold, and lane per lane, I think they're all up, except for XP.
AP.Bren now feeling the wrath of a very aggressive and ticked off Aurora. Feels like that we're seeing. Yue, yes, of course. We've highlighted him already a fair amount. Again, the Sicilian is so happy here. And he's been on point with the Sanguine Claws and the Bat Impact. But another one I really want to highlight here is Edward has just been a menace. He's maximized, especially the last big team fight that we saw. He used 2 Dark Waves perfectly. A Dark Wave just standing there, and then another Dark Wave with a flicker as well. Really just goes to show how much of a problem this Phoveus is. And when the Phoveus from afar is getting a lot of supplemental damage from the Granger, from the Sicilian, then Edward, alongside the Sicilian, is the happiest guy in the lineup.
Yep, this feels like one of the most significant changes in terms of the draft coming in from Aurora compared to game number 1. This time around, Shizu actually has to think of someone. And Edward playing the Phoveus into the Harith is actually opening up so much more possibilities for Aurora in terms of engaging in team fights as compared to how they were forced to play it a little too cautiously in game number 1. So, yes.
This AI trend is getting out of hand.
That's AI?
Yes.
2 of these pictures are real.
Yeah, only 2 of them, right?
Moving on. About 40 seconds until the game resumes, and congratulations, you two. Here's the thing. It's not too late just yet. Did he say yes, or is he... Did he or did he not?
I
think the other guy's blushing.
I think he did. All right. Here's the thing. I don't think it's too late for AP.Bren. I think AP.Bren can still... Yeah, confirmed you did. Yeah, I think AP.Bren still has it. It's just... Maybe if Derek can pull it off. But he doesn't have the right hero.
Yeah.
AP.Bren...
It's more single
It's more
target
single
now.
target.
Well, they're unpredictable like that, so I wouldn't like entirely
That's right.
count out the...
What they're capable of, even they don't know.
Exactly.
It's possible. You're right, Brigida.
Yeah, so I don't know. I'm just waiting for everything to unfold, but as it's looking right now, still Aurora clearly in the lead, and unlike game number 1, they're much eager to convert objectives early on, so map control might be going into their hands a bit more early too.
Amazing lead, especially for gold lane. That's almost 2,000 gold between Dom and Kite and Shizo. And this time, Dom and Kite ain't playing halfsies, man. He's rocking an early Sky Piercer.
You can just go ahead and snowball out of that. And again, I'm just going to be repeating the same problem for AP.Bren. They can't reach Yue. They can't just send Kekedot to dive because, again, that puts a lot of pressure on the rest of the line. Now, Aurora will get all turtles in this game. And AP.Bren are just going to try to get resources elsewhere, try to get a push. Minion wave's not favorable up top, so they're looking towards the mid. They can commit one more heavy play to try!
Oh, there's the flicker. Daytona's welcome coming in from there, and the follow-up avatar of the Guardian.
So
but
tanky!
Renegade cutting away or cutting off the members of AP.Bren. Might just be enough for Aurora to find the counter engage.
Dear Lord, they threw everything but the kitchen sink, and only Edward fell. Aurora telling AP.Bren, let's do it again.
It took them everything just to take down Edward. That's all the ultimates committed on the side of AP.Bren just for that one guy. And again, we mentioned AP.Bren can commit one more thing. Unfortunately, that one more thing didn't go so well for them. It was an EXP for jungler trade. Now they're at the point where their next engagements have to be a little bit more cautious. Looking at the items, he had to skip the Hunter Strike, did James Banks, wait straight into the War Axe. Already on the way to the Sad Sword is Demon Kite. Sicilian only has the glowing wand, surprisingly enough. He's really maximizing the crowd control he has. And in terms of the gold laner, only 1 item for Shizo, while already 3 for Dom and Kite.
Oh, that's the Daytona's welcome used to escape from there. And this is the way you like to see Aurora playing. Very focused on the objectives and rotating fast enough for the enemies to not keep up.
This is the way. Demon Kite stole the orange from James Panks. So James Panks is starving right now. It's not like the Lucas is doing great anyways. It's just all the more worse for AP.Bren.
Yeah, he's sitting on a 3-3-1 KDA. I think they've been more involved in the fights that have been happening across the map. But for majority of those fights, it's been Aurora winning them out. So I don't know if AP.Bren still wants to contest this. They tried to go for an engage earlier. That was a Daytona's welcome and the AOG follow-up. But once they commit everything in, it's so hard for them to escape.
For their own good, I don't think they should contest. And Aurora knows that. A blitz take here. Well, kick it on James Max. Check in range. AOG!
Oh, they do not contest, but they still want to look for the kills. UM will be the first to fall, and the rest of the members of AP.Bren are trying to run away because Keke Dot as well as James Banks are
gone!
but they can handle it. They can deal enough damage, and they take out 3 members for 2.
James Banks, he bumped into the wall. That's why he couldn't complete the kill there onto Demon Kite. But Aurora still got the Lord, and they can march forward with 2. With how much they can get, that's the biggest question, as the members of AP.Bren will be a full 5-man in 3 seconds.
Again, none of us on desk ever said, hey, if James Banks can bite down on the 3 of them and kill them, that would be a comeback for AP.Bren. They did just that. Again, it rings true. How do I know what I'm going to... How do you know what I'm going to do if I don't know what I'm going to do? From out of nowhere, James Banks found those kills.
Yeah, and it was there probably with the call to still engage nonetheless. That was another Daytona's welcome to engage, and
Get a view again coming in the clutch up to the lantern for the Granger, already up to a Sea Halberd.
Oh.
Yeah, that's why Chosco got blasted, man.
What's next? That an endless battle?
Yeah, it looks like an endless battle with a Ogre.
Disgusting. This is as good as a double poke lineup can get. You have the Glorious Pathway, you have the consistent body in Edward, and then here we go.
Oh no, Gekadot won't be able to cast the AOG. He already pressed it, but the damage was just too much from Aurora. They didn't let him go.
And this is one of the key signatures of Aurora, the Suyo Granger. Just play around strong burst in the gold in the jungle. And just make sure you supplement it well. In game number 1, if James Banks and Shizo were the highlight, now it's the Kite brothers, continuing the storyline between the 2 jungle gold combos. But will Aurora slip just like they did in the previous game? Or will AP.Bren just concede and then eventually be forced into a game number 3?
It would be a shame if Aurora drops this lead here. It's a strong 5,000 gold as they start up the Lord. Lord now down to 4/5 of its health. Kekedot in range. So are James Max, Shizo, and Chovskirt alongside Der, who does have his flicker online. All battle spells up, actually.
That hurt.
Oh, they got him back.
That's half HP for Der.
Yeah, don't commit this. Kekedot, just give up this Lord. It's fine.
Yep.
You can defend.
I mean, Renjay also still has the Glorious Pathway, so they have a lot of things to consider, and they will just opt to defend.
All of Aurora's turrets still standing. AP.Bren have barely crossed the river.
In 12 minutes 45, it's 236 stacks already onto you. It's not going to be an easy defense for AP.Bren. Again, up against the Sicilian Granger combination, with how much it takes to take down Edward, who just built up the Athena shield as well.
Yeah.
It might be endable for Aurora. AP.Bren just really needs to look into clearing up all the minion waves.
Yep. Here goes the Lord in the middle lane. Glorious Pathway already used as well, but their flickers in! They decide to take the battle out of the turret. Shizu though unfortunately falls, and Dom and Kite now gets a double kill. The Lord is still up as well, and 3 members are down for AP.Bren. This is definitely it for Aurora, for the lights, and they will bring us to a game number 3.
We're going all the way as Aurora even the score 1-1.
After a week where we saw a lot of 2-0 results, it's very refreshing to see the very first day of week number 2 to go both into 3 games. And this time AP.Bren, though, felt the wrath of Aurora, and Aurora, most importantly, did not slip.
Back-to-back bangers here on the opener for week 2. And we're still coming up to our reputation as the strongest league in the world. Week 2 into a new era, and it's still unpredictable. Again, past the first series of the night, I already regret doing my prediction videos. And yes, that's right. Everyone who's commenting there right now, my feelings are hurt, and I should stop doing it. But regardless, I do not care. Now, moving on. MVP performance, I'm going to say it now, by the last Raider.
Yep.
Or the Hitman. You're right. You know what? Renegade didn't die.
Or you.
So I'm not sure. Oh my God.
I'm not sure anymore.
I'm not
Okay, let's
sure.
find out who it is. Ah.
Of course. Why would I ever doubt my heart? The Hitman!
And again,
His
it's with
heart.
the high loss, 1-0-17 this time around. It's a bulletproof Hitman that we got to see. And yeah, I think that's one of the things here that I think countered AP.Bren that they didn't realize so much. A simple revitalize.
Yep.
Actually just allowing Aurora to survive longer than even AP.Bren really wanted.
And just looking at AP.Bren's lineup, the Glorious Pathway ruins everything.
Yeah.
Like, if you choose a zone to fight in, all that Renegade has to do is Glorious Pathway, and then you have to think twice about, oh, we spent all our ults, is that worth it now?
Yeah, and it's not even a Glorious Pathway that's so honest. It's like, it's in front of you. It's coming from different angles. It's cutting off the entries, or it's really just cutting out the exits as well. And yeah, it really looked like AP.Bren just could not find the right, how do I say this, timings with Der, Kekedot, and Chosker together. The times that they did find it, we saw that it worked out really well, but kudos as well to Aurora for telling AP.Bren, this isn't going to be easier for you this time around. We're actually going to be aggressive, and you will not be able to reach our Sicilian.
I mean, even in the draft, right? The way they still decided to keep banning out XP lane heroes, even despite the presence of both the Lucas and the Gatot, it kind of tells you that they might really have an idea of how AP.Bren is planning to actually draft their lineup, approach all of this, and this is one of the examples of how the Glorious Pathway just destroys everything.
Yep.
Even with the wall in between, it just makes it so difficult for AP.Bren to go for a full commit.
Great point, Bridget. The whole, we still have to ban XP laners, even going in a second phase, really put AP.Bren and specifically Der in a weird position wherein they have to play the Barats, which now almost puts the Barats and the Lucas in dog water territory. They each have a win still, if I'm not mistaken, in MPL Philippines.
Yes.
But they're really bad when the matchup sucks.
Yeah, and it feels like it's when you're left with just having to pick that. If they're your last options, then something has not gone right.
Most likely, it's a bad choice.
Yeah.
You're gonna have a bad time.
Yeah, to be fair though, like thinking about the EXP leaders that they could have picked, it all would have been tough. Even if you say that they picked up an Edith, like, it's not gonna be the easiest Edith game that you'll see, but at the end, outside of the draft, you look at it in execution, and Aurora had a very solid game plan here. Set the tempo, rotate aggressively, Renegade, Kite, and US set the tempo. And again, Edward, with his Phobius, Aurora just looks so comfortable playing around that because they can trust Edward to be aggressive at the right time and even set up like a roamer usually would, because a high loss, he doesn't set up. Like Glorious Pathway, that's not really set up. Like, you're just bringing down a carpet. The poke, I guess, but Edward and his dark waves were so on point.
And that is what allowed for Yue to have a great game, which, by the way, was not made easy, was not allowed for by AP.Bren, which kudos to them. They really gave Yue one hell of a 13-minute game because he still died twice.
Yep. And still, though, I think it was difficult for James Panks to operate in that entire game too. I mean, looking at the amount of purple buffs that he was able to secure throughout that entire game, it was only 4 in comparison to 10. And even for their orange buffs, right? You mentioned it, like they were really trying to starve out James Panks on a Lucas who kind of could be categorized as one of the most snowball-dependent type of junglers in the very rare times we see him being used as a jungler. I think just twice. Even.
Yeah, he wasn't eating good already anyways.
Yeah, that's like a necessity for Lucas in the jungle. Snowball.
Yeah.
But that, can you easily do that in the toughest region to play in? No, you cannot.
It's hot in the Philippines.
Yeah.
We don't allow
get
for
snow.
that.
We don't get snow. Our refrigerators melt very quickly. It's very demanding.
And it comes down to this. One more game in the best of 3. Both series of the night going all the way. I think it's safe to say Aurora have found their flow and they learned their lesson the hard way. Now it comes down to this series-wide do or die AP.Bren.
The way it's looking right now, it might just be a day full of reverse sweeps if ever Aurora really gets to ride on that momentum, which is likely to happen based on what we're seeing right now. So hopefully for AP.Bren, at least they get some sense of control to the unpredictability that they bring into this match.
Yeah, and I think you can also really see, especially with the last bands where AP.Bren is looking at, instead of thinking about what else can UWE pick up, we were thinking the Farsa. They thought, you know what, let's take out the hero that we know do really well. Renjay probably does well with a Jawhead as well. So they took out the Jawhead, which left a very good Sicilian pickup. And that was a stroke of genius, honestly, by the coaching staff of Aurora to call for the Sicilian pick.
Yep, again, this is a hero that rarely sees play, at least in the highest levels of competition, and this was the perfect spot for Sicilian, because again, that dead zone is where AP.Bren will barely get in, which is, again, proof is in the pudding. They found that dead zone and they forced a couple of kills onto UWE. So now, these two teams have that knowledge. What have the coaches prepared for them? What kind of drafts are we going to see? Because Game 1, there were some traces of what happened last week, right? Game 2, a little bit of a adjustment. But Game 3, this is where it all comes down. And if I'm not mistaken, it's AP.Bren choosing the side coming up. We will find out exactly soon what they made the choices for the draft. But real quick, shout-outs to Mark Joseph Gonzalez Elio. Let me translate here. James Max is strong, even in his MDL days. This is from the MPL PH.official Facebook page.
Yes, that's what Renmar has been saying all the time. It's okay. I'll get, okay, maybe week 4.
What?
What?
3.
There, okay, I will take that because
Week
that's already
3.
next week.
Oh, yeah.
That's already next week.
I thought she was going to have to go through the Masters break and Holy Week, and then, just then, she would say, I'm ready. But folks, real quick before the match resumes, we would like to remind everyone that you can still get your tickets for tomorrow. Check out the ticketing website / see if there's more for TNC versus Omega. That's a matchup happening tomorrow. After that, we got Twisted Minds PH versus Falcons PH. And then we're closing off the night with Team Liquid Philippines versus AP.Bren. This very team here that you see in action that's taken Aurora all the way to the Game 3, the pinnacle of this series. So, again, either way, I think after this match, regardless of who wins, more people might get tickets to the AP.Bren match tomorrow.
Yeah. If we saw 6 games today, tomorrow, looking at the matchups that are about to happen,
Might get 9.
we might get 9.
Are you casting tomorrow?
I'm not. I'll be watching. Are you?
No, I'm off tomorrow. Am I?
Why?
I think I am.
You've been laughing at me all day. Can I just share a story with y'all? In the rehearsal, she made fun of my bald head. She laughed so I've never heard you laugh like that ever.
No.
You just went. It was what they call in the literary world a guffaw. You guffawed at my bald head.
I didn't. It was at your joke about your...
Now you say something with conviction. Okay.
Yeah, because it was a... Right? I laughed at his joke about his bald head, but not...
You are digging. You are digging a hole right now.
I can
girl.
only take you at your word. And if your words end with a question mark, then I don't know what to stand for anymore. I don't know what to believe, bring it out. Just like how I don't know what AP.Bren has up their sleeves here for game number 3, because we know what Aurora is capable of. We're also aware of what they can't do, which is play in Malaysia. But regardless, they're here and they played clean game 2. Game 3, I'd reckon, regardless of what the choice is for side for AP.Bren, I think Aurora just has a cleaner ramp up to victory here.
I just hope for AP.Bren at least that James Panks gets much comfortable jungler hero. I mean, they were choked out early on, but then I think they had the option to.
You know the sad thing about the last one though was that they choked themselves. They were just like, what do we pick in the jungle? Lucas. I'm okay with this. Where it eventually just gets crumbled. I guess you could also lean in on the fact that maybe it's because it didn't have the right EXP partner with it. Maybe Aurora were looking at the glue or AP.Bren were looking at the glue or the CC, but Aurora banned it out.
Yeah.
TLDR, hopefully we don't see a Lucas jungle ever again.
It's a joke, by the way, in case the 5 Roras were mad at me in the comment section saying, why would you say that about Aurora? They've proven themselves, folks. They beat Onic last week. They got to the grand finals of the hardest league in the country, and they're here at the cusp of victory against AP.Bren. They're on the red side. That means AP.Bren chose blue. Game number 3. Eve and Fovius banned out by Coach Pakbet. MTB banning out the Fanny. Up next would be a Jushin or Matilda.
Yeah. Earlier it was AP.Bren that actually banned out the Matilda on the red side. And so far, the Fovius, good respect ban there onto Edward. And I think that's one thing that Aurora, or excuse me, AP.Bren are going to be looking at in the back of their minds, which is, let's not forget what Edward might actually end up with in the EXP lane.
Yeah, I'm also looking at the Harith possibility here for AP.Bren in terms of like their priority first pick. Unless it gets banned out here by Aurora, since there is still a chance, unless they want to like deny one of the jungler or gold trades. The Louis is still available.
Yep, same banning pattern as game number 1, and in game number 1, AP.Bren prioritized the Suyo. Will they change things around and surprise and suddenly pick up the Joy? They will not.
To be fair, they were winning a majority of the early game in game 1.
Yes.
So this makes sense. They can just run it back. So this can be Joy X. Again, Joy Granger?
Gatot instead of the choke.
Oh, finally they make sense of the whole opportunity cost. Gatot Granger, there you go. Because you don't need to pick the Joy. Why now they change it up?
No need to rush it. They take away a pick from Kekadot, and now we're going to have to see Kekadot with something else. Will he just end up... Oh, they have to be careful with a double revitalize for Aurora.
With Hylos.
Yeah, with a Hylos, Gatot, or... We don't see Hilda's pack revitalize that much anymore.
Harith X.
Yeah.
I mean, they can save Kekadot for later. There's still the Tig or the Jawhead, but they... Okay, they pick it up for the first phase.
Oh, they're just running it back.
Yeah, it's not the same order, but so far the same picks. In game number 1, AP.Bren picked up a Badang in the first phase.
Yeah. So...
Now Joy, right?
They can still pick it later, if ever, because Joy is very much likely to be picked by Aurora here at this point, unless...
Like 98%, 99% chance this is Joy. Because if not, best believe, Coach Pakbet can't press Joy ban enough, fast enough, like just...
What are they going to... Why is it... They're taking their time.
Whoa!
Ooh, they go for a swerve. Okay, they go for aggro close range poke at the center of the map. That's a Gata roam.
For sure.
I would say 97%.
There's nothing to steal yet, though.
Yeah. I think Aurora already thinking ahead and looking at potentially a That's usually a block on a Lucas, a threat to not pick up a Farsa or a Vexana. Usually, when you see a Valentina get picked in the slot, so that's something Aurora's already keeping in mind.
Do RORA start banning out explainers?
Oh, they have to against their.
The CC still there. The Badang.
Oh
too.
wow!
Okay.
Okay, but they ban out the Farsa even though they have the Valentina in their hand. So there has a lot of options. It's the CC Badang still available for there in the XP lane. If ever they want to go for a similar route to game number 1.
How often does this happen, wherein you pick a Valentina blind with no ults to steal just yet? How often does that pay off?
I mean, the Faramis is still there too, but I think they'd want to pair up Burst mid laner again with the Jawhead lineup that they're showing us so far, right?
Yeah, 100% Aurora already thinking ahead of what AP.Bren are going to pair it up. So we considered an alpha for Aurora and AP.Bren take it away. So if they commit an alpha Joy, there's one more jungler that deals a lot of burst damage. The Nolan will also still be available for them. So if it ends up becoming another Jawhead Vexana combo, actually the Valentina stealing away the Eternal Guard, or maybe even the Unstoppable Force just to be able to dive, although that'd be way too risky considering there's a Harith there. I'm seeing it now. I like the Valentina getting picked suddenly. It's a very surprising pick now. AP.Bren are overthinking, I feel like.
It's kind of limiting.
But we don't know. Again, conceptually, there's a logic to it. There's a rationale, but until we get into the game and see the payoff, then we'll know. Hilda ban for Aurora, so there's 1 XP.
Oh,
taken out.
What could they be planning to pick up in the jungle?
Hayabusa still out there.
Possibly an assassin given the Hilda ban.
Haya Nolan.
Yeah, Nolan
But-
earlier.
Joy's still open, by the way, just in case.
Yeah, that too.
AP.Bren's not falling for the trap.
So, well, I mean, Aurora, they can...
Aurora's gonna pick up the CC probably at 4th pick.
Yeah, so they'll get an XP lane, but that's the Badang still available for there, just in case. But I think they're pretty much okay with that.
There she is.
Okay. They still bat it out.
Nolan's available.
The CC you mentioned, or...
Yeah. CC Nolan, I feel like the last 2 picks for Aurora. Although they can consider I need a bit more magic damage if it's not. They can go Edith in the EXP.
Yeah, would that be enough? That's one of Edward's signature picks since time immemorial.
They go for Nolan first. Okay. They're saving Edward for last. For AP.Bren, what mid laner are they picking up? Is it still the Vexana?
And is there at least 1 ult for you to steal?
Yeah, or the Faramis so that he gets a Nether Realm of his own?
I'd like to see them pick up the Vexana. Yeah, they're giving up an ultimate, but at this point, they might need to.
It's the right choice.
It's the right choice.
It's not what you want, it's what you need.
Yeah. And then for the EXP lane, you also block a potential Edith pickup surprise for Dare. They already have Burst in chunks. Hey, yeah, they might just end up picking up a right? Oh no, CC.
All right.
Of course, right, yeah.
So that's at least a favorable matchup for them in the EXP. Regardless of what might come out from Edward here, but then there's a lot that can. The Hylos is still there. The Edith you mentioned. Or the Badang.
Oh, yeah, that's surprising. With
There's Edith.
Yeah, because there was Edith eventually. Ooh.
So just 1 ult for Yue.
Yeah.
It's go big or go home.
Eternal Guard.
Interestingly enough, that's the lineup of AP.Bren. It's go big or go home. Get your pick-offs around the Jawhead and the Vexana combo, or nothing at all. While the Edith means that Aurora has more than 1 tool for a longer engaged team fight. Again, that's always one of the strengths of an Edith. If you don't handle her well, surprise, your team fight will get turned around in front of you because of a full stack Edith Primal Wrath.
And we have seen the last Raider, Demon Kite, do amazing things with a Nolan. And with the help of the MVP of Game 2, Reneja and the Gatot, we can expect great things. So, one more look at these drafts and, of course, the index. Rora's down again. Once more, is this the numbers on the Harith just pumping everything up?
I feel like it, yeah.
Although,
They do also have the CC with them.
yeah, but like if it were just sustained and all that,
Yeah.
you'd give it to
Welcome
Aurora.
to
But like
Mobile
the early
Legends.
to mid damage department would probably favor AP.Bren.
It all comes down to this, ladies and gentlemen. One last game for the night. Who's going to take the dub? A reverse sweep by Aurora, or will AP.Bren finally reintroduce themselves in the big leagues?
Whoa. Skirt poke down to half HP, and as we're seeing it right now, Kekedot's just helping James Panks really farm fast.
There's a lot of crowd control also, though, on the side of AP.Bren. But in terms of their damage, it's very dependent on the Vexana and the Harith together. But if they can change their crowd controls at the right time, it might actually be very, very annoying for Demon Kite and Renergy to deal with. But again, just looking at the fact that there's a Granger and an Edith on the other side for Aurora, it's tough for AP.Bren. This is a more demanding lineup for them to pull off.
Yep, for AP.Bren, it's easy to, well, it's easy for Aurora to build defensive items. Like, mainly magic to start. And then you start dealing with the problem of physical when AP.Bren is a fireman. So, you see it here, Kekedot waiting to catch Edward off guard, and even James Panks comes to the party. Oh, I wonder if Abu Jingjing knows.
You don't have any information onto Kekedot and James Panks. They only saw Skirt in the middle lane, so fortunately for Aurora, there aren't any pickoffs just yet. Both teams are just so careful. Oh no, wait, I take it back. That was a close call for Edward. He nearly got taken out, and that's the, wow, revitalize.
All right, no, this makes sense. He needs to get level 4, get some wave in mid, and then hits the regenerate, so he'll be part of the turtle take. Oh, all this while, oh Lord, look at this. The last Raider doing Raider things. He's gonna steal the orange.
Yep, that's an orange buff gone, and I think that's Aurora also showing that they're confident that they're gonna take this turtle. Good thing Shizo's gonna be checking the orange buff, and they'll get the read.
Oh, does he get it?
Yeah, I think he did secure, and then the turtle will eventually still go to AP.Bren. So yeah, Demon Kite's early rotation and anticipation of the turtle going sideways for them scored them at least something on the map.
Yeah, and you see Aurora actually really respecting what we talked about, the sheer crowd control burst damage combo of AP.Bren at this point in the game, that they're willing to give up the first turtle even though they have an Edith who was level 4 in time at that scenario. They're playing it safe, and it might be just like in game number 1, waiting for a turtle 2, turtle 3 scenario where they pop off and just take over the game.
Yep, they've been doing this for multiple times now. It's just that they're waiting for that turtle wherein they're already equipped to fight back or really commit to an engage against AP.Bren. But look at Kekedot so far. He's been very patient. I haven't seen much ejector plays coming in from him just yet. It seems like they don't get to find the right targets.
Patience is a virtue for Kekedot. Something to note, folks, in case you're wondering, that is the new MPL skin on Edith. Just came out, so grab it now in case you're wondering, where's this purple skin from? That's what Edward's rocking. About 45 seconds until the turtle spawns. Second one of the game, lower quarter. Demon Kite just farming around. It's happening, Mom. It's happening. It's a Filipino game. No kills just yet.
Yeah. Let's see if eventually we'll find K-Dot drop a Grammy Award-winning set and pickoff. But even so, Aurora has the right response again with the Eternal Guard on the hands of Yue. There will always be a counter response to whoever Kekedot can initially burst off. You guys are also going to get knocked up by a Valentina Eternal Guard. So again, this is what we talked about with AP.Bren. Timing, they really have to make sure that they're keeping things in check, remembering what RORA can toss out in the counter, and not just full commit dive on everyone because that might be costly.
Yep, and this pathing again kind of tells you that they are willing to let AP.Bren start the turtle. Demon Kite has just taken his orange buff, but they nonetheless are positioned. Renergy and Edward, they're here, they're ready.
It's looking like a counter take at the flicker by Kekedot.
They go for Edward, but there is the AOG from Renergy, and now Kekedot can no longer go back to his teammates. He will be the first to get taken out. Shizu, though, there is the response from him. Using the Salmon Force, but Kite with the free hits, just tossing those bullets, and there might be next the flicker from Yue as well, dodging the curse blast, and they will still be the ones to win the fight. Dominic
Well, Demon Kite was going for the turtle, so he chose his battle. He says, brother, you got this. I'm going to take the objective. Was that me or was that a stray bullet by Demon Kite missing James Banks by an inch?
Yeah, just like one single one from the Rhapsody.
Yep.
And that could have taken down James Banks already. But good committal there actually by James Banks to acknowledge that, you know, there's a chance I can win this. I'm not going to back off. I'll just fight.
Yep, talk about a dead zone on the Granger. Just like the Sicilian, when you're that close to a long-range hero like this, you usually have them cornered, usually checkmate. So that's that sequence right there. And despite the turnaround by Aurora, small lead, very small win.
Oh, Kite, could he be sensing this? Kekedot can actually look for him right here. There goes the unstoppable force and the ejector, but gets taunted by Renegade. Still gets to cast the ejector, but only towards his teammates. There's the AOG. Also landed towards Shizu, and right under the turret, he won't be able to sustain the damage of 5.
The silent kid will not survive to save his tier 1, but all this while, look at there. He's up there, pushing, takes tier 1 up top.
I was surprised that Shizu actually committed to trying to get the minion waves for defending that. The moment he saw that there were already 5 members of Aurora spotted out by Kekedot, he should have already been on the way back to base. He shouldn't have stuck there any longer. And he gets picked off as well. So that's a 1-2-2 start for the Harith. Not a good one for AP.Bren. Looking at the items though, it is a 1,000 gold lead, favoring Doming Kite, already up to a very quick Sky Piercer. We'll be going to the, if I'm not mistaken, Malefic Roar for the third, while the Harith is still on the way to the Feather of Heaven, second item.
Oh, this is a fight waiting to happen. Renegade and Demon Kite engaging with Kekedot. There, pushing him back. A silver lining for AP.Bren. Mr. Panks is actually up from Demon Kite by about 200 gold. Like, he's racing him. He got his second item first. So if the farm continues this way, then maybe AP.Bren can set something up post-turtle.
Yep. Dare doesn't have his curtain call just yet, though. So Aurora Gaming might be the ones to start this objective. We said it again. So this might be the timings for them to finally decide to engage. But there goes Kekedot. He won't be able to set up anything for his team because he gets taken out first. Yue, Dare's trying to look out for him, but it's James Banks that matters for Aurora. He gets taken down next. Dare, he will be receiving the Death Sonatas. And that's a flicker from Dominic Kite too, just making sure that he goes down, but he's been dancing around everyone. But that last bullet still connects, and he gets taken out.
What dead zone? Dominic Kite flickers forward just to confirm the kill onto there in the face of a 2-man gank squad. AP.Bren did not see that coming.
He sidestepped the Deathly Grasp too. Dare was pulling Dominic Kite into the range of Chovskirt's Vexana. But just when I thought Dominic Kite would get caught out by a Deathly Grasp, he went back a little bit. It was a fade away Death Sonata and he got the kill still onto Dare.
I think they call that an FDS in the business. About a minute until the Lord spawns lower quarter. AP.Bren catching their breath. James Banks now has his first death of Game 3. 8.5 minutes in. This is as macro tight as it gets.
Yeah.
And so far, Aurora are going through the cracks of where AP.Bren will allow for them to. And so far, Demon Kite unscathed.
Yeah, how does Kekedot position himself and control the brushes though? It seems like every single time since Aurora right now, they get to group up a lot more. There's just so many ways for them to check the areas, the brushes around. It's those consistent Death Sonatas coming in from Dominic Kite too, which ensures that they're in a safe spot.
That's why it costs Kekedot so much, either a conceal or a flicker, to even get anything started. Currently, Dominic Kite sitting at 420 stacks. He's firing up.
Though we got to see there in the previous big team fight just how much a Gacha entry and an Edith ultimate will mess up an AP.Bren team fight. Like, it's so demanding for them to fight under those ultimates. The entry of Renegade will mess up their formation, forcing them to re-scramble mid-team fight while they're avoiding certain things. And Edward's Primal Wrath will make them think twice about using all their abilities at once.
He does have one on lock. Looking for it!
A successful Terrify and Flicker Shatter coming in from Edward 2 to take down Kekedot. But Renegade, will he survive this? Blade Surge coming in from James Banks, but there's the Revitalize to help him survive!
alive!
Mr. Panks was an inch away from a charge sever, so he couldn't get the double. Aurora lived to tell the story. They back off. Lord gets reset.
Revitalized just on time, and they were running at the right time as well.
In the right direction.
In the right direction. Shizo and James Panks could have gotten two, maybe even converted it into a third, maybe even threatened to show Aurora, hey, come closer, we're already going for the Lord. But now, Aurora's still in control.
Oh my. AP.Bren also trying to hold this mid lane, but it feels like it doesn't matter to Aurora MLBB anymore.
Nice chubby wave left up in the long lane. Passive push for Aurora, and we're back to the Lord Dance. Amazing work for Aurora again. Season 8 champions Blacklist, Season 9 champions RSG. The remnants of those two teams are in Aurora. They're masters of the Lord Dance.
Oh wait, but Kekedot and Shizu, who could they be after? There's the conceal and the flicker forced out from Yue.
Great use of space by Yue, baiting himself, using his body as quarry for AP.Bren. And now the Lord Dance continues!
Kekedot goes in and there's a terrifying, but Edward won't be able to use the Primal Wrath. Shizu dancing there, Kekedot will be the trade, and there on the back lines won't survive. Two will fall from Aurora, but Terra and Kekedot are gone from AP.Bren.
2 for 2, lane for lane, but Aurora continue the onslaught, taking that mid lane.
Oh, Demon Guide!
What?
Going for James Panks in a successful solo kill!
The anime fight, the man with a million moves, fall at the hands of the last Raider.
And Aurora will be able to get what might just be the last Lord of the game, with a game-winning push potentially on the way already. The biggest problem, every time Kekedot sets, Renegade always jumps in with the Avatar of Guardian, and that provides so much space for Dominkite and Yue.
The Hitman turned into the Hit Me Man. Great use of the kit, of the revitalized clutch for the rest of Aurora. They're looking at a 7,000 gold lead. A Lord pushing up top, and a bare base for AP.Bren. Just inhibitors left after the next minute.
They could potentially be a bit more confident to take on the next fight. Shizu has just picked up his Holy Crystal too, but they have to take into consideration the Lord. It's also marching up top.
All right, if game 1 happens again, that same situation, then that'll leave a very sour taste in Aurora. And the rest of the Aurora's watching, because you already learned from that lesson. So they got to take this slow, got to be patient with the approach.
Okay.
Difference is you don't have a setup like a Badang for there.
Oh, but that's
Renegade?
the Terrify used right onto Renegade. But
He's just zoning. He's just
yeah,
zoning.
he was just zoning. That was his main purpose, taking down an inhibitor turret away from AP.Bren. So this is indeed Aurora being more disciplined in approach in maintaining this lead.
Aurora using that Lord to its full advantage, as conservatively as you can get. There's another one spawning in a minute and a half. Massive gold difference across the board.
Okay, James Panks going for Queen Swings. Oh, Edward!
Oh, he gets to go in, uses the Cyclone Eye to get there. There! So speaking of there, there's the vengeance coming in from him. The let him survive. A beautiful Eternal Guard coming in from Chopskirt, but Dominkite still makes it out alive. Edward too with the flicker, and none from Aurora will die.
Luckily, he had the energy to stay alive and dash out, spell vamp his way to staying alive.
Dominkite, with the energy, was able to provide a gap between himself and danger. And now Aurora are knocking on the doors of AP.Bren saying, I am the danger.
Darren and Kekedot still have 5 seconds before they get to respawn. And the rest of the members of AP.Bren will handle the waves.
And the danger now retreats. The danger takes to the rest of the map, keeps it red, freezes the waves, sets up for this next Lord spawning in the upper quarter. Look at the damage that the former Doming, now Dominkite, is dealing. Almost twice as much as Shizu, like, 1.7 times?
Yeah. That's rough, very rough for AP.Bren. Again, it always seems like the Aurora is very ready for Shizo. The moment they see the Zaman Force laid down by the Harris,
they just back off.
Yeah, they just back off. They recalibrate. They don't fully retreat away from the fight, but they're just trying to stay away from the dashes, making Shizo think, am I actually going to dash into this? It'll be risky if I do. And Shizu just ends up being too far away from Aurora to actually hurt them. Now look at the placement of Shizo and Kekedot here. This is going to be an all-in, one last chance play.
Okay, if I'm not mistaken, Dominkite also has the Winter Crown. So could they be looking for an opening or a play here?
Oh, there is a little too deep. RORA spots him, forces him out of there, lets go of that river brush control, and all this while Kekedot and Shizo still keeping themselves scarce. Now the jig is up, and Aurora are blitzing the Lord.
Oh no, they find Shizu, they get the information, and no contest whatsoever will happen for AP.Bren.
Tranquilo, my friend. They used patience and calm to get that Lord for free.
Yeah, with a chubby wave down at the bottom lane, that did force James Spanks to respond. And Aurora, the moment they saw the jungler of AP.Bren down at the bottom lane clearing waves, they just went ahead for it. Divine Glaive already built up there for the Harith. So, again, the question isn't the damage, but can he actually get in the right spot to deal the damage? Because Dominkite has been making himself scarce. He's been utilizing the flicker very well to disengage away from Zaman Force and away from Shizo when he shows up in front of him.
Not to mention the real threat. Unless Dare finds him first, Demon Kite can hunt down Shizo. It doesn't work the same way anymore. It's not the same dynamics as the Joy hunting you down as a Harith. It's now a Nolan.
And now with 3 waves coming in together all at the same time, will Aurora find a way to end this? Renegade going in with the AOG, but they will be focusing on clearing out the Lord first. That's the Vengeance forced out from there, and the Eternal Guard used by Aurora. Kekedot is down, and now Renegade's Immortality popped, but UF flickering in alongside Dominkite. This might just be a wipeout right before the Northern Lights successfully complete the reverse sweep.
The win streak continues for Aurora Gaming as they take Game 3 and the series 2-1.
We could have ended the day with another Savage on a Granger, but Edward got the last hit. Dominkite walks away with a Maniac, but at the end, Aurora walks away with a win.
There's going to be a long talk between Dominkite and Edward. It's going to be a weird ride all the way back to the boot camp. But nonetheless, congratulations to Aurora Gaming. AP.Bren, though, they're cooking.
Yeah, I cannot wait to see how they will be improving this idea of their identity, which they introduced to us in this series.
Oh, yes.
It might just need a little bit of refining here and there, but it's a unique take on the current meta.
All right, let's count our blessings as AP.Bren fans, whether it be from their run in the MDL or their current identity now in MPL. I think, yeah, it's true that they rely a lot on Shizo and James Spanks. But I guess as they take their bow now off the stage, we have unlocked stars. Again, the MVP there. There's a reason why he's still in the league.
Yeah, I'm really glad to see that AP.Bren showed up more in this series. They felt like a non-factor, dare I say, a non-team against TNC Pro Team. But now against Aurora, instead of what I thought would take maybe another week of them trying to figure things out, I think you said the right word there, Brigida. Refinement. Now it's not a desperate claw of discovering who you are. It's just refining who you already are.
And mind you, Aurora's higher up on the food chain, and AP.Bren performed like this.
Yes. It's not the last time we're seeing AP.Bren today. Tomorrow they have another series coming up too. But for now, again, celebrate and count our blessings.
Let's throw over onto the stage. Our hosts Hans and Odin are with Aurora Gaming.
Ladies and gentlemen, your winners, Aurora Gaming! What a performance, getting and staying undefeated with a 3-0 record, right?
And reverse sweep ang ginawa nila. Hans, I wanna ask, Dominkite, Maniac sa inyong last game for today. Palakpakan naman natin si Dominkite. Savage dapat. Nakuha ni Edward yung isa. Ano masasabi mo dun?
Wala. Okay lang yun.
Okay lang, nice try lang. Doming, kahit asintado lahat ng paggamit mo doon sa Granger, and tuloy-tuloy pa rin ang pagkapanalo nyo bilang Kite Brothers. Pinag-uusapan natin kanina kung may makakapigil pa ba sa duo nyo. Sa tingin mo, ano yun?
Makapigil sa amin, wala ata siguro.
Wala ata. Parang wala talaga, no? And since alam namin na nandyan ang confidence nyo dahil nga win streak kayo after Season 14, M6, SPS, anong ginawa nyo before coming into the season para maging ganito kayo kalakas?
Siguro, lahat ng pagkatalo namin nung M6 tsaka nung SPS, tinama po namin siya nung pagkabalik po ng bootcamp. Yun. Kaya, gigil din po kami bumawi this season.
And you definitely came back stronger nang tumungtong kayo dito sa Season 15.
Now, speaking of the last season, Doming, maybe you can toss it over to Rene J because I would like to ask you this question as well. Kasi Season 14, Aurora also started off 3-0. Maganda ang inyong ipinakita in like the first 2 weeks ng Season 14. Season 15, you're planning to do the same. This is your last match of the week, correct? So, with that being said, how different is this season compared to Season 14? Ano bang pinagkaiba ng 3-0 na to compared sa 3-0 from last season?
Tingin ko po yung this season mas solid yung chemistry ng team. Tapos mas prepared yung team kasi dahil sa mga talo rin siguro namin. Kaya tingin ko mas maganda yung mapapakita namin this season kaysa sa last season namin.
And the familiar foe as well, because next week, kontra or susubukang mapigilan yung winning streak nyo, you're gonna be going up against Omega. Ang makakalaban mo is Chaknu once again. I wanna know kung ano bang mensahe mo kay Chaknu, especially kung saan nanonood siya ngayon.
Sa ngayon, good luck muna kay Chakno kasi nagbabawi rin sila. Kaya mo yan, Jack Mamba malakas.
Wow, very mabait and chini-cheer on nila ang kanilang mga kalabanan.
So motivators. Now, I just want to ask a bit more questions, this time para kay Yue. Kasi katabi ko naman na si Yue.
Nasaan ba yung mga fans ni Yue dyan?
Okay, asan? Parang ganito lagi, no? Sige,
pag siya yung
take your
nagsasalita.
time. Okay.
Wala ka pang ginagawa.
Sanay ka na ba sa ganito everyday? Sanay na. Now, I wanna know, kasi parang may nabanggit sa akin na I'd just like to confirm, naging magkakampi daw kayo ni James Punks before?
Naging magkakampi kami nung sa inter-barangay namin.
Ooh.
So, ever since inter-barangay, now you're competing against him in MPL. Kamusta naman yung naging performance niya kasama yung AP.Bren?
Para sa akin, maganda yung naging performance sila. Kumbaga, siguro mas naging better team lang kami today.
And finally have it. Just a really good performance. Now, I want you to at least give commendations and pasasalamat para sa lahat ng mga nagpunta dito at sumuporta sa inyo ngayon. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Okay, Yue, time's up. Go.
Thank you po sa mga nanonood ngayon tsaka pumunta sa venue. At nood din po kayo sa watch party namin sa KMC. Tsaka available na po yung jersey namin.
Wow, yun.
There we finally have it. Once again, your winners, Aurora Gaming! Gentlemen, you may now take your walk of victory. Grabe no, may coaching ba talaga? And once again, with all of you guys right there, you may now take your bow. The lights are shining brighter than ever, just like last season, 3-0 at tuloy-tuloy ang arangkada ng Aurora.
Still undefeated sa Week 2 ng ating MPL Season 15.
I'm just wondering kung ano ba ang masasabi ng ating mga casters with this amazing series once more. Kaya naman casters, back to you.
Two things about that post-match interview. Blonde Renegade hits diff, and apparently, no one could stop him. At least in their opinion. Like, who could stop you? Seems like there's nobody left.
I like it. I'm liking how this is a really confident version of Aurora we're seeing. It seems like they really learned a lot throughout the course of the past 2 months of being in international tournaments here and there.
Especially Doming. Something has crept up onto the soul of Domingkite. Of course, remember what happened in M6? If you know, you know. Now he's just been stellar with the Granger all season 15 long so far. It's been one of his best picks in the series the 3 series that we've seen them play in. And then this one, he went 13, 1, and 4. And it was him being almost untouchable for the side of AP.Bren that made it so difficult for them to actually find a good tempo in a team fight because they couldn't reach Domingkite.
Shades of the best of them. I'm thinking Kelra, I'm thinking Innocent, I'm thinking Super Marco. When I see Domingkite flicker forward, embrace the Granger's dead zone, and then eventually get this MVP performance. Except for this clip.
Except for that.
Why would you? The timing. But yeah, regardless, he's still our MVP. They still won.
Yeah, that was his only death in this game. After that, he didn't die anymore.
Yeah.
He's just human.
It was a really confident and aggressive play from Domingkite during the entire time of them being not threatened by even there, similar to what we see. That was great timing this time around for the highlights. It's like they always try to find a way to go after him, but he just immediately repositions himself and just keeps throwing bullets.
Yeah, and again, just looking back at the highlights, the link up between Edward and Renegade was just so annoying for AP.Bren. Hey, we got a pick off. Oh, there's an Avatar of Guardian on us. Let's reposition. Oh, us trying to avoid the Avatar of Guardian meant that we walked into other things we were actually also supposed to be avoiding.
So there were like, sometimes it wasn't really the setup which Renegade was looking after. That was the almost savage, as you would say. I don't know what they're gonna talk about later on.
In memory, I only know of like a handful of moments where clearly someone stole a kill away from a Savage.
The one of the most recent ones being the Super Prince one.
Yeah, that one for sure. This one over here.
I felt like Edward was so locked in, he wasn't even thinking about that. I'm sure he didn't even realize that he was already up to a maniac. Domingkite was. And he was just looking, oh, this guy Winter Crown. When he's out of Winter Crown, I will kill him.
I mean, logically speaking, as the marksman, you should be aiming for the base.
Yeah.
You gotta win as fast as possible, regardless of whatever else is happening around you. But yeah, no, this was a 17-minute game. In my head, definitely felt a little longer. But look at that, our MVP scoring doubles on the big 4. He's farmed up, he's dealt damage, and his mid lane duo is sheeshing about it.
I
can assume that's a sheesh, right? Like,
Yeah,
you don't see his arm.
Unless he's just really biting his lip. Well, for some reason, his left hand is out there.
Just slightly.
That's the face of a guy who picks Valentina first phase.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah,
They get unpunished, by the way.
Again, I love that pick so much. I was overthinking it, but I'm pretty sure AP.Bren were also overthinking it too. It was like, guys, how do we do this? There was a Valentina. I was like, oh, damn it. And then eventually he just came back to bite them. And it's cool because he saw the rich guy, highest damage dealt is the gold laner. Makes sense. Highest damage received was the roamer, and most assists was the mid laner. So you could really see just how systematized Aurora here, Aurora was in that game.
Yeah, it felt like it affected their succeeding pick so much. Hopefully in the coming matches, that doesn't happen again. They be a little more composed, or if I must say confident and convicted, like unlike me.
No,
in terms of
they gotta make like you. I think, no, that's perfect. Like, I feel like you and AP.Bren are gonna go on the same journey this season, you know, of like conviction and being able to say, this is it.
Right.
Yeah. So far, they have some growth, some development going into week 2. They got a big match tomorrow. They're facing off the next big dog of the league currently in Season 15, Liquid Philippines. So,
it's gonna be tough, man.
Yeah.
I don't know. If today was any evidence, maybe they'll score 1, and then we'll see.
Yeah.
Right? That's what it is, right? You take it a game at a time, and against Aurora, they scored a game. Who knows what they'll do against Liquid tomorrow?
Yep.
Yeah. And I wonder if we'll see Shizo in a different pick, because he played an entire series as Harith. Yeah.
He's Harith man.
And he'll be up against Oheb, who's been on fire with the Granger as well.
Oh, yeah.
And Moskov. And Harith.
Yep.
It's like he's been up against really stellar performing gold laners from, I think you would consider Kozen to be really good performing gold laner back in week 1. to now facing up against the next standard, and tomorrow, the Filipino sniper. It's a tough
One day, the silent kid is going to be more than just a silent kid. Who knows? He's young, and this is their debut season in the league. It's just week 2, but what a day it was. We witnessed Falcons take flight, take down the defending champions, and we witnessed Aurora just get this close to losing.
This close. It was very close. But I was reading the comments earlier, and there's a lot of more people vocal about how they appreciate AP.Bren. I think AP.Bren got some new fans here online and across the world. So I'm excited to see them continue shining. Hopefully they do.
I love it. It's a new era, definitely, because as far as we remember, Bren Esports, AP.Bren, they've been here since day 1. Since the dawn of our league, the genesis of MPL PH. And for the first time in a while, as far as I can remember, since season 9, season 10, it's a new face. It's a new era for AP.Bren, for this franchise. So with that, again, there's a months-long journey for them left here in season 15. That does update our Infinix standings. So far, Aurora are now top dog.
Oh, with 3 consecutive wins, with just letting go of 2 games. It's an impressive performance from Aurora heading into this season. A team which I feel a lot were probably doubting in such a way that they haven't been able to go as far in the previous international tournaments which we've seen them. But now that they're back, it seems like they just show us the meaning, the definition of learning, growing, and the process that it takes for them to get this far.
As well, a lot of y'all might be looking at this and watching, what's a fancy club? And I'll tell you what it is. It's a tournament amongst fans held here in the MPL arena, just right outside before the show starts. And they use Infinix phones, the official tournament phone of MPL Philippines. And so far, bees are on top.
Yeah, the Bees and the Green Falcons too. Kabarangay popping off, and the Cavalry struggling though so far this season in the Fancy Club. And again, that's one of the really great things you get to experience when you watch on site here. Actually, if I'm not mistaken, there are even no. You have to watch if you want to join Fancy Club. You can't just join Fancy Club too. So it's a double deal. You get to fight for your favorite team and also watch.
What is this?
All right, yeah, we got all game 3s because of you. The daughter of all series.
But the mother
is there too,
it's
so
there
it makes sense.
That's true. Oh my God, it's a Chantel Brigida day.
Luckily,
that's why.
It's not a Saturday.
I won't be there tomorrow.
Oh yeah, I don't know about Chantel's schedule, but that makes sense now. Looking at it, I should take note of this when I make my prediction videos. I did not do well today. I scored 1 point. I got the winner of this series right, but the score wrong.
Wait, did you go for sweeps for both series today?
I think I did.
Yeah.
Oh.
If I made prediction videos or prediction polls, I would have predicted the same way as Leo, I think.
Right?
Yeah.
So, with that said, on behalf of Renmar Santa Cruz and Brigida, my name is Leo at your service. It's been an honor. Let's throw over to the stage.
Nice, man. Ingat lang. Ingat, alalay. Ay, alalay lang, boy. Boy kami. Boy kami. Ingat sa base, boy. Patay ito. Basta akin, legit.
Okay.
We'll do it again. That wasn't the sign-off. I thought it was, but that was the mic check. The last few moments of Aurora's winning moment in that series.
At least we heard the sorry to Edward from Reddit.
No, they said sayang. Sayang is it's not for the Indonesian fans. Not my love, but it's they wasted the savage opportunity for Dom and Kai.
Yeah.
And then even Edward, you saw there, he was like, huh?
Yep. It's more of what a waste.
Yeah.
Now for reals this time, on behalf of Renmar Santa Cruz and Brigida, my name is Leo at your service. It's been an honor. Good night. We'll go to the stage.
Unang araw pa lamang ng ating second week dito sa Season 15, marami na mga pinagpawisan sa intense na laban at marami na ring napaos dahil sa mga laban na natapos.
Another surprising outcome dahil sa 3-game matches na napanood natin ngayong araw. With Team Falcons winning against our defending champions and Aurora Gaming still being undefeated as they faced AP.Bren. Ano pa nga ba ang mga sorpresa naghihintay sa atin?
The pursuit for greatness continues. Dahil bukas na bukas, panibagong triple header na naman ang ating makikita, di ba, Odin?
At hindi lang yan. Balita ko may sayawang nagaganap sa ating Golden
Eto
Month.
na. Ano ba ang mga sayawan na to?
Parang mamimigay ng cellphone,
tas gaganon
mamimigay
daw.
ng cellphone.
Tapos gaganon.
Ikaw na yan, Hans,
Basta
bukas.
yun na yun. Basta 1 minute, 1 phone. Yun lang ang kailangan nyong makita. Kaya sabay-sabay nating tunghayan yan dito lamang sa MPL Philippines Season 15. Once again, my name is Hans Galeria.
And this is your very own Odin.
Na nagpapaalala sa inyo na walang makakatumbas sa lakas ng Pinas. See you guys tomorrow!
The 15th season of MPL Philippines is brought to you by the following sponsors. Infinix, the MPL official tournament phone. Lakas sa laro with Infinix. Smart, the official telco partner of MPL Philippines. Our partner in Esports, Time Zone. Join the fun at Time Zone. TT Racing, for those who dream, work, and play. TT Racing has your back. Don't miss any MPL action by following our official Facebook and subscribing to our YouTube channel. Follow MPLPH on TikTok for more content. Experience the Lakas ng Pinas of MPLPH Season 15 action live at Green Sun Hotel. Grab your tickets now via official MPLPH website. All the regular season tickets are now available at 200 pesos. MPL Philippines is monitored and supervised by the Games and Amusement Board.